Mix and Match, No Match for Love, Book 3. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Dedicated to my sons, Jackson and Hayden, who guarantee that every day is an adventure. I love you. Chapter 1. Sometimes being a supportive friend really sucked. Zoey took a sip of her champagne, watching the crowd of philanthropic do-gooders. Twinkle lights were strung over the outdoor patio, giving the space a festive feel that was almost out of place at a charity event. She rolled her neck back and forth, trying to shake off the annoyance with her best friend Brooke that had plagued her all night. She couldn't hold Brooke accountable for something Zoey had never told her about. Brooke had no idea that Zoey was running a makeup artistry business on the side, or that a big name was giving a lecture at a downtown hotel right now. She really should tell Brooke she wanted to quit Toujours, the matchmaking firm they both worked for, especially since Brooke was now her boss. But she hadn't been able to disappoint her friend. Not with the paparazzi, doing their best to ruin Brooke and Luke's upcoming wedding. Zoey never would have guessed being engaged to a rich and famous business tycoon would come with so much baggage. But as maid of honor, Zoey was doing her best to help Brooke through it, even if it meant missing the lecture to attend another charity event. It was fine, totally, completely fine. There would be other lectures, and this party wasn't half bad. The charity, Footsteps for Change, a dance center for youth in crisis, played upbeat top 40s tunes instead of the dry instrumental music common at these events. The suffocating California sun had set, taking with it most of the heat and leaving the night air a pleasant temperature. As far as charity events went, this one was an A+. She might as well enjoy it. "Get out!" someone shouted. Zoey whipped her head around, trying to locate the voice in the sea of people. She saw Luke almost immediately, Brooke hanging onto his tuxedo jacket and looking scared. A small crowd had already started to gather around them. Crap. Zoey speed-walked to the commotion, not letting her 6-inch Christian Louis Vuitton heels slow her down. "I have a press pass," an unfamiliar man said, shoving his badge in Luke's face. He was tall and beefy, and muscles bulged the arms of his poorly tailored suit. "Who are you with?" Luke yanked the badge out of the man's hand, then tossed it aside in disgust. "A tabloid? Who let you in?" "France seems like an obvious choice for a destination wedding," Press Pass said. "Toujours is headquartered there, and it's rumored you own an apartment in the city." "Leave now, or security will escort you out," Luke said. Zoey would drag the man out herself if she had to. Anger boiled within, and she struggled to push her way through the crowd. "It looks like you've put on a little weight, Brooke," Press Pass said. "Are you waiting until after the baby to announce a date?" Brooke's hands flew to her flat stomach, and Zoey gasped. Her heels were glued to the cobblestone, and she couldn't make herself move. Luke grabbed Press Pass by the lapels, but the bulky man didn't even blink. "My sources say your ex-fiancé was in town a few months ago on business. Are you sure the baby isn't his?" Press Pass asked. Luke pulled back his fist, and Brooke shrieked, grabbing Luke's arm. Zoey pushed aside a woman in a sequin dress, fighting her way to her best friend. "Hit me," Press Pass said. "I'd love to file charges against you." Zoey let out a growl, nudging another person aside. Luke would hit Press Pass if he didn't shut up. A man broke through the crowd, his back ramrod straight and his suit perfectly pressed without so much as a wrinkle. The whites of his eyes stood out in the chocolate of his skin, curly black hair cropped close to his head. Mitch, Luke's personal assistant / best man, Zoey's kryptonite. Relief flooded Zoey. Mitch always knew how to handle the press, followed immediately by annoyance of his lack of faith in everyone but himself. A radio was already in his hand, efficient as always. Zoey had admired that efficiency when he had kissed her breathless in a quiet corner of a restaurant all those months ago. She'd loved the way he'd commanded that moment. She forced her lips into a scowl and pushed the memory away. She'd been an idiot to let that happen. "Security's on their way," Mitch said, placing a steady hand on Luke's arm. "Don't do it, man." Luke shoved Press Pass away, and he laughed. Brooke wrapped her arms around Luke, her eyes luminescent with tears. 3 weeks until the wedding. There was no way they'd be able to keep the exact date and location a secret for another 21 days. 2 burly men in suits pushed through the crowd, their ferocious glares screaming security. They dwarfed Mitch with his lanky frame and perpetually youthful face. Not that his arms had felt lanky when holding her tight. They'd felt strong and capable and oh, so good. "Your people are the ones who let me in here," Press Pass protested as the security guards each grasped an arm. "And now we're withdrawing our permission," Mitch said in that obnoxiously calm voice. Press Pass let out a growl, his face bright red and shiny from perspiration. He yanked his arms free and stomped away, the security guards following close on his heels. "Are you okay?" Zoey asked Brooke, pulling her in for a tight hug. Brooke nodded, leaning into Luke. "He kept following me." "I'm taking Brooke inside." Luke wrapped a protective arm around her. "Put him on the blacklist immediately." Mitch nodded, pulling out his phone. "I'm on it." Anger coursed through Zoey as she watched Luke lead Brooke away. She folded her arms and glared at Mitch. "Way to go, best man. How'd he get on the guest list?" "Luke's secretary went over it, not me. I won't make that mistake again." Mitch neatly placed his phone back in his pocket. "I thought making sure the pap stayed clear was part of your job." "After tonight, I'm adding it to the description." "Well, isn't that fantastic?" Zoey tossed back the rest of her champagne and set the glass on the tray of a passing waiter. Her purse slipped, falling down her arm and clattering to the cobblestone right in front of Mitch. Mitch bent to grab it, but someone else was already crouched near the floor, scooping up the small beaded bag. "Beautiful women shouldn't have to pick things up from the floor," he said with a handsome smile, handing her her purse. He was perhaps 10 years her senior, his dark hair dusted with gray, but in a way that looked intentional and not a result of age. It suited him. "Thank you," Zoey said, taking the purse back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mitch fold his arms and glare at the man. Zoey already wanted to get to know him better. "Hi," he said, holding out a hand. "I'm Alan." "Zoey," she said, accepting his handshake. It was strong and firm, almost painfully so. "That was crazy a minute ago, huh? I imagine the press is eager for even a moment with a happy couple these days." "Even if they have to lie their way into a party to get it," Zoey agreed. She felt the burn from Mitch's gaze, but stubbornly refused to look in his direction. Alan's eyes flicked over her figure, then gave a slow smile. "I'd lie my way into a party if it meant meeting you." Zoey laughed, putting a flirtatious hand on Alan's jacket. The fabric was thin and a little coarse, which meant he probably wasn't as wealthy as her usual type. But he was bold, and she liked that in a man. She hoped Mitch was watching. "You flatter me," Zoey said. "Not at all. I mean, look at you. Absolutely gorgeous." Zoey laughed again, peering up at him from underneath her lashes. "You're not so bad looking yourself." "You work at that matchmaking firm with Brooke, don't you? I recognize you from the papers." "You keep that close an eye on them?" "No, but yours is a face I'd be hard-pressed to forget. Rumor has it you're the maid of honor." "I don't know how honorable I am." Alan threw back his head and laughed. "Witty. I like that in a woman. How about I buy you dinner? Maybe this weekend?" Mitch's hand landed on Zoey's arm, his dark skin standing out against her lighter coloring. She felt a surge of satisfaction followed almost immediately by annoyance. "Zoey, do you have a minute? I want to discuss a few things with you." Mitch towed her away from Alan before she had a chance to protest. "I'll catch up with you later," Alan called. Zoey gave a little wave, then glared at Mitch. "What are you doing?" Zoey hissed. "That guy is clearly a reporter." "Oh, please." She yanked her arm from his hand. Was Mitch that jealous, or just that distrusting? Could you be any more paranoid? You saw what just happened to Press Guy. There is no way a pap would stick around after seeing that. Sticking around is exactly what he would do. Your guard's down, and he can sense it. You are clinically insane. Don't you find it suspicious that he immediately brought up the wedding? Did you just not see Press Pass led away by two angry-looking security guards? Of course he brought it up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I was just about to agree to a date. Wait. I wanted to finalize the plans for Brooke's bridal shower. It's Friday. That's only 3 days away. The condescension in Mitch's voice had her eyes rolling. Yeah, I'm aware. Mitch looked around, as though making sure no one would overhear, then leaned forward and lowered his voice. The Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique will be ready for you at 7 o'clock, and your dinner reservation is at Club 33 for 8:30. The limo will start pickups at 5, beginning at yours and Brooke's apartment. She heard the thinly veiled disapproval in Mitch's voice and wondered what he disliked more. The childishness of a bridal shower at Disneyland, the amount of money being spent, or the fact that Luke was funding everything, even though it was technically Zoey's duty as maid of honor. Sounds great, Zoey said. When Luke offered to foot the bill, she'd agreed without blinking. Brooke deserved the royal treatment. The bridal shower Zoey had planned was fun and relaxed, absolutely perfect for Brooke, and the price tag was pocket change for Luke, but 6 months' wages for Zoey. I wanted to reconfirm the guest list. I have you down for 11. Mitch pulled a mini tablet out of an inside jacket pocket and flipped it open, pulling out a stylus. Zoey rolled her eyes. In the beginning, his uptight nature had seemed like a challenge, one she apparently hadn't been up to. 12, Zoey corrected. Alan stood at the bar, his back to her, but she sensed he was waiting for her to join him. Someone else RSVP'd. Mitch lowered his stylus. When did you find that out? A few days ago. I forgot to mention it. It takes 2 seconds to send a text. Zoey crossed her arms as goosebumps prickled her flesh. Why, out of all the men in the world, did Mitch affect her so? Sorry. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for half a second. She knew he was trying to find his center, whatever the heck that meant. I'll call the boutique and club and see if we can change the reservations. I'm sure they can squeeze another chair around the table. He drew his lips into a thin line. I'll let you know if there are any issues. Why don't you ever say what you're really thinking? I'd better make sure security got rid of the imposter. Zoey took a step closer until their noses were practically touching. In heels, she could look him straight in the eye. Just say it, Mitch. Fine. It was inconsiderate of you not to notify me as soon as you were aware of the change. Now I'll spend the drive home making calls instead of responding to emails, and you've inconvenienced both the boutique and the restaurant. The phone calls will take you 2 minutes. I'll make them myself if you'd like. Luke asked me to take care of it. But she heard the unspoken truth. He didn't trust her to take care of it. It's just a chair, Mitch. 1 extra person, a pretty slender one at that. I'd better make those calls. He motioned his head toward Alan, who quickly looked away and focused on his drink. Be careful with that one, Zoey. She clasped her hands together and gave a simpering sigh. I'm so glad you said that. My first instinct was to get drunk and spill all Brooke and Luke's secrets, but now I'll keep it to the one glass of champagne." Mitch closed his eyes, probably praying for patience. "I'll let you know if there are any issues." Zoey watched Mitch stride through the crowd, his steps confident and sure. She understood why he had to make the arrangements. Club 33 was members only, and Mitch had access to Luke's membership information and credit cards. But she would be so glad when this wedding was over and they could finally part ways. 3 weeks, she reminded herself. Just 3 short weeks until Brooke and Luke said I do. The deadline loomed before her, large and intimidating. 3 weeks until she no longer needed to have contact with Mitch. Only a few short days until Brooke would pack up her half of the apartment and head to France for the final wedding preparations. Maybe the press would go away, and Zoey could finally admit she was quitting when Brooke got back from her honeymoon. Zoey pushed all of those concerns out of her mind. Live in the now, she reminded herself. Worrying about what would happen in a few days or even a few hours didn't benefit anyone. She strode over to the bar, standing close enough to Alan that their shoulders brushed. "You came back," he said. "I couldn't let you suffer through this party alone." He raised an eyebrow and took a sip of his Manhattan. "And bless you for that. What are you drinking?" "A rum and coke," she told the bartender, who nodded. She leaned forward, letting her fingers skitter over the back of Alan's hand. Mitch was so wrong about him, and she would prove it. "Now, I believe you were asking me out when we were interrupted." "There is literally nothing that would give me more pleasure. How about Friday night?" "Can't." She gave a delicate shrug, one she knew drove men wild. "I've already got plans." "Not with another guy, I hope." She grinned. It had taken all night, but finally she'd found a man who knew how to flirt. "A night out with the girls." "Clubbing?" "Disneyland." He threw back his head and laughed. "I knew there was a reason I liked you. How about Saturday night, 8 o'clock? "It's a date." Chapter 2. Mitch leaned back in his chair, glancing at the 96 emails he still had to wade through before calling it quits for the night. He was leaving for Paris with Brooke and Luke on Sunday, and he wanted to get as much work done as possible before then, which meant that Friday night meant nothing because he wouldn't have a weekend. Again. He'd thought life was busy when he became Luke's personal assistant 2 years ago, but Luke hadn't been CEO back then. In the 9 months since Luke's, and by default Mitch's, promotion, busy had taken on a whole new meaning. Mitch's official job description was to enable Luke to do his job as CEO. That translated to anything from managing the media, to taking Luke's phone calls, to dealing with his fiancée's bridal shower. Of course, all Luke had really asked was that Mitch pay any bills Zoey sent with Luke's card. But Mitch had worked hard to foster a reputation as a professional, and he wasn't about to let Zoey ruin it with her sloppily planned bridal shower. She certainly hadn't complained when he offered to take care of all the reservations. The last-minute RSVP had thrown him, and he was annoyed for 3 straight days, even though the boutique and club had been nice about it. He really hoped Zoey had everything under control for tonight. He'd taken care of all the details, but that still left a lot to chance. And when Zoey was involved, things rarely went smoothly. Too bad he couldn't attend the shower and keep an eagle eye on things. Zoey was a whirlwind, pulling everyone into her schemes in a flurry of energy and excitement. She was everything he wasn't: charismatic, bubbly, spontaneous. After they first met, he'd found himself making excuses to talk to her, and for a while, he'd thought she was as drawn to him as he was to her. When she'd dragged him into a dark corner at the restaurant and pulled him in for a kiss, he'd been certain there was something special between them. Until he caught her kissing another man the very next day. The message had come through loud and clear. Zoey wasn't a serious girl, and any relationship with her would be purely superficial. Mitch pushed Zoey out of his mind and focused on the email. His cell buzzed, and he picked it up, glancing at the text from his bank. His sister Jasmine's tuition check for UCLA had been refunded. He set the phone down and returned to the email. Wait, Jasmine's tuition check had been refunded? He grabbed the phone, rereading the text. It had to be a mistake. School started in just a few weeks. He quickly dialed the bank, knowing Luke wouldn't mind if he took time out for this. Mitch had only been 19 when his mother passed away, leaving her children orphaned and Mitch the legal guardian of his 3 younger siblings. Jasmine was the youngest at only 19 now, and just about to start her sophomore year of college. Mitch worried about her more than Quincy and Aaliyah combined. Jasmine lacked direction and focus, a trait she shared with Zoey, but he had finally convinced her to give college a try, and she'd survived her freshman year with a decent GPA. A quick call to the bank confirmed the refund wasn't a mistake, at least not on their end. He located the university's finance office number and called them next. 5 minutes later, he hung up the phone and pressed his fingers to his lips, feeling the shock and anger pulse through him like a heartbeat. Jasmine had withdrawn from school. And knowing his sister, it wasn't just a semester off, but a permanent change of plans. He picked up the rake from his desktop Zen garden and ran it through the sand in quick, angry motions. His baby sister would spend the next 50 years slaving away at some minimum wage job, unable to advance because she didn't understand how important a college education was. She didn't remember how hard it had been after their mom died because Mitch had shielded her from it. She hadn't been the one who had lain awake at night, wondering how they'd buy food for the next week, hoping the power wouldn't get shut off, praying they wouldn't be evicted. He'd taken it all on himself, and now she'd dropped out because she didn't understand. Mitch let out a growl and threw the rake across the room. It hit the wall and bounced off, landing on the carpeted floor with an unsatisfying thud. Jasmine had been hesitant to go to college, and it had taken some fast talking to convince her to come back for her sophomore year. But he had helped her find a small apartment close to campus, and she seemed excited the last time they spoke. Why hadn't she talked to him before making such a life-altering choice? He thought of his mother, working herself to the grave to provide a better future for them. The 5-gallon jug of change he had found hidden in the back of her closet after her death, with a sticker that said college fund taped to the outside. She probably spent years saving the coins, and it had amounted to less than 1 semester of tuition. Quincy joined the military to help pay for college. By the time Aaliyah was old enough to enroll, Mitch had been in a financial position to help out, and between the two of them, they had gotten her to graduation day without any student loans. He'd felt immense pride at being able to comfortably pay for Jasmine's college without financial aid. The refund was a slap in the face. He ran a hand through his hair and took a deep, cleansing yoga breath. Then he took another one, desperately trying to find his center. Just because she'd withdrawn didn't mean she was quitting. Perhaps there was a reasonable explanation for all of this. Slowly, he dialed Jasmine's number. She didn't pick up, and it went straight to voicemail. "Call me," Mitch said. His phone buzzed again, a text from Luke. Mitch grabbed his iPad and headed to Luke's office. "Hey," Luke said, looking up from his computer. Mitch's office was respectable, but Luke's was lavish. A sitting area and a wet bar sat in one corner, and the large hand-carved mahogany desk held a place of prominence in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the Los Angeles skyline. "I wanted to go over some things before we leave for Paris." "Sure." Mitch grabbed 2 Cokes out of the mini fridge and handed one to Luke before sitting down. "Thanks." Luke popped the top and took a sip. "Where are we at for the office?" "Darius will be the go-to person for minor issues that may arise, and you can video conference in for anything that needs your immediate attention." Mitch took a sip of his own Coke before waking up his iPad. Talia 2.1 is on schedule for release right after the wedding. Luke ran a finger over the rim of his can. Do you still think that's a good idea? It will hopefully deflect any unwanted press attention from the wedding. Maybe. It makes me nervous to release an update when I'm on my honeymoon. I'll be back in the States by then to handle any issues that may arise, but the preliminary tests are showing very minor bugs. I think it's a good move. Luke let out a sigh. You're right. We'll go ahead with the original plan and release it while I'm gone. Mitch nodded, making a note in his iPad. The press is getting more aggressive. The dress designer needed some more measurements, so yesterday Brooke took the helicopter to a sister boutique in San Francisco. The press was waiting for her when she got there. Mitch shut the case on his iPad and leaned forward. How did they know where she'd be? That's what I keep asking myself. It had to be an inside source. Have you considered that reporters are paying off someone close to you and Brooke? Of course, but who could it be? Only a few people know anything about the wedding. Zoey's name flashed into Mitch's mind, and he hated himself for it. Zoey was a lot of things, but a sellout wasn't one of them. She would never jeopardize the wedding, at least not intentionally. She had shamelessly flirted with the maybe reporter at the charity event on Tuesday. Let's keep an eye on it, Luke said. With things like this constantly happening, I don't know how we'll make it another 2.5 weeks without blowing the secret. I'm already nervous about arriving in France so early. The flight plans aren't public knowledge, and the press doesn't know for sure that you have an apartment in Paris. Brooke can always pretend to be there for toujours if the paparazzi show up. What if they follow us to the airport? We'll lose them. In France, we can wear disguises when out in public. The press is used to you trying to avoid them. I don't think they'll get suspicious if you disappear for a few weeks. You've managed it before. Yeah, but they're watching us closer than ever. I guess the best we can do is hope we get lucky. Luke tossed his empty soda can into the trash bin across the room, making a perfect basket. You up for a basketball game before heading home? Brooke's going to be busy all night with a bridal shower. Mitch shook his head regretfully. I need to track down Jasmine. Her tuition was refunded today. I think she's dropped out of school. Oh man, I'm really sorry. Mitch rubbed his eyes, taking a long swig of soda. I don't know what she's thinking. I've talked about the importance of an education for years. I thought she finally understood. She still wants to do the fashion thing, then? After getting the check back today, I'm guessing yes. Jasmine had wanted to be a designer since high school, and Mitch never discouraged it. He simply encouraged her to have a backup plan. An MBA would serve her well if she started her own design house one day, and it would help her get a great job elsewhere if she didn't. You'll figure it out. Luke rose, and Mitch did the same. Promise me you'll take the weekend off to deal with your family stuff. It'll be much harder to handle from across the ocean. Of course. Mitch lied. He'd almost lost his job when Luke went off the deep end after his dad's death, and Mitch wasn't about to give the board cause to question his abilities again. Take the evening off at the very least, okay? Cut loose. Have some fun. Fun. Mitch wasn't even sure what that word meant anymore. But Zoey knew. What would it be like to spend an evening at Disneyland with her? He could almost feel the rush of wind through his hair as she clutched his arm on Thunder Mountain Railroad. The only fun I'll be having tonight is talking Jasmine back into school. Let me know how it turns out. Mitch nodded. He headed back to his office and called Jasmine while he put his laptop and iPad in his briefcase. No answer. He called her twice more while he fought congested LA traffic for an hour as he made his way toward campus. Still nothing. Mitch parked his conservative and sensible Toyota Corolla in a spot marked visitor and walked up the manicured sidewalk to apartment 132. He pounded on the door, not really expecting an answer. A moment later, it swung open, revealing Jasmine in sweats and a loose white t-shirt, her hair wrapped in a bath towel. Hey, she said, her eyebrows raised in surprise. What are you doing here? Mitch stepped inside, not waiting for an invitation, and closed the door behind him. "I've been trying to call you for an hour." "Sorry, my phone's charging in my room, and I guess I didn't hear it ring. What's up? I'm heading to Dapper Day with some friends, so I only have a few minutes." "Dapper Day?" "Yeah, at Disneyland. Everyone dresses up in 1950s clothes, like on the day the park first opened. People do some really cool Disney-inspired vintage costumes. A few celebrities are even expected to show up." "Celebrities like Brooke?" And Zoey would be there too, at Disneyland, where Jasmine wanted to spend her evening. Mitch's jaw clenched at the ridiculousness of the whole thing. She'd dropped out of school without telling him, and now she was headed off to stalk celebrities at Disneyland. It was almost as ludicrous as Zoey spending a fortune on a bridal shower there for Brooke. The limo should have dropped the women off by now. He hoped Zoey would head straight to the boutique so the ladies could keep their appointment, but knowing her, she'd suddenly decide halfway there they should take a detour to a ride with a short line. "I had an interesting call with the finance office at UCLA today," Mitch said. Jasmine's chocolate skin paled. She pressed her lips together in a thin line and folded her arms. "I was going to tell you." "We talked about this, Jasmine." Mitch ran a hand over his short curls, letting out a frustrated growl. "If you want to pursue fashion, then fine, but do it after graduation. Get a degree so you have a fallback." Her eyes flashed. "I don't need a fallback. I have an internship at a design house downtown. I found out this week." An internship. Suddenly, her abrupt withdrawal from school made so much sense. But internships were usually unpaid and guaranteed nothing. Fashion is not a sensible career choice. "I don't want to be sensible. I'm not like you, Mitch. I'm passionate about this." Mitch swallowed, remembering a time when Zoey had flung a similar accusation in his face. "You can be passionate while still being smart. Quincy wants to be a surgeon, but knew the Air Force was the quickest and most financially responsible route to get there. Aaliyah wants to be a soccer mom, but she still got her degree in teaching in case she needs to provide for those children." "There's never going to be a better time to take a risk than right now. I'm single. I don't have any children. I want to do this." Mitch stared at his little sister, seeing the 9-year-old girl she had been when their mother died. He blinked, and his adult sister came back into focus, her eyes sparkling with defiance. Anger swelled within him. He had put his entire life on hold to raise her, and this was the thanks he got? "The deal was I would pay for your living expenses if you would go to school full-time and maintain a respectable GPA. We both agreed this is the best thing for your future." "No, you decided while ignoring what I had to say." "I'm not the enemy here, Jazz. I just want what's best for you." "You think you know what's best for me." Her eyes glowed with tears and she glared. "I'm not made for college. I'm miserable there." "You haven't given it an adequate chance." 2 semesters is a pretty solid try. I worked my butt off and still only got B's. "Things will get better. You were really excited about that elective in fashion history." "I'm more excited about gaining hands-on experience." She folded her arms. "I'm taking the internship. Over 100 people applied and they picked me. Do you have any idea what an opportunity this is?" She was so stubborn. "And how are you going to support yourself while you're an intern?" "In 6 months, they'll hire me as a paid intern if I do well." Mitch snorted. 6 months with no income. That sounds financially smart." "Are you saying you'll cut me off if I don't go back to school?" Mitch's chest heaved. "That was the deal. If you want me to support you financially, you go to school." He wasn't about to help her down a path of destruction. "Fine then." She headed down the hallway to her bedroom. "Where are you going?" "I told you. Disneyland with my friends. Dapper Day will give me something interesting to discuss around the water cooler on my first day as an intern. Jazz, we need to talk about this. I'm done talking. She slammed the door. Jasmine! But she didn't answer. Mitch left the apartment, shutting the door so forcefully the frame shook. For the millionth time, he wished his mom was still alive. She'd had a quiet patience and understanding love about her that he'd never be able to master, not if he lived 1,000 years. Ungrateful, selfish, naive little brat. One day, Jasmine would look back at this moment and wish she had made a different choice. He got in his Corolla and sped out of the parking lot. After 10 minutes of driving nearly 90 on the freeway, he let off the gas and the fog of rage started to dissipate. What am I doing, Mom? Would she want him to cut Jasmine off financially just because he disapproved of her choices? Yes, she was turning down college, but she still had dreams, still had a plan. She was a good kid and a hard worker. He had no doubt she'd be the best intern at the company. Still, a deal was a deal, and he wouldn't go back on it. But maybe it didn't have to be all or nothing. Maybe they could rearrange her class schedule so she could work as an intern part-time if it was that important to her. He'd call the university tomorrow and see if there was any hands-on fashion courses she could take as electives in addition to fashion history. Perhaps they could even get the internship to count as credits toward her degree. Maybe Luke knew a designer that would be willing to offer Jasmine a paid internship. He wanted to support her dreams, but he also wanted her to do it the right way. Mitch dialed Jasmine's number, the negative energy between them an itch he had to scratch. The phone went straight to voicemail, which meant she was screening his calls. He cursed and dialed again. The phone went to voicemail a second time, and a third, and a fourth. She was clearly angry, and rightfully so. He handled that poorly. Mitch thrummed his fingers on the steering wheel. He could wait until tomorrow and go back to her apartment. It would give them both time to cool down and look at this rationally. Or he could track her down at Disneyland and apologize. Luke had told him to relax and enjoy the weekend. What better place to do that? And if he happened to run into Zoey while he was there, well, any good assistant would check in and make sure the shower was going smoothly. It was his duty not only as Luke's assistant, but as his best man. And he really should apologize to Jasmine. It wasn't good to let hurt feelings fester. Mitch got off at the next exit and headed back the other way. He should talk to Jasmine now, even if it meant tracking her down at Disneyland. He couldn't leave things like this. In 2 days, he'd be in France for 2 weeks. And while he was at the park, he'd check up on Zoey, make sure he didn't need to put out any more fires than he already had. Chapter 3. Zoey looked at the dresses splayed across her bed and pursed her lips. The form-fitting black dress with the crisscross back was perfect for a night on the town, but said bachelorette party more than it said bridal shower. The magenta silk blouse and chocolate brown pencil skirt were great for the office, but a little too corporate for tonight. The white sundress was too day at the beach. They weren't quite right, and she wanted the evening to be perfect. Her eyes flitted to the dress she hadn't worn since Brooke and Luke's engagement party. The possibility of Mitch seeing her wear it again had always stopped her just short of slipping it on. The dress screamed 1950s, perfect since it was Dapper Day at the park, with a flared skirt and a sweetheart neckline. The seafoam green silk and coral pink tulle underskirt said fun and flirty, but the classic cut, fitted through the torso and flared at the waist with thin halter straps, hinted at sophistication. Best of all, the dress was vaguely reminiscent of The Little Mermaid, Zoey's favorite disobedient teenager. It was perfect for Disneyland, no matter what had happened the last time she wore it. She brought a hand to her dark black hair streaked with teal, remembering the feel of Mitch's fingers running through it as his lips took ownership of hers. She may have initiated that kiss, but he had quickly taken back control. "This is stupid," she said aloud. She yanked the vintage dress off the hanger and stripped to her underclothes. The silk slid down her spine and over her hips, flowing gently around her calves. She struggled for a few moments before managing to zip it up. Then she turned and faced the full-length mirror. Perfect. Take that, Mitch. He wouldn't keep her from wearing this dress any longer. Besides, there was zero chance of seeing him tonight. She tried to picture Mitch surrounded by energetic teens trying to line jump as they waited for Indiana Jones and snorted. Zoey fastened a strand of pearls around her neck and her delicate silver Mickey ears in her lobes. She wouldn't let anything or anyone ruin tonight. She would be the perfect hostess, and that included looking the part. Zoey slipped into classic closed-toed heels, walked down the hallway, and knocked on Brooke's door. "Come in," Brooke called. Zoey opened the door. She could just make out Brooke in the bathroom, leaning over the counter with puckered lips. "Are you ready?" Zoey asked. Brooke popped her lips a few times, blotting the lipstick, then flipped off the light and wandered into the bedroom. "I'm a little nervous since you won't tell me where we're going. Is my outfit okay? My shoes?" Zoey eyed the 6-inch stilettos. "You might want to wear footwear that's a little more comfortable." "You're wearing heels?" "Yes, darling, but I'm an expert-level heel wearer. They've practically fused to my feet. I've forgotten how to walk unless I'm in abject pain. You've barely graduated from beginner to intermediate." Brooke laughed and slipped into a pair of strappy sandals. "How's this?" "Perfect." "Are you going to tell me what we're doing yet?" "You'll see." "Are we getting makeovers? The invitation said to wear dressy but comfortable clothes and not bother with hair or makeup." Zoey planted her fists on her hips. "Who's the rat that let that much slip?" "I stole the invitation from my mom and peeked. She still has no idea." "Well, I'm not saying a word." Zoey grinned, her whole body thrumming with eager anticipation. Brooke was going to love tonight. Best of all, the press should leave them alone. Zoey had picked Dapper Day specifically because the park would be crowded, and with so many people dressed over the top, the bridal shower guest would easily blend into the crowd. A knock echoed through the apartment. Brooke's eyes were wide and excited. "I can't believe it! My bridal shower!" "I always told you your prince would come." Brooke let out a happy sigh. "Luke is a prince, isn't he?" "He's definitely rich enough to be one." "Limo's here." Brooke laughed. "Luke?" "He insisted on financing tonight, and you know me, I never turn down a man's money." Brooke wrapped an arm around Zoey, giving her a side hug. "Normally I'd scold you, but tonight I'm too excited. I'm going to miss being roommates." Zoey leaned her head against Brooke's, blinking back tears. "Let's not talk about that tonight. This evening's all about fun. Besides, we still have 2 days before you leave for France." "Oh, that reminds me. There are still a few toujours things I want to go over with you." Zoey's neck muscles tightened, as though Brooke had dropped a carrying pole on it with 2 overflowing buckets of water attached. Oh yeah, Zoey was supposed to play boss while Brooke was in France, since Zoey would only be gone just long enough for the wedding. Brooke said there was no one else she trusted as much. "We can talk about that tomorrow," Zoey said. "Tonight is all about you." In the limo, Zoey cranked up the radio. An hour later, the vehicle was filled with Brooke's friends and family, plus a photographer Zoey had hired to immortalize the evening. Zoey passed the drinks around as laughter and excited energy filled the space. She sat back in her seat, pleased with how the evening was going so far. Mitch's obvious skepticism about her ability to pull off tonight was completely unfounded. When the evening was over, she'd rub her success in his face. "Zoey, when are you going to tell us where we're going?" Brooke asked as they cruised along the interstate. "Patience, darling." Zoey adjusted her skirts. "I promise everyone is going to have a fantastic night." The limousine exited I-5 and turned onto Harbor Boulevard. The Tower of Terror peeked out above the treetops. "Zoey," Brooke said. "Are we—" "No." Zoey couldn't stop smiling. "Haven't I always told you that you deserved a prince? And didn't we just decide you've landed one?" The limo pulled into the drop-off zone at the front of the park. Brooke let out a squeal and threw her arms around Zoey. "Are you serious?" Zoey laughed, returning Brooke's hug. "This isn't the only trick I have up my sleeve." She held up a hand, and the giggling women quieted down. "Ladies, I've got a night planned for us that no one will ever forget. Leave the presents in the limo and stay close." The group spilled out of the limo, laughing like children on their first trip. Zoey patted her purse, making sure the tickets Mitch had given her a few days earlier were still safely tucked inside. Instrumental music floated through the speakers, light and happy. The setting sun just kissed the peak of the Matterhorn in the distance, and globe lamps gave off a warm yellow glow. Zoey took a deep breath, her posture naturally straightening. Tonight would be absolutely magical. They waited in a line filled with guests in their 1950s best, then had their tickets scanned and pushed their way through the turnstiles, entering the park. "Zoey, I love it," Brooke laughed, giving her another hug. "Let's get a picture of everyone in front of the flowers with the train station in the background. The sunlight's perfect right now." "You're the bride." Zoey motioned to the photographer, and they all gathered in front of the waist-high brick wall and smiled for the camera. Zoey hoped she was the only photographer taking pictures of them tonight. No, not hoped. Knew. No one would recognize them, and the paparazzi were all at clubs in LA hoping to catch someone drunk and stupid. Zoey led the group down idyllic Main Street, USA, her heels clicking against the pavement. They passed a little girl begging her parents for a balloon. A young couple in their Sunday best shared an ice cream as they laughed together. Zoey breathed deeply, inhaling the scent of fresh popcorn and pretzels. She wound around a vendor pushing a cart with ice cream and soda, avoiding the streetcar rails in the middle of the road so her heels wouldn't get stuck. People sat along the roped-off areas of the sidewalk, waiting for a parade. A flash went off, and Zoey flinched. But it was just their hired photographer. "Relax," she told herself. She'd kept the location a secret from everyone but Mitch and Luke, and her next surprise should help make Brooke a little less recognizable. Zoey headed straight for the castle, the focal point at the end of the path. Once inside, she veered left and stopped just outside the boutique. "We're going shopping?" Brooke asked. Zoey motioned inside the shop with a flourish. The front was filled with princess dresses, glittering high heels, and tiaras for little girls. In the back, swiveling beauty chairs were positioned in front of round mirrors. A stylist stood by each one. "We're transforming into princesses for the evening," Zoey said. "Just tell the fairy godmothers who you want to be, and they'll make it happen." The ladies squealed, racing inside the shop. Brooke stayed with Zoey, a goofy grin on her face. "You'd better go get ready for the ball." Zoey nudged Brooke with her shoulder. "This is perfect, Zoe. Thank you." She grabbed Zoey's hand and tugged her inside. For the next hour, Zoey chatted with her hairdresser, the room abuzz of giggling women. The boutique had taken on the air of a teenage slumber party. Zoey laughed as her hair was curled and then piled on top of her head. The hairdresser sprayed the whole thing with glitter and accented the locks with starfish hair clips. As the finishing touch, she placed a tiara that resembled ocean coral on the crown of Zoey's head. Brooke turned to Zoey, her Cinderella tiara glinting in the chandelier light. Her rich brown hair had been pulled into a bun on top of her head, with jewels pinned throughout. "How do I look?" "Absolutely gorgeous." Zoey looked around, noting that everyone was nearly finished. She pulled her phone out of her purse and checked the clock. She'd timed it perfectly. "Luke got us reservations at Club 33, the trophy room." Brooke's eyes widened and she squealed. "Are you serious? Their cheesecake is my favorite." "I don't joke about food." "Club 33, one of the women said. "I've never heard of it." "You'll love it," Zoey said. At least she hoped they would. The women exited the castle and headed toward New Orleans Square, a posse of giggling kids at heart, thrilled to be princesses at Disneyland. Zoey led them past Pirates of the Caribbean and to the shops near the ride exit. There, across from the jewelry store, was an ornate door. The glass above it had 33 etched into it. Zoey pushed the intercom and gave them Luke's name. "This is so cool," Brooke said. Zoey grinned, turning away from the intercom to talk to Brooke. A tall man disappeared into the shadows of the shop across from them, his face visible for less than a second. Zoey's jaw tensed and her heart hammered in her chest. "What's wrong?" Brooke asked. Zoey forced a smile. "Nothing." The door to Club 33 opened, and a woman in a tuxedo ushered them inside. "Are you sure?" Brooke asked. Zoey nodded, raising her voice so the entire party could hear her. "This is the only place in the park where you can get alcohol, so drink up, ladies." Brooke's brow creased together, but she followed the hostess up the stairs. Zoey glanced over her shoulder one last time before the door shut behind her. For a moment, she had been certain she saw an attractive man with purposefully silver-streaked hair watching them. Chapter 4. Zoey's stomach curdled from anxiety all through dinner, and she barely touched her meal, which probably cost as much as an entire month's rent. Surely her eyes played tricks on her. Alan shouldn't be here, couldn't be here. If he was, it could only mean one thing. Mitch had been right. She shook her head, stabbing at the duck on her plate. No. It could mean Alan was a creep who had followed her to Disneyland. It could mean he had come at the last minute with friends. Who was to say it was even Alan she'd seen? Lots of men had graying hair and a trim figure. Zoey took a sip of wine. The dark wood paneling of the trophy room pressed in on her, whispering, "You were wrong. Again." No. Mitch was wrong, not Zoey. She forced herself to focus on the laughing women around the rich mahogany table, set with fine china and more forks than Zoey knew what to do with. She had never been to Club 33, but had to admit the atmosphere was impressively magical, if a little boys' club for her taste. They had the entire trophy room to themselves. Zoey wondered how much that extra perk had cost Luke, and everyone seemed to be having fun. Concept art from various animated films hung in ornate frames on the walls, and in one corner there was an animatronic vulture they'd had fun conversing with when they first arrived. Nearly everyone was finished with the main course. Perfect. Zoey glanced at the round table in another corner of the room, piled high with presents, which Mitch had arranged to have delivered so the guests wouldn't have to carry them through the park. They'd open presents, eat dessert, and then head out to the park with their multitude of fast passes, compliments of Club 33, and hit the rides. This party would be a home run. No weirdo stalker would ruin that. For the next hour, Zoey tried to forget about Alan and Mitch, while Brooke opened presents and they enjoyed dessert. Disneyland was a big park, and it only made sense that someone would have the same dark hair and average build as Alan. He wasn't a reporter. He wasn't a celebrity-obsessed fan hoping to sell a story. He wasn't here. She was overthinking things at best and paranoid at worst. Curse you, Mitchell Harris. Why was she letting him get in her head? It seemed to be his special talent. "Thank you so much for the gifts," Brooke said, smiling at her friends and family. "I'm so glad you could all come tonight. Thank you so much, Zoey, for putting this amazing party together." The women clapped and Zoey gave a dramatic bow. Yes, this would be a bridal shower for the memoirs. "How about we go enjoy the park?" Zoey asked, and the women cheered. Okay, but first, I have a surprise for you. Something glittery. A tiara isn't glittery enough? Brooke teased. Psh, hardly. Zoey reached for a box hidden in one corner of the room and slowly withdrew a long strip of white silk. She held out the sash, dramatically showing everyone the word bride written in glittery pink. Brooke laughed, taking her sash. Zoey passed out personalized sashes to the others, then slipped on her own maid of honor sash. I know the sashes seem a little obvious, Zoey said, but I couldn't resist. It'll be dark soon, and between our princess makeovers and Dapper Day, I don't think anyone will recognize you. Perfect, Brooke said. She gave Zoey a tight hug. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this evening. I'm having such a great time. You deserve awesome, so that's what I intend to give you. Zoey cleared her throat and raised her voice so everyone could hear. Bride picks the first ride. Where are we going, Brooke? Brooke pursed her lips and her nose scrunched up in thought. We're right by Pirates of the Caribbean. Let's go there first. Excellent choice. Leave anything you don't want to carry here and it will be taken back to the limo. Zoey made a rolling motion with her hands. Let's go fight some pirates. They exited Club 33, a group of loud and slightly tipsy women. Zoey wasn't tipsy, though. She'd barely had half a glass of wine. She wouldn't let alcohol affect her vigilance against paparazzi and the possible weirdo she had a date with tomorrow. She followed close to Brooke, eyes roving the crowd for any hint of Alan. Surely Zoey had been mistaken. Why wouldn't he have mentioned at the charity event that he was coming? They exited the side path through the shops and entered the more open walkway that meandered in front of Pirates of the Caribbean. Zoey skipped over the guests wearing Mickey ears and carrying flashing wands. Alan didn't seem the type, but then again, she didn't really know anything about him. She carefully studied each guest leaning against the metal railing surrounding the lake. She quickly discounted the parents parking strollers. Her shoulders relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. Alan wasn't here. She froze, her eyes landing on a wholly unexpected figure. Average height, lanky frame, smooth chocolate-brown skin, and close-cropped curly hair. He leaned against the railing, his back to the lake and eyes scanning the crowd. He was close enough to chuck a shoe at. Okay, she definitely needed an eye exam. That was twice tonight she had seen someone she shouldn't have. She squinted, like that would help. Not Alan. Mitch. She clenched her jaw, anger swelling in her. That meddling idiot. Brooke crinkled her nose. Huh? The scent of churros wafted over from a nearby cart. Zoey tried to focus on that and not the white-hot rage that made her want to leap across the 10 feet between them and wrap her hands around Mitch's throat. Nothing. Brooke gave her a yeah right eyebrow raise and craned her neck. It's got to be a guy. That's usually what pisses you off. Wait, Brooke pointed. Is that Mitch? Yeah, that's him. I never pegged him as a bridal shower crasher. The daggers from Zoey's stare had finally made their way across the concrete walkway to where Mitch leaned against the iron railing. He glanced up, his jaw muscles flexing when he saw them. He quickly looked away, then ran a hand over his hair as though unsure what to do. Brooke laughed, waving. Mitch slowly lifted a hand in return. He's not crashing the bridal shower, Brooke said. He's looking for excuses to spend time with you. Zoey let out a snort. He likes you, Zoe. Sure, if by like you mean can't spend 2 minutes together without arguing. Heck, they were usually lucky to make it that long. Sometimes the strongest couples are the ones with a rocky start. Zoey rolled her eyes. Oh, please, matchmaking has fried your brain. Mitch pushed away from the railing and strode across the walkway, looking right at home for a change in his suit and tie. Apparently, staying away was more awkward than coming over. Zoey's pulse raced and her cheeks burned with heat. She looked down at her dress and wished she had worn something different. She folded her arms, reminding herself of everything about Mitch that drove her crazy. How anal he was about alphabetizing his credit cards, the way he planned out when, where, and what he would eat for the next day each evening, his obsession with meditation and yoga and other New Age crap. Her eyes lingered on the way his light blue button-down shirt contrasted with his skin, how his suit jacket fit his shoulders perfectly. She'd always thought of Mitch as lanky, but he'd felt strong and confident when wrapping his arms around her all those months ago. There was no justice in the world. It wasn't fair that someone like Mitch could be such an amazing kisser. She forced herself to glare. When he was within earshot, she spoke. "What are you doing here?" He stuck his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. "I'm looking for my sister. We had an argument and I need to talk to her." Zoey couldn't help it. She let out a very unladylike snort. "Right." "You don't have to believe me, but it's the truth." He gave Brooke a nod. "Sorry for interrupting your party like this." "Don't worry about it." Brooke linked one arm through Mitch's and the other through Zoey's, dragging them toward the line opening. "You should go on the ride with us. You can text Jasmine to meet you. If you keep wandering around, you'll never find each other." "I think she's ignoring my texts and calls." "Then you can give her some time to cool down," Brooke said. "I'm sure Mitch has other things to do," Zoey began. But the women swarmed behind them, quickly followed by more patrons entering the ride, effectively blocking off an easy escape route. Brooke released their arms and gave Zoey a wink, then turned to her mother. The rest of the guests crowded around Zoey and Mitch, talking and laughing. Zoey slid to the side, allowing the others to pass until it was her and Mitch at the back of the bridal party. Mitch eyed Zoey up and down, lingering on her glittery hair and sash. Did he recognize the dress? Zoey folded her arms and glared. "You expect me to believe your sister's here?" "You can believe whatever you want." The nonchalant words irked Zoey the way non-parallel objects irked Mitch. "She just happened to be here on the same evening I'm throwing a bridal shower for Brooke, a bridal shower that you kept trying to take control of." "I didn't." Mitch clenched his jaw and let out a guttural sigh. "If I hadn't made those arrangements, you would have showed up tonight with nothing planned." "I offered to make the phone calls, but you said it'd be easier for you to do it since you had access to Luke's credit card. And then you failed to tell me when an extra guest was added to the tally. Yeah, you would have done great at scheduling everything." "You know, everything doesn't have to be planned in advance, Mitch. If we hadn't gotten into Club 33, we would have enjoyed Mickey-shaped pretzels and Dole Whips. If we hadn't booked the boutique, we would have gone to my house for makeovers. I do have some experience in that arena. Like 10 to 20 hours a week worth. But I would have made the arrangements and everything would have been just fine." Not everyone can live in the chaos that is Zoey land. "You're too uptight. You just can't roll with the punches." He leaned forward, the confines of the line pressing him close. "And you never plan anything out. You fly by the seat of your pants and expect others to pick up the slack for your poor planning." "Funny. I remember a time when you admired my adventurous spirit." They slowly but steadily moved forward in line, winding up the ramp and toward the interior of the building where the ride was housed. All around them, people joked and talked, but all Zoey could think about was how much she wanted to hit Mitch. That or kiss him. She stepped inside the building, and Mitch followed close behind. Giggling passengers and boats wound toward the loading and unloading area. The air inside the building was cool and smelled of chlorine and humidity. A few feet away, on the other side of the water, an animatronic parrot squawked. "Be straight. Are you here to check up on me?" Zoey pointed to the laughing party guest, who seemed oblivious to the conversation going on between Mitch and Zoey. In case you can't tell, I have everything under control. They're having a fantastic time. I'm not here to check up on you. But his voice was a little too high to be natural, his words too rushed. I'm not an idiot. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Zoey still remembered the way the close-cut curls had felt under her hands, coarse but somehow soft at the same time. How had they gone from flirty friends to this? I really did have a fight with my sister. She's here with her friends and we left on pretty bad terms. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep unless I apologized and she wouldn't pick up her phone. Let me guess. You tried to control her life and she didn't like it. Mitch's eyes clouded and Zoey felt a momentary pang of guilt. She dropped out of UCLA, he said finally. I can't let her throw her future away. Some of Zoey's anger evaporated. She didn't know a lot of details about Mitch's past, but she did know that money had always been tight. I'm sorry. She actually meant the words this time. I know how important education is to you. She didn't even talk to me about her decision. I went over to her apartment a few hours ago after I found out, and it didn't go well. But fashion isn't a viable career option. It's a hobby. Zoey thought of her own plans. Was she really going to quit toujours and pursue a career doing makeup professionally? Sure, she kept busy in the evenings and on weekends doing makeup for weddings. She certainly had the connections after a few years at toujours, and her YouTube channel was starting to actually generate revenue. But she had no doubt Mitch would find it as ridiculous as fashion. If it isn't a viable career choice, then who designed the suit you're wearing? Mitch sighed and gave her a look that said, You're being ridiculous. You know what I mean. No, actually, I don't. The ride attendant directed them to a boat. They moved forward, each taking a place on a numbered tile. Zoey took a spot behind Brooke. Oh, I think this row will be too crowded, Brooke said. You and Mitch go on the one behind us. Zoey opened her mouth to protest, but the next boat pulled up and everyone started loading. She shot Brooke a glare. Whatever Brooke thought she was doing, it wouldn't work. Mitch stepped gingerly into the boat, and Zoey followed behind. He cleared his throat, and the ride attendant raised an eyebrow. Excuse me, Mitch motioned to the wet seat. Do you have a towel to dry this off? Oh my gosh. Zoey yanked Mitch into the seat. It's a water ride. You're going to get wet. The attendant smirked and the boat lurched forward. It wove its way toward the chirping crickets, flashing fireflies, and old man on a rocking chair on his front porch. It seems like a poor ride choice for women dressed so nicely, Mitch hissed. My butt is wet. It's water, not ink. It'll dry just fine. We're here to have fun. Zoey lowered her voice so Brooke couldn't make out the words. If Jasmine is passionate about fashion, that's what she should do. College isn't for everybody, and it isn't a guarantee for success or failure. It's a lot more of a guarantee than chasing some ridiculous career. She might as well try to become a rock star. The chances of becoming a fashion designer are about the same. Zoey bit the inside of her cheek, struggling to keep back the word vomit. It didn't work. You think if anyone doesn't fit into your cookie-cutter mold of what life should be like, they're doomed to failure. But Jasmine is a creative soul. She'll never be happy in a classroom. You're creative and you graduated college. By the skin of my teeth, I hated every second I spent in the classroom. I only stuck it out because I loved campus life. And because she loved rooming with Brooke. Life isn't all about fun. That's where you're wrong. Fun doesn't pay the bills. It can. Zoey turned, angling her body on the bench so she could see Mitch better. In the dark lighting, his facial features were almost impossible to distinguish. Life's too short to do something you hate, even if it made your best friend happy. She really had to tell Brooke she wanted to quit. Lights from the restaurant inside the ride flickered, casting shadows over the boat. Something glinted in the boat behind them, and someone in that boat grumbled. Zoey turned around. A photographer near the middle of the boat lowered a camera. Zoey blinked, her mind refusing to process what she saw. The photographer's eyes seemed to lock onto hers. Mitch tapped Zoey on the shoulder. "You better turn around. The drop is coming." Zoey turned. The talking pirate head on the archway above them laughed, and then the boat careened down the incline. The bridal shower guests laughed, screaming playfully at the descent. Mitch's shoulder brushed against hers. A few droplets of water splashed onto Zoey's skirt. Her stomach was somewhere in the vicinity of her throat, but not because of the ride. Alan was in the boat behind them. Chapter 5. Dimly lit rides and Zoey were a dangerous combination. Their little boat approached the skeletal sea captain battling the elements as Mitch fought the urge to wrap an arm around Zoey's shoulders. Why had he complained about sitting on a wet seat? It was a small price to pay for a few minutes in the dark with Zoey, especially when she wore that dress. He'd half hoped to run into her tonight, but the dress was a surprising and welcome bonus. He could still remember the way the fabric glided along his skin as he wrapped his hands around her waist. She drove him absolutely crazy. So why did he gravitate toward her like a moth to a flame? Because that's exactly what Zoey was, a flame that would ignite him until he burned into a pile of ash and blew away. He folded his arms, determined to keep them to himself. Yes, the dark lighting was perfect for stealing a kiss. The excited energy emanating from the ride made him want to do something reckless, and, for the lack of a better word, fun. That dress made it hard to think clearly. But no, Zoey was nothing but trouble. Her reaction to Jasmine's career plans solidified his opinion of Zoey as flighty and irresponsible. The boat made its way toward the mock battle. Cannon fire boomed and water splashed. Zoey's body angled towards his on the bench, their knees nearly touching. She looked adorable in her coral tiara, with purple and green glitter flickering in the muted lights. Innocent, yet seductive at the same time. Just like she had that night. Her eyes flickered to the boat behind them. That was the third time now. Mitch turned around, following her line of sight. Her hand landed on his knee and squeezed. Heat spread through his body, a slow burn that would drive him mad. "Don't turn around," she hissed. Mitch froze, their knees just brushing in the tight confines of the bench. "Why not?" Mitch whispered, matching his tone to hers. "It's rude." Mitch rolled his eyes and spun around. What was Zoey up to? "He'll recognize your face," Zoey said. The boat was only a length behind theirs. Mitch scanned the passengers, not sure who had caught her attention. A man sat in the middle row, a little apart from the couple he shared it with. Light reflected off the lens of the camera hanging around his neck. His hair and clothing were dark, and it was hard to make out any distinguishing features in the dim light. But something about the set of his jaw and profile seemed familiar. "Do you know that guy?" Mitch asked. Zoey closed her eyes and breathed deeply, a sign of patience he recognized from when they had been friends. Her eyelids sparkled with purple glittery makeup in the dim light of the ride. A pirate chased a woman through a building as the boat meandered through the town, and the sound of gunshots was just audible. "He's an old boyfriend you're avoiding," Mitch guessed. "Not exactly." Oh, so maybe he was just another man she had kissed and ditched, or one of her many admirers, but this time an unwelcome one, or... Light illuminated the man's face for the briefest of moments, highlighting the silver in his hair, and that's when it clicked. Alan, the man who'd asked Zoey out at the charity event on Tuesday. "What is he doing here?" Mitch asked. "I don't have to answer your questions." "Did you invite him?" "Of course not." Her nose crinkled in disgust at the suggestion. It's probably just a coincidence. Yeah, and I'm sure the professional-grade camera is too. Zoey pulled her hand from his knee and let out an angry sigh. Lots of people bring cameras to Disneyland. Usually they're of the cell phone variety. Maybe photography is a hobby. I don't know him that well. Mitch ran a hand through his hair, his muscles tense with nerves. He's a reporter, just like I warned you. You don't know that. But her voice was tight, her arms folded, sure signs of defensiveness. Did you tell him you'd be at Disneyland tonight? Yeah, but I didn't tell him it was for Brooke's bridal shower. You're the only one who mentioned that at the party. He was across the room at the bar. There's no way he could have overheard. Oh, but I tell him I'm going to Disneyland for a girls' night and he infers it's wedding-related and shows up to spy? Yes. How could you let this happen? The accusation came out harsher than he intended, but a day of stressful news had him at the end of his rope. Alan had to be paparazzi. He'd sweet-talked information out of Zoey and followed a hunch. The sashes were a dead giveaway that tonight was wedding-related. Tomorrow, when the photos of the ridiculously over-the-top bridal shower were front-page tabloid news, it wouldn't matter that Zoey had led the lion into the herd of sheep. Mitch would be the one to clean up the mess. It's not like I specifically sought out someone who would ruin tonight. Each word was a razor blade slicing through Mitch. I wanted tonight to go well too, you know. You're too trusting. Mitch couldn't keep the accusation from his voice. Right, she said, the word full of sarcasm, because the only possible reason someone could want to date me is to get wedding coverage of Brooke and Luke. The problem with Zoey was that too many men wanted to date her, for too many reasons. Mitch glanced over his shoulder. Alan didn't seem to have noticed them. He was taking a photo of a pirate, the flash on his camera turned off in compliance with the ride rules. That's not what I meant. Either I'm a crappy friend trying to ruin the bridal shower, or I'm a gullible idiot being used to get to Brooke and Luke. Take your pick. She might as well have asked him which side of the sword he wanted to be sliced with. The boat bumped to a stop at the bottom of the incline. Captain Jack Sparrow sung about the benefits of being a pirate. The bridal shower guests chatted and laughed. Mitch had to admit Zoey was right about at least one thing. Everyone was enjoying themselves. The shower was unorthodox, but it seemed to be a hit with the guests. Too bad Zoey's reporter boyfriend was going to ruin everything. Mitch glanced over his shoulder again. This time, Alan's camera was aimed right at their boat. He quickly adjusted the angle, pretending to take a photo of Jack and all his loot. But Mitch wasn't fooled. Alan was trying to not blow his cover, and he thought Mitch and Zoey still hadn't noticed him. The boat caught on the conveyor belt and slowly rose to ground level, landing with a gentle splash. Water sloshed over the side of the boat, and Mitch pressed closer to the middle of the boat, and Zoey. He breathed deeply, enjoying the smell of coconut that always surrounded her. We can still salvage this, Zoey said. I just have to distract him, cause a scene. I don't think he even knows. Zoey leaned forward and tapped Brooke on the shoulder. The two had a quick, whispered conversation. Brooke's eyes flicked to Alan and hardened in anger. She nodded, then leaned forward and whispered to the other members of the group. Alan's camera was out and clicking away. It seemed he knew they were onto him and was determined to get as many shots as possible while he could. With the evening light spilling in from the front doors, illuminating their boat perfectly, they'd probably be really good shots. Why hadn't Zoey listened to Mitch on Tuesday? What are you planning? He asked Zoey. Just play along, Zoey said. She might as well ask him to go skydiving. Play along is not a plan. I don't do improv. You're going to have to if we want to keep him from selling those photos to every tabloid in the country. The boat pulled to a stop. The other girls quickly disembarked, walking at a fast pace toward the exit. Zoey got out more slowly, allowing the women to pull ahead. Behind them, Mitch heard the rapid click of a camera shutter. "We need to help the others disappear," Mitch said. "I'll find a cast member and explain the situation." "There's not enough time. I need to create a diversion so they can get away." The women pushed through the rope gate just ahead of them, increasing the distance. Mitch grabbed Zoey's hand and pulled her forward. He needed to get Brooke somewhere camera-free. Zoey leaned back, slowing their pace. "Your diversions tend to become headline news," he said. Her hand was soft and cool in his. Did nothing stress her out? Or have you forgotten about the ice cream incident at the zoo? "Well, it worked, didn't it? The story was about me instead of Brooke and Luke." Alan's boat jerked toward the loading area as the distance between Mitch and Zoey and the rest of the bridal party grew. The boat was still 3 feet from the dock when Alan leapt out. "Sir!" the ride attendant exclaimed. "Go!" Zoey shouted at the women. Brooke glanced back, then started running. The camera click sped up. Zoey let go of Mitch's hand and lengthened her stride. They burst out of the building and into the dimly lit alley. The narrow path was crowded with tourists in flashing Mickey ears and vintage attire, holding Dole whips and bags of souvenirs. Mitch could just see the tops of tiaras as the bridal party sprinted toward the ever-crowded area in front of Indiana Jones. "Why aren't we following them?" Mitch demanded. "I'm making sure they get away." Alan burst onto the path behind them, the camera raised to his eye. Zoey whirled, planting herself right in front of him. "Why are you following me?" she demanded, her voice louder than it needed to be. Mitch thought a much better question was, "Zoey, why are you confronting the crazy reporter?" But at least Brooke and the rest of the women had disappeared into the crowd. Alan froze, his eyes flickering back and forth between Mitch and Zoey. "Surprise," he said, his voice cracking on the word. He leaned forward as though to give her a hug, but Zoey held up a hand. "We haven't even been on a date. Following me here is grade A creepy." Alan swallowed, and Mitch had to admire Zoey's forthrightness. It was knocking Alan off his game. "I ended up coming here for work last minute," Alan said. "I didn't think I'd run into you." Zoey planted her hands on her hips. "You mean your work as a reporter?" Alan furrowed his brows in a pathetic attempt to seem confused. "What are you talking about?" "What paper do you work for?" Mitch demanded. "How much are they paying you to do a story on Brooke's bridal shower?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Alan said. "I'm just trying to pay the bills like everyone else in the world." Zoey let out a laugh. "You disgust me." Then she raised her voice again, and Mitch finally knew what Zoey was doing, causing a scene. "I never would have agreed to a date if I had known you were a crazy stalker." Someone gasped, and a few people stopped to watch, creating a bottleneck that only attracted more tourists. A trickle of perspiration trailed between Mitch's shoulder blades when someone pulled out a cell phone and snapped a picture. Alan dropped the camera so it hung from the strap around his neck and ran a hand through his hair. "I really need to go. I didn't come to interrupt your girls' night." "Kick him to the curb, honey," someone yelled from the crowd. Zoey grabbed Mitch, yanking him to her. He stumbled, placing a hand on Zoey's waist to steady himself. "What kind of man takes advantage of a girl fighting with her boyfriend?" Zoey said. "I won't let you come between me and Mitch." Zoey's hand rested on his chest, making it hard to think. Was he supposed to play the boyfriend in this little charade of hers? He did so much better with a script. The gig was up, and Alan knew it. He clenched his jaw and stepped to the side, his neck craning for a view of Brooke. Mitch stepped in front of him. No way he was going to let this guy ruin the night, or publish his shots in the paper. Maybe he could pay Alan off. "I didn't know you were dating anyone," Alan said. "Oh, that's so typical." Zoey flung out an arm. "And I suppose you didn't know it was stalking to climb in my window at 3 a.m. either? You didn't know it was stalking to keep track of a girl's location through her GPS on her phone?" The crowd gasped and broke out in whispers. "I'm not stalking you," Alan exclaimed. Zoey let out a loud, hysterical laugh. I haven't slept in weeks because of you. Do you even care? I can't go anywhere without seeing your face. Restraining orders mean nothing to you. A woman in a horned Maleficent hat scowled from her spot in the crowd and called Alan a foul name. Mitch had to agree with her, even if Zoey's story was complete crap. He had to give Zoey credit for thinking fast. He almost believed the tale himself, she told it with so much conviction. She's making this up, Alan said. He lunged to get around Zoey, but Mitch blocked him once again. I've moved on. Zoey wrapped an arm around Mitch, snuggling up against his side. Mitch swallowed hard, suddenly not loving this plan. Or maybe loving it too much. He wasn't sure which. Mitch is 100 times the man you could ever hope to be. You tell him, lady, Maleficent shouted. You're crazy, Alan said. He raised his voice. She's crazy. I barely know her. We haven't even gone on a date. Oh, so now, after terrorizing me for months, you've decided to accept the fact that we've never dated? Zoey said. It's too little, too late. Don't make me throw your butt back in jail. Okay, this had gone far enough. It was time to end this charade and let the crowd disperse. Camera phones were everywhere, and Zoey was still present enough in the media that someone might recognize her and make the connection to Brooke. The maid of honor sash definitely didn't help matters. Mitch tugged on Zoey, trying to pull her away. I think you've made your point. Let's go, dear. If only he could figure out how to take Alan's camera with them. Buying him off was out of the question now that they had attracted so much attention. It was like Zoey read his mind. An overweight, balding man edged his way through the middle of the crowd, unconcerned with the argument going on. Clutched in his hand was an oversized drink. Zoey reached out and grabbed the cup from the man's hand. Hey! He shouted. Quick as lightning, Zoey had the lid off. The dark cola hit Alan's camera right in the lens and soaked the front of his shirt. Ice dropped to the floor like breaking glass. Someone in the crowd shrieked, and a flash went off from a camera. You don't deserve a woman like me, Zoey told Alan. Maleficent clapped, and a few others joined in. Alan cursed, calling Zoey a name that had Mitch wanting to punch him in the throat. That was a $2,000 camera. I don't have the money to replace that. Try selling the photos to the tabloids now, Zoey said. Then she grabbed Mitch's hand and they disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 6. Last night had to be some sort of awful dream. Zoey burrowed deeper into the fluffy blankets on her bed, fighting to return to the warm comfort of sleep. But sunlight streamed through the open curtains in her bedroom, making her squint. Surely Alan hadn't shown up at the bridal shower and taken photos. At least she had ruined his camera so he couldn't post them. Mitch hadn't seemed especially thrilled with her solution to the Alan problem, if his huffy departure last night was any indication. At least Brooke was happy. She'd laughed when Zoey related the story, and they had spent the rest of the night enjoying Disneyland. Mitch and Alan aside, Zoey was confident last night had been the best bridal shower any of the guests had ever attended. Zoey stretched, raising her arms above her head and letting out a loud yawn. Another 2.5 weeks, and she could stop worrying so much about the dang press. And when Brooke got back from her honeymoon, Zoey would turn in her 2 weeks' notice. Probably. Maybe she'd just tell Brooke about her side business and see if she could cut back on her hours until it really took off. Brooke was counting on Zoey to help train the new matchmakers, and she didn't want to disappoint her. Zoey exhaled, puffing her teal-streaked bangs out of her eyes. Stop being a wimp, she said aloud. Why was she so worried about what Brooke would think? This wasn't about Brooke. It was about Zoey wanting to lie down and die every time a client cried over another failed date. But makeup? Just last week, Zoey had done the makeup for a bride who had been burned in a grease fire. The bride had barely held back tears at the finished product. She told Zoey it was the first time she felt beautiful since the accident. Toujours was all computer databases and guesswork, but Zoey's talent had helped give that bride confidence. Zoey just needed to tell Brooke the truth and quit. Brooke would understand. Hopefully. Worst case scenario, Brooke would hate her, the business would tank, and Zoey would end up unemployed and homeless. Yeah, easy peasy. Zoey grabbed her phone and swiped a finger across the screen, bringing it to life. She'd received at least a half-dozen emails from prospective makeup clients while at the shower yesterday that she needed to respond to. Hopefully, she wouldn't have to turn anyone away. Her schedule had been packed lately, and she was starting to run out of excuses to explain away her absences to Brooke. If not for Brooke's preoccupation with the press and the wedding, Zoey knew her secret would have been blown long ago. A message icon blinked. She opened the text, surprised to see Mitch's name and two cryptic words. Call me. Zoey's nail clicked against the screen before she swiped the message away without a response. If Mitch wanted to continue harassing her about last night, she could do without talking to him. Anything important, and he would have called. No, scratch that. He would be banging on her door, demanding answers. She checked the views on her latest makeup tutorial video. Nearly 5,000 in less than 48 hours. Not too shabby. Then flipped over to her emails, deleting the spammy ones and leaving the toujours-related messages for Monday. She responded to a few emails from makeup clients and added their appointments to her calendar, relieved she could fit them all in. Then she checked Instagram before moving on to Facebook. It only took 3 seconds of scrolling for the first trending news topic to appear. Zoey yelped, sitting bolt upright in bed. How had a photo of Brooke, her tiara and sash glittering in the street lamps of Disneyland, found its way to Zoey's newsfeed? The photo also showed Zoey at Brooke's side. The other party guests were partially hidden due to the angle of the picture, the haunted house clearly visible in the background. They all looked tipsy. Bachelorette's gone wild. What a headline. No, 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 no! Zoey clicked on the article and rapidly scanned through it. Well, those wedding date predictions were all wild speculation. Still, the article was right about one thing. The wedding date was sooner than Brooke and Luke were letting on to the press. Wait, was that a picture of Zoey? She zoomed in, muttering curses under her breath. The photo was grainy, definitely of the cell phone variety, but still worth at least 1,000 words. Someone had caught the moment she threw soda on Alan, then sold it to the press. Alan had probably been the one to buy it. The article didn't have a byline, but she'd bet money he'd written it. Zoey closed her eyes. The phone loosened in her hands, then fell forward and hit her on the brow before tumbling into her lap. Zoey growled, rubbing at her forehead. Brooke was going to freak. How had Alan gotten the photos off his camera? There was no way it had survived that soda explosion. Had there been another photographer she hadn't noticed? Had Alan had another camera? The photo quality of everything but the soda picture was too high quality to come from a cell phone. How had Zoey gotten them into this mess? Zoey clicked over the trending topic. The story had already been picked up by nearly a dozen different magazines. Brooke's wild night on the town was a result of a big fight between her and Luke. No, it was a bachelorette party, and the wedding must be in LA this weekend. Or maybe Brooke's unstable maid of honor had hosted such a raucous party that they'd been kicked out by security an hour before the park closed. Each article gave a different spin on the night's events, and all claimed to have insider information. "I'll show you unstable," Zoey muttered. The story by itself wasn't that awful. The speculations about the wedding date were. Now every paparazzi in the city would tail Brooke and Luke, hoping to be the first to leak photos of the most anticipated wedding of the year. No wonder Mitch wanted to talk to her. A cry of outrage echoed down the hallway. Looked like Brooke was awake and had seen the story too. Zoey's bedroom door burst open, revealing Brooke in a camisole and pajama shorts, her brown hair disheveled. She brandished the phone at Zoey. He got pictures. It's everywhere. And it was all Zoey's fault. I know. I am so sorry. I thought I had taken care of it. Brooke's eyes brimmed with tears. All I want is to marry Luke without the world watching. But they're never going to give me that, are they? They might have, if she hadn't flirted with the wrong wolf. A softball wedged in Zoey's throat. She pulled Brooke in for a tight hug. Not willingly, but we're smarter than them. We can make this wedding happen without the press. Luke wants us to meet at his apartment in an hour to do damage control. Which was probably why Mitch had texted her. Are you sure Luke asked me to come? Yes, he specifically said both of us. Can you be ready in a half hour? He's sending a driver over in case the paparazzi tries to follow us. I bet they're already camping outside the building. I'll be ready. They managed to sneak out a side entrance and escape into the town car without the paparazzi's notice. Brooke clutched her pink Birkin bag in her lap with white knuckles. The words of the articles ran through Zoey's mind over and over again while a rock lodged itself in her stomach. What could she have done differently? Alan had seemed so nice. Was she supposed to assume anyone interested in her was after a story? Shall I take the side entrance, Miss Pierce? The driver asked, snapping Zoey out of her thoughts. Zoey peered out the window and sucked in a breath. There had to be close to 24 reporters waiting outside the front entrance of the building. Yes, please, Brooke squeaked. Zoey grabbed her friend's hand. They aren't going to ruin your wedding. I'm not so sure anymore. The driver circled the block before using the gated service entrance. Zoey got out of the car, her neck craning to see the top of the building, all sleek lines and different shades of gray. Once inside, the doorman immediately called the elevator. An attendant inserted the access key and selected the penthouse. How mad was Mitch going to be? Would he rake her over the coals, berate her for her poor choices, be stoic and silent? Zoey never knew what to expect from him. For a straightforward guy, he was somewhat of an enigma. The elevator door slid open, and the cool voice of Talia, the home automation system that had made Luke's company billions, said, "Welcome. Please come in." Zoey's hands turned clammy. She looked down at the skinny jeans and fitted V-neck tee she had thrown on last minute and wondered if she should have worn something different. What would Mitch think of her casual attire? He already thought she didn't take life seriously. Would he take one look at her wardrobe and assume she didn't take these articles seriously either? She would fix this. Somehow. Luke walked into the foyer with long, purposeful strides. Brooke fell into his arms, burying her face against his chest. I don't know how this happened, she said, her words tripping over themselves. Now they're going to know the wedding is close and they're going to monitor our every move and they're going to find out and ruin everything. Hey. Luke took Brooke's face between his hands. His look was so intimate that Zoey had to look away. I'm so scared this is all going to fall apart, Brooke whispered. We're not going to let it. There's no way we can go to France now without arousing suspicion. I really wanted to take care of the last wedding details in person. Her voice was thick with emotion. Zoey wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Mitch is doing damage control with the press, Luke said, and I've worked out a plan that I think will lessen the risk and still give you a dream wedding. Let's go sit down and we can talk about everything. Mitch is in the living room. Luke gave Zoey a fleeting smile. Thanks for coming. Of course, Zoey said. The rock in her stomach broke apart and tiny pebbles danced around with sharp pangs. In the living room, Mitch sat on a rich leather couch, laptop resting on his knees as he furiously typed away. He wore slacks and a button-down shirt. Even on a Saturday, he couldn't relax. See, he's all wrong for you. Who wore a suit on a weekend unless they had to? Suddenly, Zoey felt silly in her jeans and tee, even though Mitch was the one overdressed. Luke pulled Brooke onto the love seat, the two of them cuddling close, leaving the spot next to Mitch open. Zoey gingerly sat down, making sure to stay as close to the armrest and as far away from Mitch as possible. "Okay, let's start with a status report," Luke said, nodding at Mitch. Mitch looked up from his laptop, his eyes avoiding Zoey. "The photos have gone viral, so there's nothing we can do to try and cover up the story. The photographer, Alan, has been on Twitter, threatening to sue you for his ruined camera. But he couldn't sue you, only Zoey, and he's getting enough publicity from that particular stunt to make the loss worth his time and money. The tabloids aren't used to playing the victim, and it must be a nice change." The pebbles were pinging around in her stomach, angry ricochets that made Zoey want to throw up. She had been so sure at the time that causing a scene and ruining the camera was the way to keep this quiet. But all she had succeeded in doing was making everything worse. Maybe Mitch was right, and she was too much of a free spirit. "So the paparazzi didn't do anything illegal, the stories will still be printed, and Brooke and I will still be hounded," Luke said. "Most likely." Mitch swallowed, and for the first time, Zoey saw a hint of discomfort. "We can increase security measures around you and Brooke to try and keep the wedding secret. And we can increase security at the actual wedding. That way, if the paparazzi find it, at least they won't be able to get in." "We're supposed to leave for Paris tomorrow," Brooke said. "Speculation is already rampant that France is a possible wedding location. This is going to fuel the fire." "Disguises have worked before," Zoey said. Brooke shook her head. "Too many people are watching now. Everyone with a cell phone wants a photo they can sell." "We can't go to Paris tomorrow," Luke agreed. "It'll be a dead giveaway. There's no way we're getting from here to the airport without being followed." Brooke's foot tapped against the ground rapidly, and her hands were tight fists in her lap. "So we're supposed to leave the final preparations and approvals up to a wedding planner we barely know? I've worked too hard on this wedding to throw it all away." "You can video conference with Juliet," Mitch said. "At least then you can see things visually and make the decisions yourself." "It's not the same," Brooke said. "I know, but it might be the next best thing," Mitch said. "Yeah, that's what I want for my wedding, the next best thing." Luke's hand landed on Brooke's knee. "The most important thing is that the wedding remains a secret so we have one day free from the paparazzi. That's what you want most, right, Brooke?" Brooke wiped her nose with a tissue and nodded. "I've been dropping hints for months about potentially opening an international office of writer communications," Luke said. "So Mitch will go to France without me under that pretense, and I doubt anyone will follow him." Brooke barked out a laugh. "No offense, Mitch, but I don't trust you with the wedding. I know you're good with details, but you aren't a woman." Luke nodded. "I knew you'd say that. That's why I thought Zoey could go with him." Zoey's mouth dropped. "You want me and Mitch to go to France tomorrow?" "Yes. Mitch has taken a lot of precautions to keep the flight plans secret, and no one will follow you or Mitch to the airport. I doubt anyone will realize you're even in France. But if they do, you can stop in at Toujours and Mitch can scout out locations for our international office. It'll look like you're both there for work. Brooke and I will fly in a few days before the wedding. Hopefully by then the fervor will have died down enough that the press won't be camping on our doorsteps. By the time they figure out what's happened, we'll be on our honeymoon." Brooke nodded slowly, her eyes glowing. "Zoey knows me better than almost anyone. We'll stay in LA and pretend to still have not set a date. It's perfect." "But what about work?" Zoey asked. At least she didn't have any makeup clients scheduled for the next 2 weeks. She had known that with running Toujours, she wouldn't have time. Brooke waved a hand. "I'll assign your clients to someone else for a few weeks. It'll be easier than trying to run the office through you from France. And you don't need to worry about money. We'll take care of everything, right, Luke?" "Of course," he said. "I can live without Mitch for a few weeks, and he can work from Paris as needed." Mitch's shoulders were tense, his jaw clenched, but he nodded and said, "Of course, whatever you need, Luke." 2 weeks in France instead of 2 weeks running toujours. Excitement rose up in Zoey like a phoenix, and she squashed it back. No, this was not a vacation. This was a chance to right a very serious wrong. A chance at redemption. Brooke leaned forward, grabbing Zoey's hand. "You'll do it, won't you? Please, Zoe. I know it's a lot to ask, but I don't know what else to do." Zoey glanced over at Mitch. His mouth was turned down in a scowl, his posture annoyingly proper. She couldn't say no to helping fix the problem she'd caused, even if it meant spending 2 weeks working one-on-one with Mitch. "Of course I'll do it," Zoey said. "I'm not about to let some slimeball paparazzi ruin the happiest day of your life." Chapter 7. 2 weeks in Paris. Alone. With Zoey. Mitch ran a hand over his curls and clutched the steering wheel. 19 hours and counting until he'd pick her up so they could head to the airport. 2 weeks spent almost constantly in her presence would be a delicious kind of hell. He still couldn't believe she had dumped soda on Alan's camera. They were lucky her impulsive action hadn't resulted in a lawsuit. Yet, he'd have to keep a close eye on her in France. Mitch pulled to a stop in front of Jasmine's apartment and took a deep, cleansing breath. He never had found her last night at Disneyland. Between the two parks and the crushing crowds, it had always been a long shot. He had to clear the air between them before leaving the country. He wouldn't be able to focus on the wedding or the press if Jasmine was in LA throwing away her future out of some stubborn sense of spite. Whether he could sway Jasmine or not, he had to leave today on good terms with his little sister. Mitch rapped on the door, nerves making his hand muscles twitch. What if Jasmine wasn't home? What if she was and refused to answer the door? He heard the chain slide and the door opened. Jasmine wore shorts, a pink tank top, and a glare. Earbuds hung around her neck, and he realized he had caught her just before a run. "Back to lecture me some more?" she asked. "No, but I do want to talk. Can I come in, please?" "You're the one who pays for this apartment, as you kindly reminded me yesterday. You can do whatever you want." It wasn't a warm invitation, but she hadn't told him to leave either. Mitch closed the door and motioned to the living room. "Let's sit down." Jasmine sank onto the couch without a word. Mitch sat on the chair across from her, the silence stretching between them like a weekend with no meditation. "I'm sorry," Mitch said finally. "I shouldn't have freaked out." "I'm not 10 anymore, Mitch. I can take care of myself." "I was wrong for flipping out, but you were wrong not to tell me about your plans." "I didn't tell you because I knew you'd flip." Mitch ran a hand over his eyes and down his jaw, letting out another sigh. "I want you to be happy, and that means you need financial stability." "No, that's what you need to be happy. I need to follow my passion." "You can do that while still in school. Let me set up an appointment with your counselor on Monday." He wished he could go with her. "No, this internship is incredibly demanding. If I want to be successful at it, I need to be at their beck and call 24/7. "Jasmine." She held up a hand, cutting him off. "Being 19 is all about instability. You have to let me experience that." Mitch swallowed. When he was 19, he had been keeping his 3 siblings fed and clothed. But Jasmine deserved more than that. She deserved freedom and flexibility, even if she abused it. "Okay," he said slowly. "But a deal is a deal. I won't pay for your apartment unless you're in school." "I can't hold a job and still do the internship." "I know. I'm offering to let you move back home. My housekeeper just went on maternity leave and the agency hasn't sent a replacement yet. I will allow you to take over her duties in exchange for room and board for the period of 1 semester. If you haven't been promoted or made any sort of significant headway by Christmas, You'll go back to school or start supporting yourself. What about my contract for the apartment here? The semester hasn't even started yet. I'm sure we could sell it. Jasmine folded her arms, and Mitch held his breath, wondering which option she'd choose. If she moved back home, he could keep a closer eye on things and make sure she was heading in the right direction. I think I'd like to move back home. Mitch closed his eyes, relief sweeping over him. She wasn't returning to school, but this was the next best thing. He couldn't believe she had agreed to it. You must really feel strongly about this internship. Jasmine offered a small smile. Moving back in with you won't be too bad, but you can't treat me like I'm still in high school. Okay, but you also have to accept that while living under my roof, you'll live by my rules. I expect you to keep me informed of your whereabouts and keep up your end of the bargain. I know how to vacuum. Mitch's lip twitched. You always were the cleanest one in the family. Jasmine wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. Thank you, Mitch. 1 semester, 4 months. You'd better work harder than you ever have in your life. I will. I love you. I love you too. He gave her a tight squeeze. You remember that I'm leaving in the morning, right? You'll have to find someone to buy out your contract and move home yourself. I'm sorry I won't be here to help. I'll be fine. Mitch nodded and walked to the door. Call me anytime, day or night. I will. Jasmine gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Try to have fun in Europe, okay? I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. I expect a full report on the internship when I return. You'll get it. Her eyes shone with happiness. As Mitch drove home, he couldn't get that bubbly, bright smile out of his mind. Maybe Jasmine would be okay in the end, and he really was worrying for nothing. He stayed up most of the night, carefully packing and repacking for the trip before getting as much work out of the way as possible. Sleeping on the plane would help him adjust to Paris time, and had the added benefit of preventing long conversations with Zoey. How bridezilla would Brooke turn if he got something wrong? This was so far outside his comfort zone, it was on another planet. Weddings had a way of changing otherwise reasonable people into screaming banshees. And Brooke was sending Zoey as his backup. He was doomed. Luke's driver picked Mitch up right on time. He must have dozed off because he jerked awake when the car pulled to a stop. The door opened a crack and light spilled in. Be careful with that bag, please, Zoey said, her voice muffled by the partially closed door. It has all my makeup in it, and I don't want a powdery mess when we get there. The trunk popped open, and the car sagged as a suitcase was placed inside. Sorry, Zoey said, still outside. Those are my shoes. I couldn't make up my mind what to bring, so it's pretty heavy. Mitch's nose crinkled as he mentally went over their itinerary for the next 2 weeks. How many pairs of shoes did she really need? He'd packed 3. His everyday dress shoes, special occasion dress shoes, and tennis shoes for when he exercised. Zoey slid into the car beside him, careful to keep the middle seat empty. Her gorgeous hair, streaked with vibrant and unnatural teal highlights, was piled on top of her head in a messy bun. She wore stretchy lounge pants in a bright pink that hugged her every curve. He forced his eyes to stop traveling her body and focus on her face. What? She snapped. How many bags did you bring? Not that it's any of your business, but 6. What can you possibly have to fill 6 bags? He didn't think he could fill more than 3 suitcases if he packed his entire wardrobe. Not all of us wear the same 3 suits every day. Zoey yanked the door closed and buckled her seatbelt. You know there are baggage limits for flying, right? Originally, she was supposed to fly to France commercially. He had booked her first-class ticket himself. Not when you travel by private plane. But you didn't know you were traveling that way until yesterday. It would have cost a fortune to check all those bags, and I'm guessing they'd all be over the weight limit, too. If Zoey wasn't careful, she'd be bankrupt by 30. I can tell this trip is going to be a blast. There's nothing I love more than a man who criticizes me every 2 seconds. Her words hit him right in the chest. Is that how she saw him? A critical, nitpicky jerk? He cleared his throat, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Thank heaven his dark skin never showed a blush. I didn't mean to criticize you. I was just worrying about the financial ramifications of how much you pack. And what did you bring? One tiny bag? It wasn't tiny, but he had managed to fit everything into one largish suitcase. I'm an efficient packer. Of course you are, because you're a man. All of this, she motioned to herself, doesn't happen without a little help. I have standards to uphold, and I'm not about to let them slip while I'm in Paris for the very first time. Mitch wanted to roll his eyes. Who needed an entire suitcase for makeup? But he couldn't deny that whatever she did, the results were impressive. They made it to the airstrip without anyone following them. Mitch trailed Zoey up the stairs to the Challenger 604. Zoey froze just inside the interior, her mouth hanging open. Holy Toledo! Mitch raised an eyebrow. You've never been on Luke's jet? She placed a hand on her hip, glaring at him. When would I have been on his jet? I don't know. You've known Luke longer than I have. Yeah, but we've always been more acquaintances because of Brooke than friends. And he was just an average Joe from a middle-class family when we met. She ran a hand along the smooth leather of one of the oversized captain's chairs. This is incredible. It gets us where we need to go. Zoey gave him an incredulous look. Can you please just relax for 5 seconds and appreciate the amazingness that is this airplane? We're going to be flying in the sky across the ocean in a private jet. I get to spend the next 2 weeks living in Paris. This life is unreal. Mitch set his briefcase on the small table between the 4 chairs. He shrugged his way out of his suit jacket. This trip is for work, not pleasure. Brooke has a list long enough to keep us busy from the time we wake up until the time we go to sleep every day. I don't think so, mister. We are taking time out to see the Eiffel Tower and tour the Louvre and whatever other Paris must-experiences there are. Brooke will have no problem with that. I'm 99% sure. And if she does have a problem with it, well, she'll be in the blissful newlywed haze by the time she finds out. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission, I always say. And that right there explained so much about Zoey and why they could never be together. He'd do well to remember that over the next 2 weeks. Welcome aboard Ryder Communications Challenger 604, the flight attendant said. Eliza was in her mid-40s with chestnut brown hair and kind eyes just beginning to show signs of wrinkles. She had been the plane's only stewardess for as long as Mitch could remember. Can I get either of you a pre-flight drink? Zoey laughed, sinking into the chair across from Mitch's. I'll have a Dr. Pepper. She gave Mitch a pointed glare. Since this is a work vacation. A water with lime for me, Mitch said. Thank you, Eliza. Eliza nodded and made her way to the gallery kitchen near the cockpit. Mitch booted up his laptop and started shuffling through a stack of papers Brooke had given him. I think the first thing we should do is schedule an appointment to check out the venue. Brooke has one scheduled for Tuesday, but I've sent Juliet an email asking her to meet us at Versailles as soon as we land. I want to make sure she's aware of our needs and has everything prepared for the wedding. It's an 11-hour flight, plus however long it takes to refuel in New York. Mitch rubbed the back of his neck. Why couldn't they just get through this quickly so he could sleep? Yeah, I'm aware I've made the trip before. 11 hours on a plane. Literally, the only people who are going to see you are me and Eliza, and maybe the pilot. Your point? For that 11-hour flight, you chose to wear a suit. Not everyone goes out in public in pajamas. Zoey folded her arms, her lips pursing as her brow drew together in a scowl. These aren't my pajamas. They're yoga pants. I'd think someone as yoga-obsessed as you would know that. I've never seen a pair of yoga pants that say juicy across the butt. You were staring at my butt? Mitch felt his cheeks heat. You're twisting my words. You're wearing a suit on an airplane. I like to maintain a professional appearance at all times. Mitch glanced at his laptop, then quickly opened the email that had just arrived from the wedding planner. Juliet says she's okay with the new meeting time. Now, are we going to come up with a game plan for when we land or not? Chapter 8. Zoey leaned back in the airplane seat that was more like a spa chair, a Dr. Pepper in one hand and her favorite romantic comedy playing on the iPad. The remains of her steak dinner had been taken away moments before by Eliza. She'd never be able to fly a coach after this. Zoey glanced at Mitch, who couldn't even relax in his sleep. His body was stiff in the recliner, the only movement the rise and fall of his chest. A basic black sleep mask rested over his eyes, something that made her giggle every time she looked at it. His hands were placed atop his stomach, just below his perfectly straight tie. The only hints that he had tried to get comfortable were the shoes sitting neatly by his chair and the suit coat draped over the coffee table. Zoey shook her head, forcing her attention back to the movie. She'd tried to follow his example in sleep, but she was too keyed up. They'd spent an hour discussing what they needed to accomplish once landing. Zoey had tried to convince Mitch it wasn't something they could plan out. They'd visit the venue and go from there. Brooke would have a million last-minute tasks for them that couldn't be scheduled. It was better to just go with the flow and be flexible. Mitch hadn't agreed. No surprise there. So Zoey let him make his schedule and pretended that she would go along with it. But she was totally making time to play tourist, no matter what he said. Good thing visiting Versailles fit into both their plans. Eliza made her way down the aisle, a smile on her thin lips. Can I get you anything? Zoey shook her head, unable to stop grinning. No, thank you. The pilot said to let you know we'll be landing in about an hour. Holler if you need anything, okay, hun? Zoey nodded, and Eliza walked back to the front of the plane. In a few hours, Zoey would probably regret not sleeping, but right now, all she wanted was to savor every moment of this experience. Too bad she had to almost ruin Brooke's wedding to get it. The movie credits rolled and Zoey turned off the iPad. In the chair next to hers, Mitch woke up. He didn't stir awake like most people, shifting positions as his breathing changed rhythm. One moment he appeared asleep, and the next he was fully awake, mask off and his clothes perfectly unmussed. He pushed the footrest down and sat up. How close are we to landing? He asked. About 45 minutes. Excellent. He grabbed his iPad from the table and checked something off the list. It's nearly 9 o'clock Paris time. Juliet will meet us at Versailles at 11. It's a little over an hour-long drive, so even if we run into traffic, we should get there on time. Heaven forbid they were 5 minutes late anywhere. Zoey yanked a makeup bag out of her backpack and pulled out a small mirror. She unrolled her collection of brushes and picked one of the thicker ones, then grabbed her favorite nude eyeshadow to use as a base. She tapped the brush in the powder, then blew on it gently before applying it to her eyelids in wide, sweeping strokes. Out of the corner of her eye, Mitch watched her. She lowered the mirror and brush. What? You just, really seem to know what you're doing with that brush. I like makeup. She tried to keep her voice nonchalant. You're really good at it. Mitch cleared his throat and stood. I'm going to freshen up before we land. By the time the plane came to a stop on the tarmac, Zoey had applied her makeup, curled her hair, and slipped into a skirt and blouse. Mitch looked wide awake and ready to tackle the day. Zoey asked Eliza for another Dr. Pepper. Right now, she was too excited to even think of sleep, but her adrenaline wouldn't last all day. The door of the plane opened. A shiny black town car was parked on the tarmac, and a man in a suit stood beside it. Mitch grabbed his briefcase and descended the stairs. Zoey followed at a slower pace, inhaling deeply. The air was cooler here than in Los Angeles and not quite as humid. The sky was an overcast gray, the fluffy clouds hinting at a rainstorm. Zoey expertly stepped onto the tarmac in her 6-inch heels. Bonjour, the man in a suit said, nodding in her direction. He had a thick French accent and was perhaps 50, short and lanky with a bald head. My name is Philippe. I'll be your driver. Philippe's a good man. Mitch patted him on the back. He'll get us where we need to go during our stay and act as a translator when necessary. Zoey held out her hand, and Philippe took it, giving her a limp handshake. Nice to meet you, Philippe. I'm Zoey. It's a pleasure to meet you, mademoiselle. Philippe leaned forward, brushing an air kiss along each of Zoey's cheeks. Morning traffic can be sick in Paris, especially on a Monday, so we should make quick if we want to get there on time. Mitch nodded and motioned for Zoey to slide into the back seat. What about our luggage? She asked. It'll be waiting for us at Luke's, Mitch said. Satisfied, Zoey slipped into the car. Philippe shut the door behind her, and a few moments later they were flying across the tarmac at a speed much too fast for an airport. Zoey gripped the seat, glancing at Mitch. Are we in that big of a hurry? She whispered, not wanting Philippe to think her rude. Philippe likes to drive fast and aggressive, Mitch said. I think it's one of the reasons he and Luke get along so well. Philippe flew onto the congested freeway where he wove in and out of traffic, muttering obscenities and cutting off drivers. He slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding crashing into the car in front of them. The seatbelt cut into Zoey, keeping her from flying through the windshield. So, what do you think of Paris so far? Mitch asked. I think the only way I'm leaving this country is in a body bag. Mitch laughed, the sound rich and completely unexpected. If you think this is nuts, wait until you see the traffic circle around the Arc de Triomphe. You mean we'll get to see it? Yes, you were right. You can't come to Paris for the first time and not see the famous landmarks. We'll make time to play tourist. Brooke won't mind as long as we get everything else done. I knew you'd come around. Zoey pressed her face against the window. Giant billboards with French words she didn't understand and scantily clad models lined the freeway. Everything felt different here, from the road signs to the long, skinny license plates on the vehicles. Where's the Eiffel Tower? I was hoping to see it today. We're driving away from the city, so you'll have to wait until tonight for that. We have an excellent view from Luke's apartment. The traffic thinned out, and the trees gave way to rolling hills. Zoey let out a laugh. I can't believe I'm in France. This is unbelievable. You want to travel? Absolutely. My dad was always too busy working for family vacations, so I've basically been to Colorado and California and a few spring breaks in Florida. But I want to see the world, don't you? Traveling is expensive and not how I choose to spend my money. Yeah, but you travel tons for work, and that doesn't cost a penny. It costs time, and that's something I can rarely afford when traveling. Zoey leaned back and folded her arms. You've never been to the Eiffel Tower, have you? I've walked under it, but there wasn't time for a tour. And Notre Dame? Have you been inside? I peeked through the doors. Zoey shook her head. Unbelievable! Have you seen the Mona Lisa? Climbed to the top of the Arc de Triomphe? Visited Sacré-Cœur? Those were never priorities on my previous visits. Mitch needed to reevaluate what was important. Buckle up, Mitchell Harris. I'm making them priorities for this visit, because maybe you're okay with coming to Paris and seeing nothing but the inside of a boardroom, but I'm certainly not. Forcing Mitch to kick back and relax would be her goal on this trip. Well, that and keeping away the paparazzi. Guilt slammed into Zoey, dampening her enthusiasm. The only reason she was experiencing this was because she had flirted with the wrong guy and now Brooke couldn't be here. So should Zoey really get to enjoy it? Philippe jerked the car to a stop, then gassed it around a corner. Zoey slammed into Mitch, her body nestling up against his. He threw out a hand to steady her, his grip on her bicep warm, solidly firm, and yet still gentle. Are you okay? Mitch asked. Zoey looked up into his eyes, so black his pupils practically disappeared. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Philippe said, his voice cheerful. We are almost there. Zoey jerked away, smoothing down her hair. She couldn't keep having these moments with Mitch. If matchmaking had taught her one thing, it was that no amount of heat and chemistry could make up for a lack of compatibility. And she and Mitch were simply not compatible, however much her pulse insisted otherwise. They exited the freeway and turned onto a one-lane country road. Tiny farmhouses with thatched roofs and adorable shutters dotted the lush green countryside. They crested a hill, and Zoey let out a squeal. There it is! Morning sunlight glistened off the palace, making it even more picturesque. Ornate gold gates stood open, framing the front. Tourists spilled out of them in a line. Philippe pulled the car to a stop, and Mitch held the door open for Zoey. She took a deep breath, her neck swiveling back and forth so she could take in the grand majesty of the building. Versailles. She couldn't believe she was actually here. Chapter 9. The palace was larger than any museum Zoey had ever visited, easily covering multiple city blocks. She sucked in a breath as she took in the details. The intricately carved stone busts between each window, the gold leafing on the roof, the brilliantly blue clock in the center of the building. She felt like she had been transported back in time to the days of Marie Antoinette. This is amazing, she breathed. Her entire body tingled with awe. Tourists touting fanny packs stood in line to purchase tickets, clicking away on their cell phones and digital cameras. This definitely called for a selfie. Zoey pulled out her own phone and turned around so the palace would be in the background. She looked at the photo and frowned. You could barely even tell where she was. You can't post that on social media, Mitch said. I went to a lot of effort to keep those flight plans secret. Zoey lowered her phone. What do you think I am, an idiot? I can still have photos for my personal collection. I won't share them until we're back home in California. Mitch opened his mouth to protest, but a middle-aged woman a few paces away smiled at Zoey. She stepped closer and motioned to Zoey's phone. Would you all like me to take a picture of you? She asked, her southern accent thick. Zoey grinned, handing the phone to the woman. That's so thoughtful. Thank you, we'd love one. We've been here coming on a week now, and it's so good to hear another American accent. The woman motioned to Mitch. You two get closer and act like y'all like each other. Mitch paled, his chocolate skin turning caramel. Zoey knew he had seen that wicked glint in her eye. Come here, sweetie pie, she said, her voice extra syrupy. She wrapped an arm around Mitch, pulling him close and leaning her head against his. Zoey breathed in deeply, savoring the spicy scent of his aftershave. Why did Mitch have to smell so good on top of everything else? The woman snapped a few pictures, the click from the camera shutter lost in the dull roar of the crowd. Zoey reluctantly let go of Mitch, her chest tight with a confusing mesh of emotions, and took the phone back. There you go, sweetie. You two enjoy your day. Thanks, Zoey said. You too. The woman waved and walked back to her husband, who wore shorts and knee-high socks. Zoey flipped through the pictures, pleased to see that only one of them had turned out blurry, and the two others were actually pretty good. She and Mitch leaned into each other, foreheads touching. Mitch had a half smile on his full lips, like he was pretending annoyance but secretly enjoying himself. Zoey's own lips curled up in a smile she couldn't quite hold back. There, she said. Now you have proof you did something touristy while in Paris. We're not in Paris, we're in Versailles. You mean it's an actual city? He motioned to the palace, his eyes lighting up and a dimple winking in one cheek. It's big enough to be one, and that's how it functioned during its glory days. As many as 10,000 courtiers would live here at once. Wow, I didn't realize you knew so much about history. I watch documentaries when I can't fall asleep at night. Somehow that fit Mitch. It was nice to know he had an interest other than work. Juliet said she'd meet us at the ticket station. Mitch made his way purposefully past the crowd of people waiting in line. Zoey pointed to a woman in heels and a high-waisted A-line skirt with pleats. She stood a few feet away from the ticket booth, a tablet held loosely in one hand. "I think that's her." The woman waved. Maybe she had heard Zoey's American accent, and walked toward them. She was unexpectedly young, perhaps close to Zoey's own age, with olive skin and inky black hair. Her eyes were almond-shaped and exotic-looking, her cheekbones high and defined. The woman certainly knew how to wield a makeup brush to her advantage. "Mr. Harris?" the woman asked. Her words were crisp and clear, her English more British than American. "Yes." Mitch held out a hand. "You must be Miss Durand." "Please, call me Juliet." She batted her eyelashes, and Zoey blinked. Was Juliet flirting? Juliet, then. Mitch gave her a warm smile, one he hadn't given Zoey in months. "This is Zoey Carlson." "Ah, the maid of honor. Brooke told me she trusts your judgment implicitly." Juliet's eyes twinkled, and she extended a hand toward Zoey. "I can't wait to meet Brooke. She's a very smart woman to not trust the details to a man." Zoey took the hand, trying to push back the flash of jealousy. Who cared if Juliet flirted with Mitch? They were both single and attractive. "It's so nice to meet you, Juliet. Brooke really wishes she could be here herself, but the media situation makes it impossible." "Yes, I've talked with Brooke extensively over the phone. The security and anonymity of this event is of the utmost importance to me, I assure you." "Thank you," Zoey said. "Brooke and Luke deserve the wedding of their dreams. I'm not about to let reporters ruin it." "Then we are on the same page. Would you like me to show you the event space now?" Zoey looked around, eyeing the crowds of tourists. "Will we be able to see it?" Juliet laughed. "Well enough. Please, follow me." Juliet said something in French and flashed a badge to the guard at the door. He held back the group of tourists, and the trio slipped inside. Zoey let out a gasp. The palace was even more impressive inside the hall. Intricately carved molding accented the elaborate ceiling mural of cherubs and angels. Glittering chandeliers hung every few feet. Gold statues held candlesticks, with floor-to-ceiling mirrors in between. The hall was crammed with tourists holding cameras, the many different languages blending together in an almost musical roar. "It's beautiful," Zoey breathed. "The Galerie de Glace, or Hall of Mirrors," Juliet said. "The treaty ending World War II was signed here. Brooke discussed using this room, perhaps for the cocktail hour between the ceremony and dinner, but ultimately decided it was too opulent for her taste. She's opted to hold the entire event at the gardens of the Grand Trianon." "This is gorgeous," Zoey said, "but yeah, not Brooke's taste. What's the Grand Trianon?" "Another palace on the grounds," Juliet said. Louis XIV had it built to replace the porcelain Trianon when it fell into disrepair. It was one of his favorite places to escape court life. Some members of the extended royal family lived there full-time. "You mean there's another palace?" Zoey said. Juliet laughed. The sound was light and tinkling, and Zoey didn't like the way Mitch's lips curved up at it. "Versailles covers more than 2,000 acres, Mitch said. "There are multiple palaces and gardens." "This is the main palace," Juliet said. "But there's also Marie Antoinette's private estates, which include the Queen's Gardens, Petit Trianon, and Hamlet." It was a little too country for Brooke's taste. She considered a number of locations, but decided containing the entire event at the Grand Trianon would be easiest from a security standpoint. The gardens there are quite extensive, so it's an ideal location. "But won't it be suspicious if the Grand Trianon is closed?" Zoey asked. "No, it's frequently closed for private events," Mitch said. "It's one of the reasons Brooke chose it." Juliet darted between a group of tourists, Zoey and Mitch close on her heels. She nodded to a guard, and Zoey followed Juliet behind a roped-off area and through a door. Sunlight poured into the gardens, and Zoey gasped. Juliet hadn't been kidding. Extensive didn't even begin to cover it. 2 large pools with enormous sculptures spewing water splayed out in front of her. Juliet pointed to the fountains. They were designed to reflect sunlight into the mirrors in the hall. It lightens up the space. Amazing, Zoey breathed. She turned in a slow circle, unable to believe she was actually here. She glanced over at Mitch, but he was making notes on his iPad, completely unmoved by the sight. Was this guy a robot? The Grand Trianon is that way, Juliet pointed. I can radio for a golf cart if you'd like. It's about a 15-minute walk. Oh, we're definitely walking, Zoey said. Only someone without a soul would consider tarnishing this picturesque scene with something as 21st century as a golf cart. Mitch sighed but didn't protest. Not that it would have mattered. Zoey would fight him on this one. This was a moment she wanted to be completely present for. They followed Juliet down the path. The sound of rushing water from the fountains created a melodic roar all around them. Zoey breathed deeply, the scent of flowers surrounding her. What's the contingency plan if the weather is an issue? Mitch asked. We'll move the entire event indoors, Juliet said. For now, Brooke wants the ceremony in the gardens, followed by cocktail hour on the peristyle. The dinner and reception will take place inside the ballroom. And what sort of security will be present? Mitch asked. Monsieur Ryder has hired a private security firm from Paris that we highly recommend. Versailles also has their own security staff as well, of course. They'll be alerted to the event and will take extra precautions to keep the area off limits to guests not associated with the wedding. And what about parking? Zoey tuned out Mitch, preferring instead to let the awe of the moment overtake her. Mitch could worry about security and parking and whatever else he wanted to obsess over. But Zoey was going to memorize every inch of this place so that when she spoke with Brooke on the phone, she could give her every detail. Brooke would look amazing walking down the carefully manicured gravel pathways in her wedding dress, the cathedral veil trailing behind her. And Zoey wouldn't let any paparazzi tarnish that moment. Chapter 10. Versailles was a logistical nightmare. Mitch shook his head in frustration. Extensive grounds, sprawling buildings, ornate fountains. There were at least a dozen points of entry into this place, and 24 more where reporters with telephoto lenses could hide. If Brooke and Luke's end goal was to keep the wedding a secret, they'd picked pretty much the worst location ever. It had been a big enough nightmare making travel arrangements for over 100 guests, all the while trying to keep the exact date, time, and location of the wedding secret in case any guests had loose lips and leaked the information to the press. Mitch rubbed a hand over his short curls. Brooke and Luke were trying to give him a heart attack. They asked the impossible, keeping the wedding a secret until after the honeymoon, then gave him Zoey as his counterpart. He glanced over at her. She'd asked a million questions on the way to the Grand Trianon, and now she kept pointing out areas of the gardens and what would look perfect there while Juliet enthusiastically agreed. Zoey looked sexy but professional in a white sleeveless blouse and bright yellow skirt, which swished gently around her legs. The outfit gave her an innocent, fresh look that contrasted with the jet black hair and bright teal highlights falling in soft curls around her face. Zoey was a walking contradiction, and he didn't like how she created all these confusing emotions in him. It'll look beautiful, Juliet said. Brooke will love it, Zoey agreed. Do you think the caterers can manage? I know they carve watermelons. I imagine carving pineapples won't be too different. I'll make sure they do a few trial runs so we can create a backup plan if necessary. It'll be unique and elegant. And go perfect with the sundae bar. I'm sorry, Mitch cut in. Carving pineapples? It's going to look awesome, Zoey said. They'll be cut in half and have a heart with Brooke and Luke's monogram carved near the top. We'll hollow out the center to use as the ice cream bowls. Zoey turned back to Juliet. Now, I know Brooke wanted a monogram on the dance floor. How will that work? I have a few different monograms that I'll send over for her approval today. We'll bring in a wooden floor for dancing and either project or hand paint the monogram on it, depending on Brooke's preference. I think she'll want it hand-painted, but I'll check with her. Hand-painted monograms and 100 sculpted pineapples. The whole thing was so ridiculous. When Mitch got married, if he ever got married, he wanted a quick ceremony at the courthouse, and that was that. No wasting hard-earned cash that could be invested into a retirement fund on a party that would last less than a day and that everyone would soon forget. Okay, no one would forget Brooke and Luke's lavish affair anytime soon, but the whole thing still seemed frivolous. His mind flashed to Zoey, a short veil shrouding her face, bright red lipstick begging him to kiss her. A white silk gown hugged her form, very old Hollywood. He couldn't imagine she'd ever agree to a courthouse wedding, although she was spontaneous enough for an elopement. He shook his head. It didn't matter what Zoey wanted for a wedding. Some other guy would get to deal with that. Get to deal with that? What was wrong with him? More like have to deal with it. It would take a special guy to handle Zoey's brand of chaos, and Mitch was man enough to admit he didn't have what it took. I think that's all for today, Juliet said, tucking her iPad back into her messenger bag. We have an appointment to review the set list with the quartet tomorrow at 10. We'll be there, Mitch said. Are you sure there's nothing else we should be doing today? Juliet smiled. Just enjoy yourselves. Things are going to get busy very quickly. This is Zoey's first time in Paris, no? Show her the sights and enjoy the downtime while you can. Zoey shot Mitch a smug grin. Thank you, Juliet, she said. We'll see you tomorrow. Juliet waved and left the gardens. An afternoon of freedom, Zoey said. I've got a list of what I want to see. Did you sleep at all on the plane? You've got to be exhausted. I'll sleep when I'm back in California. She looked around the gardens regretfully. I think I could spend a week just admiring Versailles, but I'm sure we'll be at the gardens a lot over the next 2 weeks. Do you want to give the Eiffel Tower a try then? I think that's best experienced at night. We could go to Notre Dame. Oh, or maybe Sacré-Cœur, or the Louvre, or the Arc de Triomphe. She took off down the path, calling over her shoulder. Hurry up, slowpoke! Mitch shook his head, admiring the view more than he should as she walked away. He hated how much he wanted to follow her anywhere, to do anything. Zoey was like a poisonous plant, luring in her prey. One bite and you were as good as gone. Zoey's enthusiasm as they drove into Paris was infectious. She had the window rolled down and kept pointing out landmarks with a squeal. He'd traveled the world while working for Ryder Communications, but rarely had time to see more than the inside of a conference room. He'd forgotten that going to new places could be exciting. Mitch was glad they had some free time in their schedule to visit some of the sites. Zoey deserved to experience Paris, even if he was a crappy tour guide. Zoey tapped away at her phone, then flipped to what looked like a map of the city. Brooke says to go to the Arc de Triomphe first. Apparently, the traffic circle from up there is insane. It's like 5 in the morning in L.A. Zoey shrugged. She doesn't sleep much these days. Looks like the Arc de Triomphe is within walking distance from Luke's, and we can take the metro everywhere else like a true Parisian. Okay. Mitch couldn't stop his lips from curving up in a smile. Zoey's eyes sparkled, making the green flecks hidden in pools of caramel pop. What? No complaint? For the rest of the afternoon, I'll follow your lead. He'd just have to remember that today was a one-time thing. They were here to work, not to flirt. Ooh, sounds dangerous. Mitch rolled his eyes as the words made his pulse race. The traffic's kind of crazy. Why don't we just walk from here? We're only a few blocks away. That works. He leaned forward. Philippe, we'll get out here and take the metro for the rest of the day. Can you please pick us up from the hotel at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for our appointment with the orchestra? Oui, Philippe said. I will be there. He waited for a break in traffic, then jerked to the side of the road. Zoey slid sideways at the motion, her shoulder brushing against Mitch. Her arms were bare, and Mitch felt as though he'd burst into flames at the heat. Sorry, Zoey breathed. Her eyes were wide, her lips curved up in a smile that drove him mad. What did that smile mean? Was she thinking of those few months last winter when they had almost been something to each other? Zoey straightened and tightened her seatbelt. She brushed a strand of hair out of her face as she turned toward the window. Mitch swallowed. He needed to get his head on straight. He couldn't let her get to him. Again. Philippe double-parked beside a moped. He turned around, grinning. This good, monsieur? Perfect. Thanks, Philippe. Mitch quickly got out and held the door for Zoey. She slid across the seat, stretching one long leg out of the car. Her heels had to be at least 6 inches tall. How was she going to spend an entire afternoon walking in those things? Thanks, Philippe, she called over her shoulder. Mitch shut the door and Philippe sped into traffic, cutting off 3 cars who honked loudly. Zoey let out a long breath. Phew, I thought we were going to die in that car. Mitch knew what she meant, but felt like he had to defend Philippe. He's a good driver. If by good you mean terrifying. Mitch pointedly looked at her shoes. I thought someone like you would appreciate living on the edge. There's living on the edge, and then there's just plain being unsafe. Zoey glanced down at her phone again, then pointed in the wrong direction. I think the Arc de Triomphe is a block or 2 that way. Mitch laughed, gently turning her 45 degrees. Her skin was soft and smooth, and he quickly dropped his hands. It's right over there. See it? Zoey's eyes searched the horizon, then she let out a squeal that nearly broke his eardrums. She grabbed his hand, tugging him forward. Mitch stumbled, caught off guard by the gesture. Did she realize holding hands made them look like a couple? Let's hurry, Zoey said. I'm making every second of today count. I want to see the city from the top. Mitch increased his stride. Are you sure you can walk up all those stairs in heels? I think the elevator is for special needs only. Zoey shot him a scathing glare and dropped his hand. I can do more in these heels than most men can do in tennis shoes. I will walk up every single one of those steps, and I'll bet you a crepe I beat you to the top. Mitch grinned, unable to resist the challenge. You're on. They crossed the street, almost getting hit by an impatient driver who blazed through the intersection. Zoey barely seemed to notice. She turned around the corner and let out a laugh. What? Mitch asked, looking around. The road was crowded with honking cars, the streets lined with businesses. The Champs-Élysées. I've dreamed of seeing this my entire life. The road was nice and everything, and the name did seem familiar, but Mitch wasn't sure what the big deal was. Zoey pulled out her phone and yanked Mitch to her side, smashing their cheeks together. She'd taken a picture before he could blink. For Jasmine, she explained. This is one of the most famous shopping districts in the world. She is going to die of jealousy. Mitch took in the street with new interest. I think I've heard Jasmine mention it before, now that you say that. How's the internship going? I haven't talked to her yet. She was supposed to start today. She's going to do great. I've always admired Jasmine for her drive. She knows what she wants, and I think she's going to get it. She's moving back in with me. Zoey raised an eyebrow. What about her apartment? A deal is a deal, and I'm not going to pay for it if she isn't going to school. But I still want to be supportive. It seemed like a good compromise. No doubt Zoey thought he should keep throwing money at Jasmine. That's really great, Mitch. Are you serious? Yeah. I get why you won't pay for her apartment anymore, but you're still helping her out. She'll appreciate her success more since you aren't making it easy for her. Well, that was the last thing he had expected Zoey to say. Thank you, he stammered. "There's more than one right way, Mitch. I'm glad you're letting Jasmine find hers." And the warm, fuzzy feelings were gone. He was being supportive, yes, but he still thought Jasmine was making a big mistake. Mitch shoved his hands in his pockets. "Let's cross the street. There's a tunnel underneath the traffic circle with access to the monument." They crossed the street and entered the tunnel in silence. Let Jasmine find her own way. He snorted. Like Zoey had parented a 19-year-old and was all wise. He was letting Jasmine move in so he could keep an eye on her and hopefully encourage her to get back on track. Zoey had no idea what she was talking about. They exited the tunnel and Mitch's mind abruptly cleared. The structure towered over them, more impressive than he'd expected. The white stone rose toward the sky, an intricately carved tribute to Napoleon that took his breath away. A flame burned in the center of the archway. Zoey bypassed the tour guide speaking in accented English and headed straight to the ticket booth. "Don't you want to hear about the history of the monument?" Mitch asked, glancing back at the tour guide. "I can read a textbook on French history later. Who knows how long we can get away with playing tourist? Brooks already texted me 3 things to check on tomorrow." Mitch sighed, stepping into line behind Zoey. He shouldn't be surprised that she wasn't a fan of history. It was yet another way they were completely incompatible. If only his body would get the memo and he could stop finding her so dang attractive. Mitch bought 2 tickets and they bypassed the elevator with a handicapped-only sign and found the stairs. 284 steps to the top. "Still sure you can make it?" Mitch asked. Zoey snorted, elbowing her way in front of him. "Yes, while keeping my heels on. And I'll still beat you to the top, guaranteed." The inside of the Ark had 15 flights of stairs, zigzagging back and forth with each flight. After 4 flights, Mitch's legs started to burn. By 10, he was struggling for air. But Zoey kept going, slowly pulling ahead of him, first by 2 steps, then by 5, then 10. "How are you doing this?" Mitch gasped, struggling to pick up the pace. His own feet ached in his well-broken-in black dress shoes. He'd ran from one end of the conference centers to another in these shoes, but his arches burned and his toes tingled from all the stairs. "I spend an hour on the Stairmaster 4 times a week." "And you wear those shoes while you're at the gym?" She stopped walking, giving him a chance to catch up. He stood on the step below her, wishing for a water bottle. "Of course I don't," she said. "Wearing heels to the gym would be ridiculous." "And wearing heels while wandering around Paris isn't?" "If I had known we'd have a chance to explore the city, obviously I would have opted for some flats. But I'm not about to let shoes slow me down." She started up the steps again. Mitch sucked in a deep gulp of air and followed. "You could have warned me you did the Stairmaster before we made that bet." She put a finger to her lip as though thinking. Should I get my crepe with bananas or with strawberries? So many decisions. "I could still win, you know. We have 3 flights of stairs left." "Try and catch me. I dare you." And then she sprinted up the last 3 flights. When Mitch walked onto the top of the Ark 5 minutes later, he was gasping for air, feeling like an idiot for being shown up by a girl in stilettos. Zoey waited for him, a grin splitting her face. "I think I'll take my crepe with Nutella, whipped cream, and bananas," she said. "I'll save the strawberries for when I beat you to the top of Notre Dame." He'd happily lose again if he could see that smile. She grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the 5-foot-high spikes surrounding the roof. He loved the way their hands looked together, rich cream against dark coffee. Zoey dropped his hand and wrapped each of hers around one of the spikes, peering down at the street. "Holy crap! The traffic looks even worse from up here." Mitch stepped up beside her and peered down. The area around the Arc de Triomphe was a chaotic tangle of vehicles. There were no clearly defined lines or rules, and horns blared as Mitch witnessed more than one close call. "These people have to be insane," Mitch said. I don't know. There's a beauty in the chaos, don't you think? I don't know if beautiful is the word I would use to describe it. Disorderly, unsafe, dangerous. She turned around, facing him. Her arms were folded, a sure sign of dissatisfaction. You know what, Mitch? You're so busy trying to be safe that you forget to live. Sometimes you have to take a risk. Out of the corner of his eye, Mitch saw a man in jeans and a baseball cap. There was nothing to make him stand out from the crowd, but a prickle of familiarity made Mitch take a second glance. It only took him a moment to recognize the profile. You mean the risk, like dating a reporter? Mitch asked. Zoey's head whipped around. What? Looks like your boyfriend's followed us to France. Chapter 11. There was no frickin' way Alan had followed Zoey to Paris. That would be creepy, weird, unacceptable. She searched the crowd on top of the monument for someone in a business suit and tie, but only Mitch matched that description. Her eyes roved the crowd again, this time looking for Alan's silver-streaked hair. Mitch grabbed her arm. Don't look. We need to figure out a plan, and I'm not sure letting him know we're aware he's here is the best course of action. I'm not sure he is here. He couldn't be. Mitch sighed, the sound filled with exasperation. At least be casual about it. He's standing near the corner, a few yards behind you. Jeans, a gray t-shirt, and a baseball cap, camera around his neck. Are you sure he doesn't just look like Alan? She craned her neck, searching. If Alan was here, that meant he'd followed them. He might know they've been to Versailles. Might realize they were planning a wedding. So how could she convince him it wasn't Brooks? Geez, could you be any more obvious? He's going to notice us. So? So if he knows we're on to him, he'll be more aggressive and harder to lose. She glared, knowing her smoky eyeshadow would make it that much more intimidating. I am being casual. His faith in her was insulting. With exaggerated slowness, Zoey turned around, pretending to admire the architecture of the monument. How's this? She asked, adding an extra bite to her tone. You look like someone trying to look casual. There's no pleasing you. She scanned the crowd, passing right over Alan before zeroing back in. Dark hair tinged with unnatural gray peeked out from under a UCLA ball cap, and well-worn jeans hung low on his hips. He raised the camera to his eye, instantly transporting Zoey back to when she had doused it in sticky soda. Had he bought a new camera or managed to fix the one she had tried to ruin? Is that how he had gotten the pictures off of it? Alan, in Paris. Why did Mitch have to be right? Zoey turned away, careful to keep the motion natural. Her heart jumped in her chest with each painful thump. It's him, she said. Yeah, I thought so. Was it her imagination, or was there a hint of accusation in Mitch's voice? How did he know we were here? Her mind rapidly filed through 1,000 possibilities, from the plausible to the absurd. Surely he hadn't bugged her purse in the 5 minutes they had had an actual conversation at the charity event. That was a little too 007 for real life. Besides, she hadn't even brought that purse with her to Paris. Although she'd dumped all the contents of it into the one she carried now. Maybe we're jumping to conclusions, Zoey said. It could be a crazy coincidence. Come on, you don't really believe that. The odds of she and Alan both coincidentally showing up at the exact same monument in Paris were about the same as him bugging her purse, and she liked the outcome of the former much better. How could he have possibly figured out where we are? Mitch was silent for a moment, his strong jaw working back and forth. Are you sure you didn't let anything slip? You mean in all those hours and hours we spent together spilling our life stories? I didn't even know about Paris the last time we spoke. Maybe he has a GPS locator on your phone. Her skin prickled at the possibility. But no, she hadn't left her phone unattended at the gala or at Disneyland. It had been safely tucked away in her bra both times. Not possible. How can you be sure? There's no way this is a coincidence. Zoey glanced behind her. Alan still stood alone in the exact same spot. Who came to Paris alone unless they were on business? Business like scoring clandestine photos of the top-secret wedding of the year. Zoey turned back to Mitch, letting out a heavy sigh. Yeah, probably not. Let's go before he realizes we've seen him. Zoey nodded, glancing at Alan again. He'd shifted, his body angled more toward them than it had been before. Was it her imagination, or was he watching them out of his peripheral vision? Mitch walked toward the stairs, his steps unhurried, and Zoey followed. Just before they disappeared through the doorway, Zoey looked over her shoulder one last time. Alan's eyes locked with hers as he made his way through the crowd. Crap. He's coming, Zoey said, pushing Mitch to urge him along. Alan couldn't take pictures if he didn't know where they were. Shoot. Mitch picked up his pace. A jolt of pain shot up Zoey's leg every time her thin, spiky heel connected with the smooth stone steps. Part of her mind demanded to know why they were running. If Alan caught up to them, he might ask some pointed questions or make nasty accusations, but he wouldn't hurt them. But she or Mitch might let something slip, or Alan might get a picture. And one viral photo was all it took to bring the press swooping. Zoey and Mitch rounded the first corner of the stairwell. Zoey looked up. Alan stood at the top of the stairs. Hurry, Zoey hissed. They picked up the pace, muttering apologies to tourists as they squeezed their way past them. Zoey's only consolation was that Alan couldn't move much faster than them. Zoey and Mitch burst onto ground level and hurried into the tunnel. Just before they disappeared inside, Alan arrived outside the entrance to the monument. I don't understand, Zoey said. How did he find us? Someone must have let it slip. Mitch raised an eyebrow. Don't look at me. Her heel caught on a crack in the concrete. She let out a yelp, her arms pinwheeling as her ankle turned. Mitch reached out, steadying her just in time. They exited the tunnel just as Alan entered it. Zoey grabbed Mitch by the arm, yanking him around a corner so the building hid them. She dashed across the narrow street, dodging 2 motorcyclists. Then she turned down another corner. A metro station. Perfect. I've never met a pap that sucks so bad at hiding, Zoey said. I don't think he cares about hiding. For some reason, he's desperate. Great, that's all we need right now. If Alan was desperate, he wouldn't give up easily. So what story would make him believe his assumptions about the wedding were wrong? Zoey's ankle throbbed and her feet ached, but she sprinted toward the stairwell leading down to the station and took the stairs 2 at a time. She gripped the handrail, praying she didn't twist an ankle for real. Stupid. She should have worn the strappy, flat gladiator sandals. But then she would have had to change her dress and pull her hair up in a high ponytail. Obviously, she'd have had to have used different shades of eyeshadow. Really, guys acted like picking a pair of shoes was so simple, but they never considered how it impacted the rest of a look. Changing shoes created a domino effect that she hadn't wanted to mess with on the plane. He's got to be a reporter, Mitch said. Nothing else makes sense. Somehow his camera survived the soda spray. Who else could have taken the Disneyland photos? There was no way most of those were taken by a cell. My aim was excellent. I pretty much drenched that thing. The memory card might have survived. Ori had the camera insta-synced with a cloud service. A ball of nerves fluttered in Zoey's stomach as she said the words. Maybe there's a second reporter we aren't aware of working with him. We wouldn't have noticed Alan if it weren't for the charity gala. Paparazzi usually work alone. Mitch and Zoey swiped their Metro cards and pushed through the turnstiles. Zoey slowed to a walk, trying to calm her labored breathing. No sign of Alan. A Metro pulled to the platform and Zoey tugged Mitch forward. Let's get on this one in case he figured out where we went. Mitch nodded, and they followed the crowd into the train car. The doors slid shut, and the metro raced down the tracks. Zoey clutched a strap hanging from the bar overhead, swaying with the movement. Her nose nearly brushed Mitch's cheek as the train careened around a curve, forcing them even closer in the confined space. Zoey swallowed, inching back. She scratched her nose, avoiding his eyes. "I think we lost him," she said. "Maybe for now, but he knows we're here. I bet he tracks us down again." "How did he track us down to begin with?" Zoey asked. "I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. I didn't tell anyone we were going to the Arc de Triomphe, did you?" "Just that text to Brooke, and we know she's not the one telling Alan." "Her phone or office might be bugged. I'll tell Luke to have his security team check." "Brooke is pretty careful." Zoey ran a hand through her hair, then quickly grabbed the strap again, trying to steady herself on the bumpy metro. "Then maybe he followed us from Versailles." "And how did he know we were there? You only confirmed the appointment change a few hours before we landed." "Maybe he hacked your email." "No way. He'd have to be a government agent or something. My computer has top-of-the-line security since I have so many sensitive company documents on it." "Okay, so maybe Juliet's the one who tipped him off." Zoey frowned as she remembered the way perfect Juliet had leaned into Mitch as they discussed wedding details. What kind of wedding planner wasn't married? That should have been their first red flag. "Juliet signed a non-disclosure. She's on the hook for $10 million if she talks to anyone about the wedding." Zoey frowned. "Okay, so probably not Juliet." "You said the flight plans were well protected," Zoey said. "Yes, I don't think he followed us from the airport." "Then Alan can't know why we're here or what we're doing, not for certain." "But he's making an educated and very accurate guess. The wedding is the only reason he would be here. And if he keeps following us, his hunch will be proven correct. It's going to be hard to convince him there's no wedding when we're meeting with a wedding planner." They didn't have to pretend there wasn't a wedding, just that it wasn't Brooke's. Zoey chewed on her lip, her mind churning. "We'll make him think his guess is wrong." "How?" "I can get creative." Maybe not throw him off the Arc de Triomphe creative, but surely pretend he was stalking her and call the police creative. Maybe fake wedding creative. "Yeah, that worked out great last time," Mitch said, the sarcasm thick in his voice. "Tell me again how the soda stopped any photos from showing up in the tabloids." Zoey glared. The train bumped over a seam in the tracks, nearly tossing her into Mitch. His free hand reached out to steady her, and she yanked back. "Why do you always have to be so negative? I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I dared to flirt with someone who turned out to be a creep. I'm sorry I didn't do a background check on Alan and ask for references before giving him my number. There's no way I could have known who he was, but I'm sorry, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix this. You could give me a little credit." She felt awful enough without Mitch adding to it. If Alan ruined Brooke's wedding... Mitch blew out a breath, running his free hand over his shortly cropped curls, a sure sign of agitation. "I didn't mean to be so hard on you. I'm just frustrated with the situation." Zoey took a deep breath, trying to force her anger back. "Me too, but the situation isn't going away. So how are we going to make it work in our favor?" There had to be a simple, easy solution to all of this. "I don't know," Mitch said. "I need to think." "Well, we better figure it out quick." The chatter of French mixed with a smattering of other languages, creating a dull background roar. Zoey swayed with the train car as they raced down the rails toward the next stop. If Alan stuck around, he would know about the wedding. They had to convince him it wasn't happening. Or that it was happening for someone else. The train slowed, and a feminine voice announced the station over the loudspeaker. "We should get off here," Zoey said, recognizing the name. "I think the Louvre is close." Mitch nodded. When the doors opened, they followed the crowd out of the smelly car and onto the platform. Once they were out of the station and on the street, Zoey pulled out her phone, examining the map for a few moments before pointing in one direction. That way. Mitch nodded, falling into step beside her. The question isn't, will he find us again, but when? We should decide now what to do when that happens. The way I see it, we have two options. We can either confront him or pretend like we're confused by his presence and it's some weird coincidence. He saw us running. He's not going to buy bewilderment. But would he buy a fake wedding? Zoey bit her lip. What would Mitch think of that idea? Maybe the best thing to do is wait for the moment, then go with what feels right. Mitch let out a growl. We need a plan. If we can avoid him, then it's a non-issue. He found us at the Arc de Triomphe, a place we didn't know we would be until a half hour beforehand. Okay, so he trailed our car from the airport or Versailles. He's paying Philippe to keep him updated. Mitch's jaw clenched. I trust Philippe. It wasn't him. It's got to be either your phone or Brooke's. GPS tracking is the only thing that makes sense. And if he's tracking us, we won't be able to avoid him. She'd kept that purse close the entire night. There was no way he had dropped a tracker in it. She would have noticed when she swapped everything to her other purse. Why are we completely discounting the idea that someone tipped him off at Versailles? Maybe the solution is to wear disguises in public. Mitch closed his eyes and took a deep, slow breath. When he spoke again, his voice was calm. I'll arrange for your phone to be checked by a security firm tonight, and Luke will do the same with Brooks. If they're both clear, we'll start looking for the rat. Someone's getting fired for this. Zoey patted Mitch on the arm. I'm sure they are, Mitchell. That'll totally help us right here and now. We can't change the fact that he knows we're here. All we can do is avoid him if possible. Have you listened to a word I've said? It won't be possible. We're traipsing around the city with one of Paris's premier wedding planners. We're visiting florists, bakers, caterers, and other frilly wedding shops. We need a believable explanation that doesn't lead back to Brooke and Luke. He wanted a solution? Fine. She'd give him one. Okay, Mitch. We'll pretend the whole thing is for us. Mitch grabbed her arm, yanking her to a stop. His grip was firm but not painful, and fire spread out from where his skin made contact with hers. You can't be serious. His eyes were wide, his lips clenched into a tight line of panic. If you have another solution, I'm all ears. He swallowed hard. You want us, he motioned back and forth between them, to pretend we're getting married? He acted like she had asked him to eat a live scorpion. She forced her tone to be light and nonchalant. You said yourself that Alan's going to figure out we're here for a wedding. So let's convince him it's for someone else. We're the obvious candidates. Mitch's fingers trailed along her wrist as he let go. And you think we can pull it off? Ouch. There had been something between them once upon a time. The stolen kiss hadn't been a marriage proposal, but that kind of chemistry didn't just disappear overnight. At least, not for her. I don't know if you're capable of pulling off even a pretend serious relationship, Mitch said. Zoey blinked back the tears that burned beneath the surface. She'd deserved that. The kiss had freaked her out, and she had handled the aftermath badly. She shouldn't have gone out with what's-his-face the next day, and she really shouldn't have made out with him in public, near Ryder Communications, where Mitch would walk by on his lunch break and see them. But however much she was attracted to Mitch, he was the antithesis of her seize-the-day attitude, and the depth of her feelings had freaked her out. She could never be happy with someone so stern and type A. Could she? Don't worry about me, Zoey said. You're the one who sucks at acting. And apparently you're way too good at it. This is for Brooke and Luke, okay? Do it for them. Mitch let out a groan, then added, "Plan A will be avoiding Alan. Don't mention this to anyone unless we have to, okay? There's no need to freak out Brooke and Luke for nothing." "Agreed," Zoey said. "I don't know if we can play a believable bride and groom for the camera, so that's a last resort." Zoey swallowed, forcing the hurt behind a door and locking it with a key. They walked another block in silence, then crossed the street. Zoey laughed, pointing to the glass pyramid up ahead. Her annoyance, and her hurt, evaporated, excitement bubbling up in its place. "That's it," Zoey said. "That's the Louvre." The former palace sprawled out, nearly as impressive as Versailles. It had to stretch on for miles and miles inside. There was no way Alan would find them here. Chapter 12. Alan was in Paris. Just when Mitch thought this trip couldn't get any more complicated. At least they'd lost him, for now. Mitch stood on the escalator that carried them into the museum, a step behind Zoey. She had her cell phone out, grinning as she snapped another selfie. He shook his head, reminded vividly of Jasmine. Alan was in Paris. The wedding was about to become front-page news, and Mitch was failing at his only job for the next 2 weeks, which pretty much made his purpose in Luke's life, and Mitch's 6-figure paycheck, obsolete. And if he had no job and no money, then it wouldn't matter if he convinced Jasmine to go back to school because he'd have no means of paying for it. And Zoey was taking selfies. "Luke's your best friend," he reminded himself. He wouldn't fire Mitch if the wedding was leaked, but he would be disappointed, and that was almost worse. "This is amazing," Zoey breathed as they stepped off the escalator. The glass pyramid above them served as a skylight, and a large information desk splayed out in front of them. Zoey got in line, and soon they had purchased 2 tickets and were headed toward the Department of Paintings, where the Mona Lisa was housed. Mitch barely registered the various works of art they passed on the way to the Mona Lisa. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that somehow Zoey had tipped their hand and leaked the location to Alan. He knew she hadn't done it intentionally or even verbally, but he couldn't shake the feeling that somehow Alan was tracking her. How else would he have figured out where they were? "Are you even paying attention to this?" Zoey demanded. She flung her arm out, motioning to a painting that took up an entire wall. "Look at this! It's survived more than 200 years of natural disasters and wars and probably being stuck in some old lady's attic, and now we get to pay €15 a ticket to see it." Mitch folded his arms, trying to take in the painting. It was a scene of a war, maybe the French Revolution. Soldiers stood around a cannon, ready to fire. "I don't think that would fit in someone's attic." Zoey rolled her eyes and tugged on his suit jacket. "Oh, come on. The Mona Lisa should be right through there." Mitch followed Zoey, enjoying the gentle pressure on his arm. At moments like this, he could almost forget the way she had completely brushed him off 6 months ago, like their stolen moments had meant less than nothing. They passed into the large gallery, and Mitch immediately knew which painting was the Mona Lisa by the flood of tourists around it. Zoey pushed her way to the front of the crowd. A few people grumbled, but when the men saw her, they immediately stopped talking and ran their eyes up and down the length of her frame. Zoey wasn't especially tall, but in those heels, her legs went on for miles. Mitch had the sudden urge to rip his jacket off and throw it over her shoulders. Zoey wasn't dressed especially provocative. In fact, she'd donned a fairly professional look for the day, but the men still devoured her like she was a ribeye steak. "Oh my gosh, I see it!" Zoey yanked Mitch forward. His shoulder brushed hers, and he sucked in a breath. Heaven help him, he didn't know how he would survive the next 2 weeks. "She kissed someone else hours after kissing you," he reminded himself. More like mauled someone else. Their tongues had been so far down each other's throats, it was a wonder they hadn't choked to death. "This is incredible," Zoey breathed. Mitch forced himself to stop staring at the back of Zoey's head and take in the masterpiece. The area was roped off, and a glass case surrounded the framed painting. Mitch was surprised at how small it was, perhaps 2.5 feet long by 2 feet wide. "It's tiny," he said. For some reason, he had expected it to be bigger. "It's amazing. It's one of the most famous paintings in the history of the universe, and we're standing here, staring at it." Zoey cocked her head and walked to the side, brushing past a few tourists with cameras as she kept her eyes on the painting. She walked to the corner of the glass box, then made her way back, passing behind the tourist to the other side. Mitch watched her progress, unable to stop the grin spreading across his face. Eventually, she came back and stood beside him, her eyes still on the painting. "What are you doing?" Mitch asked. "Seeing if her eyes really follow you wherever you go." "And?" She finally peeled her eyes away from the painting. A smile graced her lips, soft but at the same time mischievous. "See for yourself, Mr. Harris." She placed a delicate hand on each of his arms, brushing up against his back. "Now keep your eyes on hers." Her breath tickled his cheek, a soft exhale that had him falling off a cliff with no parachute. Gently, Zoey pressed against his right arm with her hand, urging him to the side. Mitch held his breath, his eyes locked on the painting, afraid of turning his head and seeing her full lips so close to his. Zoey guided him first one way, then the other. He felt her skirt brush against his pant leg as his nerves unraveled. "Well?" Zoey asked, her voice a soft whisper behind his ear. Mitch swallowed. He hadn't paid attention to the painting at all. "You're right. Her eyes do follow you everywhere." Zoey's hands dropped, and he felt the distance like a physical ache. "Now, aren't you glad you relaxed for 5 seconds to enjoy that? Not many people can say they've looked into the Mona Lisa's mysterious eyes." "I am glad we have time to visit the sites," Mitch said. He cleared his throat and blinked, forcing himself to act normal. "It's not like I've purposefully avoided them before. I just haven't had time." "Luke works you pretty hard, doesn't he?" Luke was constantly telling him to relax and take the night off. "Rick Ryder gave me an opportunity when I desperately needed one, and I can never repay him for his generosity. I will gladly work for Ryder Communications and do whatever is asked of me." "Even though Rick's no longer alive?" Mitch shrugged. "Luke's every bit as good a man as his father was. He's more than my boss. He's my best friend." Something flickered across her face that he couldn't quite peg. "I'm glad you had Ryder Communications, and I'm glad you have Luke. I admire your work ethic." Mitch felt his ears heat. He cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the silence. "So, what else do you want to see in this museum?" "I've heard that Napoleon's apartments are amazing. Let's go there next." For the next 3 hours, they wandered the Louvre. Zoey admired the artwork, and Mitch admired Zoey. There was a grace and confidence about her that was all too appealing. He didn't like how she made him relax, how she made him want to be carefree and spontaneous. That didn't pay the bills, and he'd do well to remember that it was exactly what had attracted him to her in the first place that ended up hurting him in the end. He hadn't been in love with Zoey, but he'd been heading down that path. And all he had been to her was a makeout session in a dark corner of a restaurant during an engagement party that had probably bored her. By the time they finished at the Louvre, it was late, and Zoey agreed that it would be best if they headed back to Luke's apartment so they wouldn't be tired for their appointments tomorrow. They were only a block away from Luke's high-rise when Zoey spoke. "I haven't seen Alan," she said. "Maybe he isn't following us after all." "He'll show up eventually." The fact he hadn't already hopefully meant he wasn't tracking Zoey's movements through her phone. Mitch would have a private security firm check tonight to be sure. "If he does, I'll do whatever necessary to distract him," Zoey said. Mitch's muscles tensed and his palms began to sweat. "Please don't. Your distractions have a way of making things worse. Is that all I am to you? A big screw-up? Mitch paused on the sidewalk, turning to face Zoey. No, of course not. I just meant, I'm sorry about this whole mess. Her voice caught on the last word. I would never intentionally do something to ruin Brooke and Luke's wedding. The words sliced through him. Is that what you think I believe? You've made your opinion of me abundantly clear. That's not what I meant. You see me as irresponsible and impulsive. Mitch shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, staring at the ground. I know you mean well, but we really don't need to antagonize Alan more than we already have. Message received. She stepped around him, head held high. Zoey, wait, I know this is important and I'm not going to mess it up. If you think a quiet, demure Zoey is the way to achieve our end goal, then that's what you'll get. I didn't mean... A motorcyclist cut off a car, and the resulting honks drowned out the rest of his sentence. Not that he had known what he was going to say. Zoey paused, looking up at the sign above a doorway. This is Luke's place? Mitch nodded. The sign for the apartment complex was small and inconspicuous, tucked into the centuries-old building that had been renovated into a coveted piece of real estate. Mitch followed Zoey inside, and they rode the small elevator up to the 5th floor where Luke's penthouse apartment was housed. The silence between them was thick and strained. Mitch unlocked the door and let them inside. He barely glanced at the room. He'd stayed here during 2 previous visits. The apartment was small by American standards, but filled with expensive materials and opulent decor. The door opened to a small living room with a bedroom and private bathroom on either side. Zoey, Mitch began. He'd hurt her feelings and he didn't know how to make it right. Do you have a room preference? I usually stay in that one. He pointed to the room on their right, so that's probably where Philippe put my luggage. Yours should be in the other room. Great. I'm going to bed now. It's been a long day and I didn't sleep on the plane. Zoey, he began again. He wasn't sure what he wanted to say. Don't be angry at me. It's okay if you antagonize Alan with your crazy schemes. Truthfully, a subdued version of Zoey might make the next 2 weeks easier, in more ways than one. Zoey pinned him to the floor with a glare that could have cut diamonds. Good night, Mitch. I'll be ready to leave by 9 o'clock. She didn't wait for him to answer, but shut her bedroom door firmly behind her. Mitch rubbed a hand over his face and silently groaned. He was forever screwing things up with her. He hadn't meant to be insulting. In his own room, he sank down onto the queen-sized bed, this time letting out a real groan. The mattress was the perfect balance of soft and firm. He reached down and gently eased one shoe off, then the other. His feet let out a sigh of relief at being released from their tight confines. He'd have to consider dressing more casual and wearing the tennis shoes he had brought for his morning runs if they kept walking all over the city. No, these shoes would be fine. They weren't here to play tourist, and Philippe would drive them to their appointments with Juliet. Mitch stripped down to his boxer briefs, then lay back on his bed. Hopefully Jasmine would still be on her lunch break. She seemed excited for her first day when he had talked to her a few hours ago. She'd already found someone interested in the contract for the apartment and would be moving home this weekend. The phone rang and rang. Maybe she was already off break. He was just about to hang up when Jasmine finally picked up. Hello? Her voice was a strained whisper. Mitch sat up in bed, frowning. Hey, I'm just calling to see how your first day is going. Great. Everything I hoped for and more. He heard the false brightness in her tone, hiding the stress underneath. Jazz, what's wrong? Nothing. Jazz. She let out a sigh. It's just been a stressful day, she said, her voice still a whisper. I don't think the boss likes me. There have been some communication issues and I got our coffee order wrong and took some samples to the wrong design house, but it's nothing. I've got things under control. That doesn't sound under control. Where was the communication breakdown? I'm sure it's just some traditional hazing for the new intern. Wait, you mean your boss is trying to make you fail? The hairs on the back of Mitch's neck pricked up in anger. Not my boss, her assistant. But it's fine. I have a plan and tomorrow will be better. Jasmine, are you sure you know what you're doing? If you ask me that one more time, I swear, Mitch, I'm going to lose it. Someone said something, but the words were muffled, as though Jasmine had covered her phone. When her voice came back on, it was nervous. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Bye, Mitch. Bye, Mitch said. But Jasmine had already hung up. He set his phone on the bedside table, wishing he could jump through the line and wring the neck of the assistant trying to make Jasmine look bad. He took a deep, cleansing breath. Maybe this was a good thing. Maybe Jasmine would decide fashion wasn't worth it after all and go back to school. She was making a huge mistake, and there was nothing he could do about it but sit back and watch. Mitch closed his eyes and lay flat on his back in the middle of the bed, slowly and consciously relaxing each muscle in his body. It would take at least 30 minutes of meditation to make the stress from today disappear. Chapter 13. Today, Zoey would be subdued. She would be calm. She would channel her inner Brooke. She would hopefully avoid Alan. She speared the last bite of her omelet and chased it down with a croissant. That settled it. She was never returning to California. She wondered if Luke's personal chef accepted coupon books filled with IOUs for eternal gratitude and undying love as payment. Her phone skittered across the desk as it rang the trilling chime that meant someone wanted to video chat. Zoey quickly downed her juice and picked up her phone. Brooke was trying to call her. Act natural. Don't let on that Alan's here. Zoey quickly wiped her mouth with a napkin and then accepted the call. Hey, she said, putting on a bright smile. Hey, Brooke said. Her makeup was flawless, but didn't cover the anxiety in her eyes, even if it did mostly hide the dark circles. Brooke shifted, and Zoey could just make out the bookcase behind Brooke's desk at Toujours. Looked like she was putting in another late night at work. How are things going with the wedding planning? We visited Versailles yesterday. It's so beautiful, Brooke. Brooke smiled, and some of the tiredness left her eyes. Isn't it perfect? I'm so excited. I know Luke's security team was a little leery about the location, but when we visited in March, I knew it was the perfect place for our wedding. It's so different from anything else. She didn't say the words, but Zoey knew what Brooke really meant. Versailles was completely different from the vineyard in California where Brooke had planned to marry her ex-fiancé. No doubt the differences had helped convince Luke the security risks were worth it. Plus, when they had chosen the location, the paparazzi had merely been a nuisance instead of a threat. It is perfect, Zoey agreed. Juliet is really sweet and seems competent. She'd be even sweeter if she could stop being all sexy and appealing with her long legs and French accent, but Brooke didn't need to know that. We're meeting with the string quartet this morning, and I think we're reviewing the cake options tomorrow. Juliet mentioned something about a tasting. Oh, and the florist in a few days. Brooke sighed, resting her chin in her hand. I wish I could be there. I hate that the paparazzi is preventing me from being a bride. I know, but Mitch and I have everything under control. Zoey wished she could reach through the phone and give Brooke a squeeze. I've got your back. I know you do. Luke and I are finally in such a great place. I just want our wedding to reflect that. If it didn't, Zoey would be to blame. She swallowed hard. It will. Promise. Now, you want non-traditional music for the ceremony, right? Yes, but still really classy. No Bach or anything, just pretty instrumental songs. Can you video chat with me while you're there so I can hear them play? If it weren't for Zoey, Brooke would be here doing this herself. Zoey rubbed her finger over the side of her phone case, wondering if Brooke could feel her guilt from an ocean away. Of course I will, as long as the internet connection's good. But I have everything under control, okay? You can trust me. I know, and I do. Brooke blew out a breath, causing her bangs to puff outward. I hate this. I hate the whole freaking media. Parasites, all of them. You have no idea how much I appreciate this, Zoe. I'm the reason you aren't here yourself. I'm so sorry, Brooke. If I could go back in time and change things, I would. Brooke's brows furrowed and she pursed her lips. There's no way you could have known this would happen. It's not your fault. Except it maybe, probably was. Zoe wished she could stuff this guilt into a garbage sack and toss it in a bin. The paparazzi hasn't been giving you any issues there, have they? Brooke asked, leaning toward the camera. No, Zoe said quickly. I haven't run into a single pap. Which was technically true. They'd more run away from Alan than into him. And besides, they still weren't 100% sure he was paparazzi. Except he totally was. Brooke leaned back in her chair, letting out a sigh. Good. I can't wait for those bottom feeders to find some other pseudo-celebrity to stalk. I just want to live my life in peace and quiet. Zoe had a feeling that life as Luke's wife would never be peaceful or quiet. The paparazzi would get bored and go away eventually, but Luke was a business tycoon regularly listed in Forbes magazine as one of the top 100 richest men in the world. Things will calm down after the wedding. I hope so. Brooke picked up her phone, glancing at something on the screen. I'd better go. I've got a meeting with the staff in the morning to explain our new online application process, and I still need to prepare. Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show it to you when you get back. A lump formed in Zoe's throat, and she forced herself to nod. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later then. I'll plan on it. Leanna will email you some photos of flower arrangements I really love to give you an idea of what I'm going for. Thanks again, Zoe. Brooke gave a little wave, and then the screen went dark. Zoe closed the app on her phone, trying to push back the guilt. It would be selfish and cruel to bring up her job woes to Brooke right now when she had so much else on her plate. Brooke adored Toujours and everything about it. The promotion to head of the Los Angeles office had been a dream come true. She'd never understand why working there made Zoe feel claustrophobic. Maybe she could still work at Toujours while doing makeup artistry on the side. With Brooke moving out, Zoe would pay double in rent unless she decided to find another roommate. It didn't make sense to give up her only stable source of income, especially since Toujours was doing so well right now. Zoe had more clients than she could keep up with. But her makeup business was also exploding, and she was having to turn those clients away. Anger ripped through Zoe, the fury taking her breath away. Why did she let Brooke's opinion matter so much? Yeah, she was closer than a sister, but this was Zoe's life. Any other job and any other boss, and Zoe would have quit months ago. A knock sounded at her door. Zoe, are you about ready? Philippe's waiting downstairs. Zoe glanced at her phone. 8:45, 15 minutes before they'd agreed to leave. Give me 5 minutes, she called out. No way she was leaving this room without brushing her teeth. Not because she thought Mitch would get close enough to smell the tomato and green chilies on her breath, but because it was polite. Okay, Mitch said. Footsteps, muffled by carpet, disappeared as he walked away. Zoe decided to wear the gladiator sandals today, just in case they ended up running from Alan. She piled her hair on top of her head in an elegant high pony that would do double duty, keeping her neck from getting so hot and sweaty. Paris in August was a lot hotter and stickier than she'd anticipated. Her loose boho blouse with an open back and crisscross ties in front nearly hid her jean shorts. Zoe grabbed her yellow purse with the short strap from off her dresser and dumped the contents onto the bed. Mitch was wrong. Alan hadn't bugged her purse. She had gone through everything last night. But it didn't hurt to check again. She glanced at the door to make sure it was still shut, then slowly picked her way through the items in her purse, looking for anything out of place that she might have missed in her previous check. She grabbed a slender knit purse with fringe along the bottom and dropped her wallet, phone, and lip gloss inside after checking each item. There was nothing out of place. Mitch was paranoid. Alan wasn't tracking them. 19 minutes later, Zoey emerged from her bedroom, her most definitely not bugged purse slung over her shoulder so it rested against her opposite hip. Mitch sat on the couch in the living room, his tablet predictably in his hand. "You're late," he said without looking up. "It's 9:04. That's as good as on time." "I'm worried we'll get caught in traffic. Did you eat?" He finally looked up, his warm eyes drawing her in. "I'm not sure when we'll stop for lunch, and I don't want you to starve today." She was never going to understand Mitch. He scolded her for being late one minute and made sure she wasn't hungry the next. Did he care about her or not? Trying to figure it out made her head swim. "I ate an omelet, so I'm good." "I meant to tell you last night that Luke and I usually place our breakfast orders with a chef the evening before, then plan out our day over breakfast. I think the same format would work well for us." "Okay." Zoey couldn't stop the wry smile from curling her lips. They'd discussed their plans for the day yesterday evening. Was it really necessary to go over it again 10 hours later? It wasn't like anything had changed. The elevator ride to the car was silent, the tension still thick between them, even after 3 days. Usually, Zoey would try and break the silence, maybe ask about Jasmine, but this time she was staying stubborn. Mitch's complete and utter lack of confidence in her still stung. She'd proved to him how level-headed she could be. She climbed into the car and greeted Philippe, who barely waited for Mitch to close his door before peeling into traffic. Zoey caught herself just before tumbling into Mitch's lap. He reached out to help her, but she jerked away, quickly buckling her seatbelt. "I confirmed with Juliet and the string quartet just before leaving, so they're expecting us," Mitch said. "I also spoke with Brooke on the phone. She says that she wants non-traditional pieces." "Yeah, I know. I talked to her too." Mitch cleared his throat and looked away, gazing out the window. "Then we're on the same page." If by same page he meant in completely different books, then sure. "Fine." Mitch opened his mouth, then closed it and shook his head, turning his gaze out the window. The silence screamed between them, louder than an LA nightclub. Zoey couldn't believe she'd ever fantasized about Mitch. He was one of the most difficult-to-please, unreasonable men she'd ever met. French pop songs and Philippe's off-key singing filled the silence. Zoey glanced at Mitch, not sure what she hoped for. After 5 minutes of him staring out the window while she stared at him, she gave up and looked up floral arrangements online, since it was too loud to listen to music clips in the car. Brooke had emailed Zoey a few pictures, and the style would be easy enough to replicate. Classic, elegant, and very Brooke. "That motorcycle's been following us since we left the high-rise," Mitch said. Zoey dropped the phone in her lap and whipped around to peer out the back window. "What?" "I've been watching him in the side view mirror. He always stays a few car lengths behind, but yeah, he's been with us since we left the apartment building." The eggs from the omelet curdled in Zoey's stomach. "It's probably just a coincidence. This is a busy road, and there are lots of people who live at those apartments." Mitch leaned forward. "I think we've got to tail Philippe, the motorcyclist. Do you see him?" Philippe peered in the rearview mirror, then nodded. "Oui, monsieur." "Can we try to lose him?" "Say no more." Philippe yanked the wheel to the left, cutting across 3 lanes of traffic and nearly giving Zoey a heart attack in the process. "If I die in this car, I'm coming back as a ghost to haunt you, Mitchell Harris," Zoey hissed. "We're fine." Philippe made a sharp turn into a narrow alleyway, earning him 3 blaring horns and an obscenity screamed out a window. Zoey glanced behind her again, her shoulder brushing Mitch's at the movement. "He's still following us," Zoey said. "Hold on," Philippe said. He cut across traffic and took another turn, this time left. The motorcyclist was now only 1 car length behind them and keeping pace. Shoot, Zoey muttered. It's got to be Alan, Mitch said. Do you think he's renting an apartment in the same building as us? I doubt it. It's pretty expensive for a pap. He's probably staying at a hotel nearby. Might even be sleeping on the street as he stakes us out. Vultures. He's nothing but a frickin' vulture. Why won't they just leave Brooke and Luke alone? Zoey had her phone out, ready to dial the police and give an anonymous tip about a motorcyclist she had just seen break into a car, whatever lie made them take her seriously, but paused, the number only half dialed. Today, she was channeling Brooke. Calm, rational Brooke. Those wedding photos would make his career, Mitch said. I guess he's decided being discreet isn't getting him anywhere. Philippe turned down another corner, and Zoey grabbed onto the door handle to avoid slamming into Mitch. We can't let him ruin their wedding, Zoey said. At least we agree on one thing, then. He's still with us, Philippe. A light turned yellow ahead, then flicked red. Philippe gunned the engine and sprinted through it. Horns honked and tires screeched. Zoey bit her tongue, fighting back the scream, begging for release. They made it through the intersection, but barely. Zoey looked back. The motorcyclist was stopped behind another car at the light. We lost him, Mitch said. Quick, make a few more turns so he can't find us again once the light turns green. Oui, Philippe said, and turned down another road. He made 4 more turns at random intersections before finally slowing his pace. I don't think you'll be finding us now, Monsieur Harris. I think you're right, Mitch said. He glanced at his watch. That little detour cost us 20 minutes. We better hurry up or we'll be late for our appointment with the string quartet. Philippe nodded. But even with the motorcyclist gone, Zoey couldn't make her shoulders release the tension she held there. There was no doubting it now. Alan was a reporter, and he was hot on their trail. Chapter 14. Mitch was pretty sure he was dying of boredom. He'd never realized there were so many different types of flowers in so many different shades of colors. Zoey and Juliet had been discussing them with the florist for 2 hours, debating the merits of lilies versus calla lilies, white versus cream, long-stemmed versus trimming the stems. Zoey frequently snapped pictures and texted them to Brooke for an opinion. Apparently, the wedding was important enough Brooke was willing to sacrifice sleep for middle-of-the-night questions. When Luke first asked Zoey to go to France, Mitch had been certain the whole thing would be a disaster and that Zoey would be the proverbial millstone around his neck, dragging him down to hell. But now he realized he would have been totally lost and would have screwed up everything if she hadn't been here. He needed Zoey. Talk about terrifying. Juliet said something to the florist in French, then turned to Zoey and Mitch. I think we're done here. We'll meet at 4 o'clock to review table settings. Is there anything else you need help with today? Juliet asked. Brooke asked me to go see her dress right now, but I don't think we need any help with that. Zoey pulled Juliet into a hug. Thanks again for everything. Brooke will love these arrangements, and that bouquet will make her cry tears of joy. It's a perfect match for the dress. Mitch said his goodbyes and followed Zoey to the car. She climbed in and handed Philippe her phone. Do you know where that address is? She asked. There's a wedding dress shop there we need to stop at. Oui, Philippe said. It's maybe 20 minutes from here, if traffic is good. Not far. Perfect. Zoey took her phone back and buckled in. Mitch did the same. Brooke asked us to go to the dress shop? Oh yeah, I thought I mentioned it. She texted me while we were at the florist, freaking out that she had made a mistake going with a champagne-colored dress instead of white. She's worried it's going to look dirty instead of elegant. So she asked me to stop by the shop and assure her that everything's perfect. Is that okay? Since when did Zoey ask permission? Maybe she really was trying out the demure thing. She'd definitely been more subdued the last few days. He wasn't sure he liked it. It's fine, Mitch said. We're here to help Brooke and Luke however we can. Okay. Zoey pulled out her phone and tapped away. She didn't look up again until they stopped in front of the bridal shop. The shop was smaller than Mitch had expected, with glass-fronted windows displaying mannequins wearing wedding dresses. "This is it?" he asked in surprise. He'd been expecting a sleek and expensive shop, maybe on the Champs-Élysées. But this small boutique was tucked away in an obscure alley, with only a tiny sign above the door proclaiming, Madame Rousseau, robe de mariée. "Charlotte recommended it," Zoey said, referring to the French owner of Toujours. "There's this fantastic designer that works exclusively with the boutique. Brooke saw one of her designs online and fell in love. She custom designed a dress just for Brooke. I've seen pictures, and it looks absolutely gorgeous." "I'll take your word for it." Mitch seriously doubted he'd have an opinion one way or the other on the dress. But if Brooke wanted them to check it out, they would check it out. Zoey pulled open the heavy wooden door, and a small bell tinkled above it. The shop was lined on both sides with more mannequins, but the floor and reception desk were both empty. "Hello?" Zoey said into the silence. "Crap. Bonjour?" She stumbled over the word, her J much harder than the soft French pronunciation. Why was everything she did so unbelievably adorable? A woman appeared from the back room, glasses perched on the edge of her nose, a gold chain hanging from both sides. "Bonjour. Comment puis-je vous aider?" Zoey looked at Mitch, a help-me expression on her face. He shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets. He didn't speak any more French than she did. "I'm sorry, we don't speak French. I'm Zoey, Brooke Pierce's maid of honor. I think she called to tell you we were coming." "Oh oui, Zoey!" The woman was short and rather round, and her arm wiggled back and forth as she pointed to Zoey. "Brooke call, you see dress." "Yes, that would be wonderful," Zoey said. Mitch was glad the woman had finally understood. His sign language wasn't up to par. "Come, come." The woman motioned with her hands, and they followed her down a small hallway that opened into a large room filled with sewing machines and more mannequins, these ones wire. Dresses in various states of assembly were on the mannequins. In a corner sat a dress that looked almost completed. The woman walked over to the dress and smoothed the silky folds of fabric. "Brooke," she said, the pride evident in her voice. "It's..." She squinted as though trying to come up with the right word. "Design personnalisé." "It's beautiful," Zoey said, letting out a sigh. She leaned forward, examining it. "Are you Madame Rousseau?" The woman nodded, smiling widely. "I make." "You did an excellent job. The lacework is exquisite." Mitch didn't know about the lacework, but something about the dress was definitely off. "Are you sure it's right?" he said, his voice low. "It's not white." Zoey rolled her eyes. "Do you even listen to me when I talk? It's champagne-colored, and it's absolutely perfect. Brooke is going to be a vision in this dress, and it fits the venue perfectly." "A dress has to fit a venue?" It was like Zoey had started speaking French. Mitch was in way over his head. "Men." Zoey motioned to the dress, directing her attention back to Madame Rousseau. "Is it finished?" The woman put her fingers together, mere centimeters apart. "Bientôt." She stood back, eyeing Zoey critically, then smiled. She took the dress off the mannequin and started speaking in rapid French. She held the dress up to Zoey. "You try." Zoey's eyes widened and she frantically shook her head. "Oh, no, I could never. Brooke hasn't even tried it on yet." The woman pursed her lips, giving Zoey an exasperated glare. "You try," she said again, this time more forcefully. Even Mitch knew that wearing a bride's dress was a serious breach of social etiquette. "You can't wear that." "I know." Zoey held up her phone. "Can I take some pictures? Brooke wants to see." Without waiting for a response, Zoey snapped a photo. "Maybe we should have had Juliet come with us to act as translator," Mitch said. He wasn't sure if the woman was confused and thought Zoey was Brooke or if she just thought Zoey might enjoy trying on the dress. "I'm calling Brooke," Zoey said. A moment later, Brooke filled the screen of the video chat. "Hey, Brooke, we're at the dress shop." "How is it?" Brooke asked, her voice thick with apprehension. "A crazy woman is trying to make someone else try on your wedding dress," Mitch thought. Brooke and Luke should be here, not him and Zoey. How had they gotten into this mess? Oh yeah, Zoey had flirted with the wrong guy. He immediately pushed the thought away. That wasn't fair. Alan had used her. "Breathtaking, Brooke. You've really outdone yourself this time. The design is amazing. See for yourself." Zoey turned the phone around, facing the dress. Mitch heard an intake of breath. "It's perfect," Brooke said. Zoey turned the phone back around. "Right? The color is amazing, very vintage, and the lace is unbelievable. There is no way a picture can do it justice. Communication is kind of an issue, but I think it's done." Madame Rousseau motioned to Zoey again. "You try." Zoey pursed her lips. "She keeps saying that. I think she wants me to try it on. Maybe because we're about the same size, I'm not really sure." "Try it on and take a picture, then text it to me," Brooke said. "It's hard to tell how it looks on a mannequin. There won't be much time for alterations when I get there. I should have bought a dress here in LA like a sane person, but the paparazzi's been trailing me so closely and I just fell in love with Madame Rousseau's designs." So maybe Brooke wouldn't be a bridezilla. Mitch had to admit she was being pretty cool about this whole thing. "Are you sure?" Zoey asked. "I feel like I'm stepping on your toes if I try it on. This is your dress." "Don't even go there. It's fine. Really, Zoe, I want you to try it on. I've got to go. Send me the pictures, okay? I'll call you back when I've got a few seconds." "Okay," Zoey said, and clicked off the phone. Madame Rousseau smiled. "You'd try?" she said again. Zoey nodded. "I'll try it on." Mitch stifled a sigh. He wondered how the Wi-Fi was in this place and how many emails he could answer while Zoey played dress-up. How had this ended up as part of his job description? Madame Rousseau motioned for them to follow her. Another hallway opened up into a small alcove. A raised platform stood between two doors, with 3 full-length mirrors angled around. She opened one of the doors and motioned Zoey inside, handing her the dress. Mitch sank into one of the chairs in front of the platform, pulling out his tablet and opening the email app. He searched for Wi-Fi networks, but there were none open within range, and one glance at Madame Rousseau convinced him that asking her for the password would be pointless. He opened his email anyway and refreshed, but the hotspot was slow and sluggish. "I can't button this myself," Zoey called from inside the dressing room. The door opened, and she stepped out. Mitch glanced up from his tablet. His mouth fell open, and the tablet slid to the floor. Zoey stepped onto the platform, the unbuttoned dress revealing the smooth, tanned skin of her back. Madame Rousseau plucked a small wire hook from her pocket and began buttoning the dress with quick, nimble motions. Zoey turned around, facing Mitch. The fabric hugged her like a glove, the lace molding to her figure and showcasing her curves. The dress dipped low in the front, but not so low as to be distasteful for a wedding. The light bronze color, barely noticeable, champagne, Zoey had called it, made her skin glow. "Well, how do I look?" Zoey asked. Mitch swallowed, unable to look away. Absolutely beautiful. Chapter 15. The heat in Mitch's gaze had Zoey's cheeks flaming. She looked away, unable to take the intensity any longer. She smoothed the front of the gown, admiring herself in the mirror. The dress was a modified mermaid, fitted through the hips and upper thighs before flowing into a subtle flare. The train was understated, just long enough to be elegant without interfering with movement. Small lace straps complemented the sweetheart neckline. Not something she'd ever choose for herself, but it was perfect for Brooke. Brooke, who should be here trying on the dress herself. Brooke, who was stuck in LA because of Zoey's poor judgment. She has excellent taste. Very classic. Zoey tried to make her voice sound normal, but she could hear the slight tremble in it. Vous êtes magnifique, Madame Rousseau said, beaming. Zoey couldn't help but smile. She had seen Mitch's jaw drop, his tablet slide to the ground. She still had the ability to stop him in his tracks, even if he wasn't interested in her that way anymore. Even if he wanted her to become some subdued version of herself. Brooke will love it, Zoey said. You try your dress? Madame Rousseau asked. Zoey raised an eyebrow. She hadn't even thought about the bridesmaid dresses. You have it? Wait. Madame Rousseau hurried out of the room. Zoey caught Mitch's eyes in the mirror. She fidgeted, running a hand through her hair. Mitch's gaze was so intense. I feel awkward wearing Brooke's dress, she said, just to break the silence. Why was he still watching her? Mitch rose, coming to her side. She watched him through the mirror, could feel the heat of his body mere centimeters from touching her back. Give me your phone, he whispered. Zoey bit her lip, trying to still the pounding in her heart. What? Your phone. Brooke wanted you to text a picture, right? I'll take a few for her. Brooke, right. Zoey shook her head, trying to bring herself back to the present. It's in my purse. Can you get it from the dressing room? Sure. She watched him walk away, his slacks hugging all the right places. Why couldn't she be indifferent to him? Mitch was back moments later, her purse in hand. Zoey rummaged inside, impressed he hadn't gone through it himself, then handed the phone and purse to Mitch. Smile, he said. Like she could do anything else when he had a purse slung over his shoulder. He looked adorably ridiculous. Mitch snapped a few photos, then dropped her phone back in her purse. You really do look beautiful, he said, his voice low and soft. If Brooke is half as gorgeous as you in that dress, she'll make a stunning bride. Zoey sucked in a breath. She had never wished so much that she hadn't freaked out after their kiss. What would have happened if he had called her the next morning as promised? What would have happened if she hadn't kissed that random guy, and what would have happened if Mitch hadn't caught them? Mitch, Zoey said, her voice quiet. I found... Madame Rousseau bustled into the room, and Mitch quickly took a step back. She held up a knee-length dress in a vintage lilac. You try. Zoey nodded, swallowing hard. She turned around so Madame Rousseau could unfasten her buttons, then took the bridesmaid dress and escaped into the room, not looking at Mitch. If they had dated, Mitch would have tried to change her. Heck, they weren't anywhere close to dating, and he'd flat out told her she needed to act differently. He tried to stop her from quitting Toujours if she told him about her plans for the makeup business. He was attracted to her body, but he didn't want her. A few minutes later, Zoey stepped out of the dressing room in the bridesmaid dress. Madame Rousseau clasped her hands together and motioned for Zoey to turn toward the mirrors. Zoey did, and her eyes locked with Mitch's. You're beautiful, he'd said. And she'd been able to tell, by the look in his eyes, that he meant it. She blinked, forcing herself to focus on the dress. Yes, she was beautiful. And yes, Mitch was attracted to her on a physical level. But that didn't change the fact that he viewed her as irresponsible, chaotic, and unstable. She could never fit into his perfect Type A life. Madame Rousseau smoothed the front of the skirt. The fabric was feather-light and airy, just brushing Zoey's knees. White lace crept over the shoulders and down the bodice. The dress would complement Brooke's nicely, and Zoey had no doubt Brooke would be happy with the end result. The photos would be stunning. Zoey fingered the teal highlights in her hair. She'd have to dye it to match the lilac in the dress before the ceremony. Madame Rousseau fussed with the dress, pulling it here and tugging it there. She stood back and eyed Zoey critically before tugging at something else. Finally, she gave Zoey a wide smile and said, "Absolument parfait." Perfect. Then why did everything suddenly feel so wrong? Zoey blinked, forcing back the tears stinging her eyes. Brooke should be here. Zoey shouldn't have feelings for Mitch. Things should be different. "Let me take a few pictures of this one, too," Mitch said. Zoey nodded, plastering on a smile while the phone's shutter clicked away. "If you aren't careful, you'll outshine the bride," Mitch said. His smile was warm, his tone friendly and sincere, flirtatious even. What was happening? Zoey took the phone in her purse, feeling suddenly vulnerable, like Mitch had seen into her soul. She wasn't ready for that. Zoey changed and they left the shop, promising to return in a few days. "We should probably head over to the caterers now," Zoey said. "We'll be a little early, but there isn't really time to do anything else before our appointment." Mitch nodded. He held open the door and helped her into the car, his touch sending tingles up and down her arm. "Stop it," Zoey commanded as Philippe weaved in and out of traffic. There were plenty of guys out there, ones that wouldn't drive her insane. She should have a crush on one of them. Mitch's gaze burned her the entire drive, but Zoey steadfastly avoided it, staring out the window. When Philippe pulled the car to the curb, she bolted out the door and onto the sidewalk. Mitch gently grasped Zoey's arm, pulling her to a stop. Slowly, she looked up, her eyes meeting his. His forehead was creased with worry lines, and his eyes searched hers. "What happened with us, Zoe?" he asked, his voice soft. "Did I misread things?" Zoey thought back to that kiss. She had felt it in every part of her body, but more than that, she had experienced an emotional connection unlike anything she had felt before. And it had totally, completely freaked her out. Zoey shook her head. She choked, trying to swallow back the tears. Mitch stiffened. "He's here." "What?" Zoey whipped around. Alan. He leaned against the stone front of the building, looking triumphant in jeans and a leather jacket. "Be Brooke," Zoey reminded herself. She tried to take one of Mitch's cleansing breaths. She could be calm. Alan smirked, and Zoey snapped. She'd leave calm to Mitch. Zoey strode over to Alan, wishing she had worn heels instead of the gladiator sandals so that she could look him in the eye. "Zoey," Mitch said, his tone heavy with warning and worry. But she was done playing nice. Alan's smirk faded to worry. Worry melted into straight-up fear when Zoey grabbed him by his lapels and pushed him against the wall. She felt his surprise and the lack of resistance. If he wanted to, he could push her off him in a second. But shock apparently held him paralyzed. "What do you think you're doing?" Zoey yelled. She shoved him against the wall again, feeling her nails gouge the leather of his jacket. "Are you stalking me? Do you think it's funny to follow random girls around Paris?" "Zoey," Mitch said. His hand landed on her arm, silently urging her to let go. "We don't want to attract attention." Zoey glared at Alan, her grip tightening on the fabric. She imagined slamming her fist into his face, wiping that smirk right off. He was going to ruin everything. He was a selfish, sleazy, no-good son of a... But if she caused a scene, it would make a bad situation even worse. Zoey gave Alan another shove, then released him and stepped back. Her fingers ached from how tightly she had held on to him, and her body trembled as rage ripped through her. "Leave me alone. Why won't you crawl back into whatever hole you were hiding in before deciding to use me?" The smirk was back. I have a job to do, just like you, Zoey. You convince random couples they're in love with each other, and I sell photographs to the highest bidder when those couples break up. If they're famous enough. You are despicable. She spit out each word. Mitch's hand landed on her arm, and she knew he was worried she'd fly at Alan again. She still hadn't ruled it out as a possibility. How did you find us? Mitch asked. Unlike her high-pitched shrill, his voice was carefully controlled. A reporter never reveals his sources, Alan said. Why aren't you hiding like most of the paps? Mitch said. Why confront us? Sticking to the shadows is so boring, and I couldn't do it any longer. I like to play with my food before I devour it. Zoey slammed her hand against the brick wall with a yell. Leave us alone! Not a chance. I know the wedding is going to be here and soon. You're wrong. Panic bubbled up in Zoey's throat, and she fought it down. They still haven't picked a date. Then why are you traipsing around Paris with a wedding planner? Alan smirked. I'm not an idiot. I can put two and two together. Photos of that wedding will make my entire career. I will obliterate your career if you don't leave me alone, Zoey yelled, shoving a finger in his face. We lost you once, and we can lose you again. You can lose me all you want, but I'll find you again easily enough, just like I found you now. Like I found you every day since you've been here. Zoey's heart thudded in her chest, and her hands turned clammy. Who's your source? Nice try. I can destroy your entire career, Mitch said. Zoey whipped her head around, eyebrows skyrocketing at his low and dangerous tone. I will make sure you are blacklisted from every media publication in the country, Mitch said. You won't even be able to get a job writing feature pieces for a small-town newspaper. When I get those photos of Brooke and Luke's wedding, I'll make $500,000 overnight. Easy. Alan ran a finger over his camera strap, almost caressing it. There will be nothing you or anyone else can do or say that can touch me. I told you, they haven't yet set a date, Zoey said. Right. Alan raised an eyebrow. And I suppose you're in Paris planning a wedding just for the heck of it? It's our wedding! The words were out of Zoey's mouth before she could think. Blood roared in her ears, and she didn't dare look at Mitch. This was do or die, and she wasn't about to go down without a fight. Alan snorted. So you agreed to go out with me for what reason? Think, Zoey. There had to be a plausible explanation. Mitch's arm settled around her shoulders. That's my fault, he said. Zoey and I had a fight, but seeing you at Disneyland convinced me if I didn't snatch her up soon, someone else would. So I proposed. Alan glanced back and forth between them. Zoey saw the doubt in his expression, but also a flicker of unease. He wasn't buying the story, not entirely, but it had planted the seed. No way. You guys are covering for your friends. Of course we are. I always tell reporters I'm getting married when someone's accosting my friends. Mitch infused the words with so much acid that even Zoey believed them. We didn't want to steal the limelight from Brooke and Luke, so we're eloping. You're lying. Mitch folded his arms. My fiancé and I have a lot to do today. Go back to California and bother someone else. If you aren't gone by the time we come back outside, I'll make sure the owner of this fine establishment charges you with loitering. Mitch opened the door, placed a firm hand on Zoey's back, and led her inside. I can't believe you did that, Zoey said. I didn't know you were such an actor. Mitch's breathing was slow and labored, a sure sign he was struggling to find his zen. He's gone too far and made this personal. No one is ruining my best friend's wedding. I don't think he bought it, Zoey said. At least not entirely. But we planted a seed of doubt. Hopefully that will be enough. And if it's not, I guess we'll just have to put on a show. Chapter 16. I guess we'll have to put on a show. Had Mitch seriously said that? To Zoey, of all people? Even days later, he had a hard time believing what had happened, because he had no doubt that she could deliver a memorable performance, one that had a high likelihood of messing with his brain. He'd been waiting with bated breath for the start of her little show. No, he didn't have to obsess over the fact that they were constantly looking over their shoulders, or the way just seeing Zoey made his stomach swarm with butterflies like some cheesy cliché. All he had to worry about right now was getting to the caterers and approving the menu selection for the reception. Zoey coughed, the sound a shotgun in the silent foyer of the office building. Mitch glanced over at her, then away again quickly. In the past 4 days, they'd eluded Alan no less than 4 times. Mitch was beginning to wonder if his heartbeat would ever achieve a normal rhythm again. So far, they hadn't had to play up the bride and groom angle for Alan. Mitch was equal parts elated and disappointed. Zoey had slipped back into her calm, subdued persona, something Mitch was growing to hate. He kept replaying the moment they'd confronted Alan. Watching her slam him against the wall and defend her best friend had been, well, sexy. Mitch shook his head, pushing the up button for the elevator. The doors pinged open and they stepped inside. Zoey's breathing was loud and rushed in the confined space, probably from the white-knuckled ride they had just taken through Paris to lose Alan. Again. Mitch should say something. Tell her everything would be okay. But he should keep how attractive he found the fiery part of her personality to himself. The elevator jerked to a stop before he worked up the courage to open his mouth. Juliet waited for them in the small lobby of the caterers. "Bonjour," she said, smiling. "I hope you are both hungry." "Starving," Zoey said. Funny, Mitch didn't have much of an appetite at all. It was hard to think about things like food when Zoey had monopolized every thought. "They're ready for us," Juliet said. She led them to a room with a round table and 3 chairs, and they sat down. A waiter immediately appeared and sat a small salad in front of each of them. "We'll taste 20 dishes today, so don't eat the entire portion or you'll be too full to try everything," Juliet said. "This arugula salad is a house specialty." Zoey nodded and picked up her fork, dragging the tines through the dressing. Mitch frowned. When was spunky Zoey going to return? "How has your afternoon been?" Juliet asked. "Fine," Zoey said. "And how was your final dress fitting?" "Perfect." Mitch took a small bite of his salad, barely tasting the bitter herb. For an hour, Zoey was pleasant and amenable while they tasted dishes. But she didn't give the waiters her usual warm smile, didn't tease, didn't make witty comments about the food. She hadn't been herself for days. This wasn't his Zoey. Where was the girl who had slammed Alan against a wall? "Brooke and Luke chose these pasta dishes for their variety," Juliet said. "The white wine is classic and should appeal to guests with a sophisticated taste, whereas the creamy fettuccine with lemon zest is an elegant twist on comfort food. The stuffed tortellini with pesto is my personal favorite." "They're all delicious," Mitch said. He looked at Zoey. "Which is your favorite?" She shrugged. "They're all great. I'm sure the guests will be happy no matter what they order." Mitch pressed his lips together. Why was she acting like this? She'd seemed off all week. "Yeah, but which one is your favorite?" Mitch pressed. "I guess I like the cavatappi noodles with the white wine sauce," Zoey said. "I think that's my favorite too." A smile flickered across her face. "Well, look at that, Mr. Harris. We finally found something we agree on." "Yeah, I guess so." He didn't like this complacent, agreeable version of Zoey. He didn't know how much longer he could take it. Fighting with her made him feel alive. Why had he never realized that before? Zoey's behavior didn't improve as they finalized the selections. Had the confrontation with Alan a few days ago really shaken her so badly? "I'm pleased you enjoyed the dishes," Juliet said as the waiters cleared the dessert plates away. "I'll get the final food totals to the caterers tonight. Don't forget we're approving the table linens tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. "We'll be there," Mitch said. He and Zoey rose from their chairs. "Thanks, Juliet," Zoey said. Maybe exploring Paris would help her shed this strange persona she'd adopted. Mitch sent a quick text to Philippe, an idea percolating at the back of his mind. Outside, the sun was just beginning its descent toward the horizon. Zoey looked up and down the curb, frowning. "I don't see Philippe." "I gave him the night off," Mitch said. "I thought we could go to Notre Dame since we have a free evening. It's not far from here. We can take the metro to the Eiffel Tower afterward. You said you wanted to see it at night." He expected her to squeal, maybe even to hug him. But she just nodded and said, "Okay." Something was definitely up, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Mitch turned toward Notre Dame, and Zoey fell into step beside him without a word. Car horns honked and mopeds zoomed past on the narrow road. A mime performed on a street corner, garnering applause from the small audience that had gathered. Mitch looked over at Zoey, expecting her to pull him to a stop so they could watch the mime. But her arms were folded, her eyes focused on the street, and she kept walking. He couldn't take the silence any longer. "Alan must have given up for the night," Mitch said. "I haven't seen him since right before the caterers." "I guess." He nudged her shoulder with his own. "Maybe you've scared him into hiding. He's kept his distance the last few days." He'd expected the comment to make her laugh. Instead, her face fell. "It probably just made him more angry, and he's been plotting his revenge. I should have held my tongue." Finally, a response that consisted of more than one word. "I think it's pretty clear at this point that Alan isn't going away, no matter what we do. What I can't figure out is how he's tracking us." "Me either. Our phones came back clean, it's not your computer, and they didn't find any bugs in Brooke's office or at our apartment." "I know." Mitch rubbed his hand over his face, the stress returning. "The only thing that makes sense is someone at Toujours is the leak." Zoey snorted, and he wanted to hug her because it was such a Zoey response. "Come on, you're grasping at straws," she said. "Brooke's almost always at work when we talk to her. She sends most of her emails from there." "The only person who would have easy access to Brooke's office is Liana." Zoey's eyes widened. "No, there's no way Liana is the rat." Funny, that's who Mitch had first guessed as well. "I don't want it to be someone close to Brooke and Luke either, but how else is Alan following us?" "I don't know." "Has Liana mentioned any financial problems recently?" "Her mom's been sick, but that doesn't mean Alan's paying her for information." Mitch was still waiting for the private investigator to go through Liana's financial records, but it made sense. Who else at Toujours might do such a thing? Zoey sighed, running a hand through her hair. "I don't know. Brooke trusts all the employees implicitly. We all know each other really well." "We're running out of time to figure this out." Zoey flicked a glance at him, then looked away. "We'll just have to play up the fake wedding angle if it comes to that." His heart thumped loudly in his chest, but he nodded. "Okay." "I know you hate the idea, but I'm not about to let—" "Wait, what did you say?" Mitch reached out, gently taking Zoey's hand in his own. "I said okay." She blinked, then gave his hand a squeeze. It was so tentative he almost didn't recognize it for what it was. Okay. What was he doing? A week together in Paris didn't change anything. She kept her hand in his as they crossed the street, then rounded a corner. It was like holding a hot ember after hours in the snow, painful but too comforting to pull away. Zoey halted, her hand still in his, and let out a slow breath. Mitch followed her gaze and realized they were approaching Notre Dame. The cathedral stood tall on its island, the two white bell towers cutting through the blue sky with dark clouds in the background. Zoey's jaw was slack, her eyes wide and lips turned up. She brushed her teal-streaked bangs back with a hand. The cathedral was beautiful, but Zoey was stunning. "What do you think?" he asked. "Amazing!" Mitch stared at Zoey, her face alight with awe, and he had to agree. "Are you ready?" he asked. He didn't know what specifically he meant. Ready to see the cathedral? Ready to fool Alan? Ready to give Mitch, them, a second chance? He didn't know what he wanted her answer to be. "Ready," she said, and pulled him onto the bridge. They made their way through the swarm of tourists and avoided the vendors selling souvenirs, and then they were in front of the cathedral. Gargoyles glared down at them with menacing expressions, and the arched doorways had images of the 12 apostles carved into the stone. "The photos don't do it justice," Zoey said. And Mitch very much wanted to remember this moment. Impulsively, he dropped Zoey's hand and pulled his phone out of his suit coat pocket. "Let's take a picture." Her eyes widened and she laughed. "Are you serious?" "I know how much you like selfies." "It's not a selfie if someone else takes it." But Zoey yanked the phone out of his hand and approached a middle-aged couple holding hands. She held out the phone. "Would you mind taking a picture for us?" The woman nodded, babbling something in what sounded like Italian. Zoey quickly walked back to Mitch, and he wrapped an arm around her waist. He felt her tense, and for a moment he thought he had gone too far and she would pull away. But then she slipped an arm around his waist and relaxed into his side. "Smile," Mitch said. "This is weird," Zoey said, but she complied. The woman snapped a few pictures, and Mitch retrieved the phone and returned to Zoey. "What's gotten into you tonight?" Zoey asked. Mitch placed the phone back in his pocket. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You hate having your picture taken." "But you love it. And I don't mind so much when it's with you." He quickly looked away, not sure he was ready to see her reaction to his confession. What had gotten into him tonight? Was he seriously considering starting things back up with Zoey? "Well, thanks," Zoey said. "No problem." He inclined his head toward the doors. "Shall we go inside?" "I don't know. Do you think I can enter a church without lightning striking?" A laugh burst from Mitch, and a few tourists glanced their way. Mitch gulped, his shoulders shaking as he tried to remain quiet. "I think you'll be fine." "Guess we'll find out." Zoey stepped across the threshold, then let out a dramatic sigh. "Phew," she said. Mitch shook his head. Zoey was crazy. He was glad she was acting more like herself. "Wow," Zoey breathed. She pointed to the stained glass windows. Sunlight hit them, scattering rainbows of light across the mostly empty pews. "It's amazing, isn't it?" "Beautiful," Mitch agreed. How had he come to Paris 3 times and never visited one of the most famous landmarks in the world? It had taken Zoey to show him what he was missing. Zoey pointed to the choir at the front of the cathedral, singing in Gregorian chant. "Are we interrupting Mass or something?" "No, I think they do that for the tourists." Zoey pointed to the tourists lighting candles in the wings. "And what are the candles for?" "I'm not sure." "Oh, look!" Zoey's voice was a hushed whisper but brimmed with excitement. She tugged his hand, pulling him underneath one of the archways. "The detail is exquisite. Have you ever heard tourists be so quiet? This place is amazing." He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, feeling a lump rise in his throat. I know. They explored the cathedral for nearly half an hour in reverent silence. It almost felt like time had reversed 6 months, and they were two friends who flirted just hanging out. But did Mitch want to return to that? He'd finally allowed himself to trust Zoey, and she'd spit in his face. Can we climb to the top? Zoey asked. Sure. I think you can access the roof from outside. Are you ready to go? Zoey nodded, and they exited the cathedral. The sky had grown dark while they explored the interior, and gray clouds billowed in the distance. Mitch bought the tickets, and they waited in the short line near the North Tower. Are we going to have another contest? Zoey teased. No. I know you'll beat me, especially since this time you're wearing those. He pointed to her flat sandals. Hey, it's not my fault you wear the exact same pair of dress shoes every single day. They're comfortable. And you don't like change. The words weren't accusing, but tinged with something he couldn't quite place. Sadness? Sometimes I like change. I've never visited the cathedral before, and I like this. The line started moving, and Zoey bounced on the balls of her feet. Think Quasimodo will be ringing the bells? You never know. When he was with Zoey, he believed anything could happen. Unlike the Arc de Triomphe, the stairs to the top of Notre Dame were long and winding. Mitch pulled at his tie. He could touch the walls on either side of the staircase, and people streamed in front of and behind him. Climbing claustrophobic staircases, visiting tourist sites, asking random strangers to take pictures? This wasn't him. And yet somehow it was when he was with Zoey. He was different around her, and maybe that wasn't a bad thing. They tumbled through the doorway at the top and onto the roof. Zoey dragged him to the edge where a horned chimera kept watch. She threaded her fingers through the wire barrier and let out a sigh. This is a dream, Zoey said. This can't be my life. It could have been Mitch's life for years. He'd been traveling with Ryder Communications for 3 years, and while he had certainly been busy, he could have made time to see the sights if he had wanted to. How had he never appreciated what a gift it was to travel the world? Believe it, Zoey Carlson. She rested her forehead against the wire fence, staring across the river. I wish I didn't feel so guilty. Guilty? That was the last thing he expected her to say. Brooke should be here, not me. Brooke has already been to Notre Dame. Twice, if memory serves. You've seen the photos. I know, but it's my fault she's not here now. Is that what had her so upset the past few days? A lump formed in Mitch's throat, and he wondered how much of her blame was self-inflicted and how much was his fault. He'd been so hard on her. No one could have known Alan was a reporter, Mitch said. You knew. You called it from the moment you saw him. I didn't know. Brooke is supposed to be my best friend. But what kind of friend am I? I flirted with the wrong person, and now we're being chased all over Paris and telling lies. She closed her eyes, and Mitch had to lean forward to hear her over the gust of wind that suddenly hit them. I want to quit Toujours, but I'm a coward and haven't told Brooke because I know it'll hurt her feelings. Wait, what? I've been running a makeup business on the side since Toujours first started floundering. At first, it was just a backup plan because I was so sure the company would go under, but then I really liked it, so I kept taking on more and more clients. Brooke still doesn't know. Why haven't you told her? Because she's my best friend and Toujours is her dream. It'll crush her when she finds out it's not mine. If makeup makes you happy, you should do it. Brooke will understand. I thought financial security was the most important thing. A gust of wind twisted Zoey's hair around her face, and a strand stuck to her lip gloss. He had thought that was the most important thing. But suddenly, Seeing Zoey happy seemed infinitely more important. What good was a paycheck from Toujours if she was miserable in the process? Maybe I was wrong. She laughed, letting go of the wire and leaning into him. 4 words I never thought I'd hear you say. Mitch wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close in a hug. Her body nestled against his like a puzzle piece he hadn't known he was missing. His knuckles brushed against her cheek, and he saw her suck in a breath. Slowly, he pulled the hair away from her lip gloss. "Thanks," she breathed. He reluctantly let her go. "We should probably hurry to the metro if we want to see the Eiffel Tower tonight, or we're going to get caught in the rain." They made their way to ground level and walked back across the bridge. Mitch looked up at the sky. The clouds were even darker now, and the wind whipped Zoey's hair around. "Maybe we should run," Mitch said. He could just make out the metro sign in the distance, still nearly 2 blocks away. The sky rumbled, and the rain started to fall. Mitch cursed. He fumbled with his silk tie, tucking it between 2 buttons to try and protect it inside his shirt. He ducked his head and quickened his pace. Wait, where was Zoey? He turned around, frantically searching the sea of prepared native Parisians scuttling by in umbrellas and tourists in raincoats. Zoey stood in the middle of the sidewalk, her head thrown back and arms open wide. Rain cascaded down her hair and over her shoulders. Thunder cracked again, and the rain intensified. Zoey laughed. She spun in a tight circle, then wiped the rain out of her eyes. She started running, and Mitch thought for sure she had lost her mind. Then he saw the puddle, right in front of him. Zoey landed in it with both feet, and the water leapt around her, mingling with the rain. It splashed into his shoes, and he knew then that his suit was a lost cause. But he didn't care. Zoey cocked her head to the side, an enticing invitation on her lips. "Haven't you ever played in the rain?" "What do you think?" Mitch asked. She skipped forward, grabbing both his hands in hers and towing him toward the puddle. "Oh, no," he said. He looked around, hoping no one was watching. They were acting like children. "Mitch!" Zoey stepped closer, and her green eyes bored into him. "Let loose, just this once. Come on." He couldn't look away. She took a step back, pulling him toward the puddle. "Together," she said. And so Mitch jumped. Chapter 17. Zoey laughed as Mitch's shoes sunk into the puddle. His curls had flattened against his head, and his suit hung limp on his shoulders. "What, you don't think I know how to have fun?" he asked. "Oh, absolutely not. I fully expect you to come to your senses sometime in the next 30 seconds and realize we're both acting like children." Mitch leaned down, his hands hovering over the puddle. "Don't you dare." Zoey took a step back. "Don't what?" "Don't." Mitch scooped the water into his hands and flung it at her. Zoey squealed, running down the sidewalk. Mitch chased after her, and she felt his arms wrap around her waist from behind a second before she was lifted into the air. Zoey laughed, grabbing hold of Mitch's arms. "Put me down!" "You think you know me so well, but I might just surprise you." Okay. You've totally surprised me." Mitch's breath tickled her ear, and his arms tightened around her waist. Then her feet touched the ground, and his grip loosened. Zoey turned in his arms. She ran her hands up his wet lapels and linked them behind his neck, pressing closer. Her entire body ached for him. Mitch dropped his hands and looked away. "If we hurry, we can make it to the Eiffel Tower before sunset. I bet it's a spectacular view from the top." "Yeah, of course." Zoey ran a hand through her soggy hair, disappointment making her eyes water. So he had loosened up for 5 minutes. Big deal. She'd read too much into the moment, and now he was pulling away. It was probably for the best. They dripped their way to the metro station and waited for the train in silence. Zoe's mind swirled with confusing thoughts and emotions. By the time they exited the metro, the rain had stopped and steam rose from the ground as the summer sun warmed the wet concrete. "Thanks for your help today," Mitch said, his tone freakishly perky. Did he think she was an idiot? Talk about a desperate attempt at a subject change. He was trying to bury the moment between them like it had never happened. She never should have told him about Brooke or toujours or makeup. Of all the people to bare her soul to, why had she picked him? He pulled his wetsuit away from his body and ran a hand through his hair, causing the curls to fluff back up. "I couldn't have done any of this without you. I never realized how little I knew about weddings." "You would have figured it out." Okay, so he was changing the subject, but she didn't have to be petty about it. Maybe she had read too much into the moment. "Yes, but you're a natural at it. Brooke will love your selections, which means Luke will be happy, which means I'll be happy. As long as we can keep Alan away, right?" "He won't give up, but that's okay. We're smarter than him." He reached out, brushing a strand of wet hair away from her eyes. The movement was so quick, she almost worried she'd imagined it. "We'll stick to the plan if it comes to that. We can make him believe the wedding is ours." What was he doing? One moment he was pushing her away, the next he was stroking her hair. He was worried Alan was watching. That had to be it. Zoey cleared her throat and looked away, focusing on the sidewalk. "How's Jasmine? You never did tell me how her first day went." "I think it was kind of a disaster. Sounds like she's already made enemies with an assistant that's making her life miserable." Mitch sighed, rubbing a hand over his curls. Zoey had a sudden urge to reach out and wrap that hand in hers. I wish she had gone back to school. Everyone has to go through some crappy times to get to the good ones. I understand that logically, but I wish it didn't have to be that way. She's my kid's sister. I don't like to see her hurt. Zoey did reach out then, taking his hand in hers. He looked at her in surprise, but didn't pull away. Zoey kept walking, urging them along. Her hand burned at his touch, but it was a good kind of fire, one she didn't want to extinguish. If Mitch wanted to play it up for Alan, so could she. "You want to give her everything you didn't have, and that's admirable," Zoey said. "But she'll appreciate it more when she's earned it for herself. Jasmine's a risk taker, but she's also smart. She's only going to take calculated risks with a high likelihood of paying off." Mitch gave her a lopsided grin and gently squeezed her hand. "I guess she's a lot like you in that way." "You don't think I'm an idiot to want to quit toujours?" "No. I think you're brave." Zoey looked away, her cheeks burning. She didn't feel brave. Mitch dropped her hand and pointed. "There it is, mademoiselle, the Eiffel Tower." Zoey stared at the tower, a golden beacon against a setting sun. She let out a laugh, bringing a hand to her chest. "I can't believe we're really here. This whole experience is so unreal." "Want to see it up close and personal?" "Absolutely." He motioned to a grassy field directly across the street from the tower. "We could take a picture there first. The lighting will be gone by the time we get off the top." He smirked. "I'm assuming you want to go to the top, right?" Yeah. You can't come to Paris and not go to the top of the Eiffel Tower." She poked his arm, struggling to regain the playful banter that used to be so easy between them, that had returned in the rain. "Unless you're you, of course. Then you come to Paris twice without bothering to make time for one of the most iconic monuments in the world." "Third time's a charm, right?" "Come on, Mr. Don't Seize the Day. That sun's not slowing down, and I don't want to lose the light." Zoey picked the perfect spot, and they asked someone to take their picture. Mitch wrapped his arms around Zoey and pressed his cheek close to hers, and she struggled to maintain her smile while her mind whirled with the possibilities of what this could mean. He had to be playing it up in case Alan was somewhere nearby. She had hurt Mitch so badly. He'd allowed himself to be vulnerable, something she knew wasn't easy for him, and she'd responded by kissing another guy. The worst part was he probably thought she had done that because she was flighty and not interested in a real relationship. They stood close, but not quite touching as they crossed the street, bought tickets, and rode the elevator to the top. She should tell him that she'd freaked out after their kiss and handled it badly. Maybe, if he knew the truth, he'd be able to forgive her. The elevator doors opened and Zoey pushed her way through the crowd. She pressed up against the wire mesh, providing a protective barrier, threading her fingers through. Zoey gasped. Buildings sprawled below them like tiny dollhouses. The sun sank low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the entire city. Cars zipped along the streets, and she could just make out the sound of a car horn. The Arc de Triomphe in Notre Dame had been spectacular, but nothing compared to this. In about 20 minutes, we're going to witness a beautiful sunset. Zoey jumped. Mitch's breath tickled her ear, and his arm brushed against hers as he pointed at the horizon. She shivered despite the warm air drying her wet clothes. Maybe it was more than an act for him, too. Slowly, she gazed up at him. I had no idea you could live so fully in the moment. I'm learning to. You're a great teacher. Zoey blushed, looking away. What happened, Zoey? I've been thinking about it for months, and I can't figure it out. I really thought that... Mitch rubbed a hand over his head. But I guess I was wrong. Anxiety pooled in her stomach, a murky pond filled with floating leaves and litter. It was one thing to think about telling him the truth, and another to actually open her mouth and say the words. She wanted to run down the tower and away from this conversation. But instead, she took a deep breath. You weren't wrong, she whispered. After that night, I freaked out. When you didn't call me, things spiraled. I meant to call you, but work was insane that day and I didn't have a spare minute. When I called you at lunch, you didn't pick up. He laughed, the sound hollow. I guess I know why. You could have sent me a text to let me know. I thought I was being chivalrous and letting you sleep in. The words were a slap to the face. She'd thought he slighted her, but instead he had been sweet. And she'd freaked out and stuck her tongue down some random stranger's throat. Her stomach curdled with disgust for her actions. I'm sorry, Zoey said. I never should have done it. He meant nothing to me. I don't even remember his name. Mitch gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. His skin was nearly as dark as her hair, and she shivered as his knuckles glided over her cheek. What are you so afraid of? I'm not afraid. Except she was afraid of everything. She knew how to be spontaneous, how to live in the moment, how to enjoy life. But she didn't know how to do the hard stuff, the serious stuff, the relationship stuff. You don't strike me as the kind of girl who gets all neurotic when a guy doesn't call her back the day after a kiss, Mitch said. Maybe I am. Please, Zoey, let me in. It's stupid. Just say it. Like it was as easy as reciting a grocery list. But he deserved an explanation. She took a deep breath, then tried to make her voice flippant. I guess I wasn't ready for the emotions kissing you triggered. I reacted badly, and I'm sorry for the pain it caused you. If you haven't figured it out by now, overreacting is kind of my thing. She didn't like the way Mitch stared at her, as though his eyes could penetrate her soul. You've kissed a lot of guys. What about kissing me was so scary? Zoey looked away, heat flaming her cheeks. I don't want to talk about this right now. I do, and I think I've earned the right to this conversation. She brushed a strand of hair away, playing with the ends of her ponytail. I'd never felt a kiss that deeply, okay? I wasn't prepared for what it would do to me, emotionally or whatever you want to call it. Could she be any more of a girl? It had been one kiss, one silly kiss. It wasn't just a fling for me. Her breath caught, and she couldn't exhale. I was ready to go all in that night, even though it terrified me. You terrify me. Mitch cupped her face in his hand, running his thumb up and down her cheek. But it was the good kind of scary, and I thought you were worth the risk. Zoey was scared to move, scared to breathe. She blinked up at Mitch, trying to read his expression. His eyes brimmed with emotions she couldn't read, and she simultaneously wanted to let herself drown in them and swim desperately for shore. And now? She whispered. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He lowered his head toward hers, then paused, as though giving her permission to pull away. She reached out, resting her hands on his arms. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer still. Her head spiraled with memories of their last kiss. Surely she had built it up in her mind over the last few months. There was no way a kiss could be that perfect. Mitch paused, his lips a hair's breadth away from hers. The Eiffel Tower at sunset seems a little cliché, Zoey murmured. We can put this off until we're somewhere else if you'd prefer. Not a chance. Zoey rose on her tiptoes, bridging the last millimeters between them. And then their lips met. His were just as soft and full as she remembered. His hand tightened at her waist, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. She was dancing through clouds, skating on ice, floating on air, and her thoughts were a scattered mess of fragmented emotions she didn't know how to piece together. Zoey brought her hands to Mitch's cheeks, urging him closer. His skin was rough with whiskers beneath her palms, and she pressed her body against his, wishing this moment would never end. Mitch broke the kiss first, leaning his forehead against hers. What am I going to do with you, Zoey? He whispered. A camera flashed, the bulb blinding in the near darkness. Zoey pushed away from Mitch, her heart pounding so loudly she could hear the blood rushing in her ears. What was she doing? What was she thinking? She couldn't go down this path with Mitch. They were too different. They'd end up making each other miserable. He'd try to change her. The camera flashed again. Zoey took another step back, her stomach sick with dread. Alan, with a camera to his eye and an evil smile on his lips. Chapter 18. What had Mitch done to piss off Karma so badly that he deserved this? For months, he had fretted and stewed and obsessed over that kiss with Zoey. He had wondered what he had done wrong, what was wrong with her, why he was attracted to someone so obviously bad for him, and now, when he was just starting to get answers to those questions and to realize he had misjudged the entire situation, Alan had to go and ruin everything. Zoey's eyes met Mitch's, full of confusion and accusation, where a moment before there had been vulnerability and desire. It's all part of the plan, right? She whispered, smiling. But he saw the hurt behind it. Whatever Mitch had done to anger Karma, Alan had just done it 1,000 times worse. I didn't know he was here. He reached out to pull her toward him, but she took a step back. Sure. The camera flashed again. Mitch closed his eyes, his heart racing. He and Zoey needed to finish the conversation they'd barely started, but now was not the time. They had to convince Alan he and Zoey were about to get married, and then they had to find out how Alan was tracking them. Later. Mitch said. He let his gaze slide to Alan, hoping she'd get the message. Don't worry about me. I'm a great actress. Desperation clawed at his throat. I wasn't acting. Another camera flash. Zoey flicked one last glance in Mitch's direction, then marched over to Alan. Mitch followed close on her heels, kicking himself for not taking the initiative and approaching the sleazeball first. You are a seriously messed up person, Zoey said, pointing a finger in Alan's face. Why can't you leave us alone? We're trying to enjoy Paris together, and you are ruining everything. Usually Mitch wasn't a fan of hyperbole, but this time, Zoey was right on point. I'm waiting for you to slip up, Alan said. I'm waiting for the crack in your story. I'm waiting for you to lead me right to Brooke and Luke and those $50,000 wedding photos that are going to make my career. You're wasting your time and money, Mitch said. No one will pay $50,000 to see photos of Zoey and I eloping. It's a good thing that's not what I'll be getting photos of then. Stay away from us, Alan. Zoey's voice shook with fury and maybe a tinge of fear. Next time I'm calling the police. Alan smirked. You can try and scare me all you want, but it's not going to work. I'm seeing this through to the very end. Zoey flexed her fingers, and for a moment, Mitch thought she might slap Alan. He had half a mind to let her. But instead, she straightened her shoulders and grabbed Mitch's hand. Her palm was warm, her grip tight with tension. He gave her a reassuring squeeze, but either she didn't notice or didn't care. Let's go, she said, and yanked him toward the group waiting for the elevator. The click of the camera shutter followed them the entire way. Alan wasn't trying to get photos of Brooke and Luke's wedding. He was trying to ruin Mitch's life. The elevator doors slid open, and they forced their way onto the platform with the rest of the crowd. As soon as the door shut, Zoey dropped his hand. Mitch's head spun with the complexities and nuances of the last 10 minutes. He didn't know what was real and what was for show anymore. It was all starting to feel real to him. The elevator opened and they stepped outside. Mitch wanted to reach for Zoey's hand again, but she folded her arms across her stomach, a clear back-off signal. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms as though chilled by the night air. Mitch wished his jacket wasn't still damp from the rain so he could offer it to her. Mitch glanced behind him. The sun had set, and the Eiffel Tower was now a glowing beacon. But he could still make out Alan's figure and the silhouette of a camera in the twilight. Alan probably didn't expect to find anything out tonight. He was just trying to unnerve them. He's still following us, Mitch said. I know. Zoey shook her head. Were those tears glistening in her eyes? Why can't he leave us alone? What a piranha! We have to figure out how he's following us. The wedding was only days away. I'm out of ideas. He shows up everywhere and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Let's at least try and lose him before going home. What do you have in mind? Mitch's mind flashed back to their kiss and how much he wouldn't mind experiencing that again. They really needed to talk about what had happened. He hadn't been play acting for Alan. But had Zoey? I hear the riverboat cruises on the Seine are a must-see and are gorgeous at night, Mitch said. Hopefully he'll get bored and go back to whatever hole he crawled out of. Okay, let's go. Mitch let his shoulder brush up against hers as they walked in silence, and he kept his hands down at his sides. But Zoey kept her arms firmly folded and her hands out of reach. Was she regretting their kiss again? He heard the click of a shutter and glanced over his shoulder. Alan still followed from half a block back. Dealing with Zoey would have to come later. For now, they had to figure out how Alan was following them. He can't be tracking us through Liana, Mitch said. No one knew we were going to the Eiffel Tower tonight. I don't think it can be anyone at Toujours, Zoey said. He showed up at the Arc de Triomphe too, and I only texted Brooke that information. She always has her phone on hand. The chances of someone stealing it, going through her texts, and alerting Alan in such a tight time frame are slim. But her office isn't bugged. None of our phones are bugged. So what? He bugged one of us? Are you sure he didn't somehow get to your purse at the charity gala? Zoey sent him a scathing glare. It's just as likely he bugged you. I didn't even bring that purse to Paris, and I've gone through all the contents at least 3 times, and nothing suspicious showed up. Still, I'd feel better if we had the private security firm go through our things. Fine. She spit the word at him, and Mitch instantly realized he had gone too far. I'm not trying to accuse you, I just think, drop it, Mitch. We'll go to the security firm first thing tomorrow. He understood why she was hesitant to admit that somehow she'd been bugged. Really, he did. But she had to face the facts. It was the only explanation that made sense. And if they could find the bug before the wedding, maybe Alan wouldn't ruin everything. Zoey was being stubborn, but he wasn't going to let that stop him from doing his job. They stayed silent as they stood in line and bought tickets, then boarded the boat. The evening was quickly unraveling, and Mitch wasn't sure if he could salvage it. Why couldn't Zoey just admit that Alan had probably been tracking them through her? We should sit on top, Mitch said. I bet the view is great from up there. Sure, Zoey said. But her voice was flat, her usually bubbly tone gone. Mitch stifled a sigh. They climbed the stairs and found the seats up top. Their shoulders accidentally brushed, and Zoey inched away. So it was going to be like that now. Mitch scanned the riverbank for Alan. He stood with his hands in his pockets, but wasn't in line to board the boat himself. Maybe he decided that whatever they were doing tonight, it wasn't worth his time. The boat pulled away from the dock, and Alan remained behind. Zoey let out a sigh. Do you really think he'll show up at our appointments tomorrow? She asked. If we can't figure out how he's tracking us, then yes. He didn't bug anything in my purse. It was with me the entire time. It doesn't hurt to check. Zoey folded her arms, the anger back. How do you know he didn't bug you? Because I only spent about 30 seconds with him. It only takes 1 second to place a bug. Mitch mentally went over their schedule for the next day. I'll see when the private security firm can come to the apartment and check everything. Including you? It was unnecessary, but he didn't want to upset Zoey. Yes. She nodded, her shoulders relaxing. She reached up and twisted a lock of teal hair around her finger, then unwound it. I don't know if we can keep this a secret from Brooke and Luke for much longer. If we find out how Alan's tracking us, they never have to know. At this point, I don't think it matters. He has too much information. Even if we figure it out, he could still show up for the wedding. We should tell Brooke and Luke that he's here, but we have it under control. That way they're prepared for the possibility. We should wait until after the security firm comes to the apartment. Then at least we can give them a reason. You mean I can tell my best friend it's my fault he's been tracking us? Zoey quickly shook her head back and forth. No, I have to tell her now. I know Alan didn't place a bug on me. It can't be me, Mitch. I'm not going to be the person who ruins this wedding. He's just really resourceful or really lucky or maybe both. I don't think we're going to figure out how he's tracking us, which means we're going to have to go through with the plan, which means there's a chance the plan might not work and Alan might show up. Brooke needs to know. Okay. Mitch grabbed Zoey's hands, forcing her to look at him. Her chest heaved and tears glistened in her eyes. He wrapped an arm around her and she fell against him, her shoulder shaking. We're going to figure this out, he said, his hand rubbing slow circles on her back. It's not my fault. I know. It can't be my fault. We'll figure this out. She nodded, nestling up against his side. His entire body was alive with awareness, and she let out a soft sigh, her breath tickling his neck. Somehow, Mitch's fingers were tangled in her hair, and her lips were drawing closer to his. Zoey jerked back, sliding to the far side of her seat. "Stop." "Why?" "We can't." She shook her head. "We're making sure Alan doesn't get anywhere near that wedding. That's all this is." Panic rose within him, and he fought to keep his voice calm. "You're lying." "We were caught up in the moment." "And what about at the engagement party? Were we caught up in the moment then, too? How many moments are we going to get caught up in before you admit this is real?" "I can't deal with this," she motioned back and forth between them, "right now. What we need to focus on is making sure that Brooke and Luke's wedding day remains uninterrupted by paparazzi. Everything else is going to have to wait." "Don't run away from me again." "It was just a kiss, Mitch. Don't turn it into a bigger deal than it was." Anger roiled inside him, and he took a deep, cleansing breath. Yelling wouldn't help anything. "I won't if you stop minimizing it." She said she had ran away because she was scared. He wouldn't let her bolt again. "Maybe there is a certain attraction between us, but we're too different for it to ever work. We drive each other crazy, Mitch." "So you aren't willing to even take the risk?" "I'm not willing to discuss this further tonight." "What are you so afraid of?" "Right now, the only thing I'm afraid of is seeing my best friend crying and miserable on her wedding day because it's being ruined by a selfish, opportunistic reporter." He saw the panic in her eye as she ran a trembling hand through her ponytail. He wanted to grab her arms and insist they talk, but that wasn't what Zoey needed, and if he pushed, he might scare her even more. "The security firm will help us figure things out," Mitch said. "It's going to be okay, I promise." "I'm not going to talk about that kiss." "Okay." "I just want to focus on getting through the wedding." "Okay." "Things are really chaotic and crazy, and I think it's best if we just do our jobs right now." "Okay." Her eyes searched his, as though waiting for him to protest. And he would, but not tonight. Zoey needed him to give in. Slowly, she nodded. The boat floated down the river, passing Notre Dame. He could just make out the patch of sidewalk where they had played in the rain. Mitch had always considered Zoey a forthright person. But maybe, in this one instance, the words coming out of her mouth weren't saying what she really felt. Chapter 19. Kissing Mitch had been about as brilliant an idea as applying foundation to a face, but not the neck. Mitch's shoulders brushed against hers. Zoey dug her nails into her palms and forced herself to focus on the luminescent cathedral as they floated past. She could hardly believe Mitch, Mr. Conservative, had splashed her with a rain puddle mere hours before. It was like someone else had possessed his body, or like he was finally letting loose and allowing himself to be the person he'd always been. Zoey shook her head, trying to listen to Mitch's history lesson on Victor Hugo and Notre Dame. But all she heard was wah, 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 like she was stuck in a Peanuts cartoon. Had he known Alan was nearby when he kissed her? It had felt so spontaneous, but at the same time so inevitable. She bit her lip, lost in the memory. If she closed her eyes, she could still feel his lips pressed against hers. She had been certain she built up that first kiss in her memory, but the second had definitely lived up to her expectations. Her gaze drifted from the cathedral to Mitch. She absolutely, positively could not grab his face between her hands and smash those soft, full lips against hers. They'd been there, done that, and both got burned in the process. Physical attraction wasn't everything. Chemistry wasn't everything. There had to be a basic level of compatibility, or the relationship would fail. Toujours clients had taught her that lesson over and over again. She was pretty certain Mitch had been genuine at the top of the tower, but that was almost worse than if he was putting on a show. because Mitch wanted a version of her that wasn't real. If Brooke, a dear friend but still at the end of the day just a friend, had the power to keep Zoey at a job she hated without even asking, what power would Mitch have over Zoey if she allowed herself to go down this path? She couldn't let that happen. Zoey was off the boat as soon as it docked. She walked toward the metro at a brisk pace, keeping her eyes peeled for any sign of Alan. But he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mitch didn't say anything, just kept pace beside her. The metro was blessedly crowded and noisy, with standing room only. Mitch kept trying to catch her gaze with those soulful black eyes, but if she let him speak, he'd insist they'd talk, and she wasn't ready for that conversation. "What are you afraid of?" he'd asked. The metro rocked around a bend, and Zoey clung to the hand strap, struggling to maintain her balance. Mitch had said the kiss was real, but Alan's arrival had shaken her confidence. Was she more afraid Mitch was serious or that he wasn't? He said he had been all in, but was she? She closed her eyes. Had he really danced with her in the rain? Had he kissed her on top of the Eiffel Tower? That was a version of Mitch that she could mesh well with. Then she remembered him telling her to be more demure. She remembered him accusing her of being flighty and irresponsible. Which version of Mitch was real? A hand landed on her back and her eyes flew open. The fluorescent lights of the metro had her squinting up into Mitch's concerned face. "Are you okay?" he asked. Her throat closed up, and she took a deep, shuddering breath. She and Mitch were, well, whatever, but she wouldn't let them be more. "I'm fine," Zoey lied. She needed to talk to Brooke. Mitch stayed quiet as they walked from the metro station to the apartment, while Zoey shivered in her still damp clothes. It wasn't like him to be so silent, especially when they were in the middle of a fight. Was he giving her space? Did she want it? Mitch unlocked the door to the apartment and Zoey stumbled inside. "Good night," Mitch said. "Night." Zoey tripped over her feet as she raced into her bedroom and shut the door behind her. Yes, she was definitely eager for some space. She flopped onto the bed, not caring that her clothes were still damp. With shaking fingers, she fished her phone out of her purse and pressed the icon of Brooke pulling a silly face. "Pick up, pick up, pick up," Zoey muttered as the phone rang. The phone clicked on and Brooke filled the screen. The bookcases in the background told Zoey she had caught Brooke at work. "Hey," Brooke said. "You're right. The bridesmaid dresses are gorgeous. How did it go with the caterer?" "Fine." Had that seriously only been a few hours ago? Zoey felt like she'd lived an entire lifetime. "Which soup did you end up going with? It's so hard to pick from the photo, and they both sounded delicious." Yeah, like she could discuss soup right now. "I kissed Mitch." Brooke's eyes widened. She leaned toward the camera, her face filling the screen. "You what?" Zoey ran a shaking hand over her hair. "Yeah, I know, and it's not the first time either." "What? Zoey, how long has this been going on, and why the heck didn't you say anything to me?" "We might have sort of kissed at your engagement party, and then we might have sort of had a falling out with each other and just kissed again tonight." "Just a moment." Brooke rose and disappeared from the screen for a moment, and Zoey heard a faint click, like a door closing before Brooke reappeared. "Okay, start at the beginning and tell me everything." When Zoey finished spilling the story 15 minutes later, Brooke was smiling. "Stop smiling," Zoey snapped. "This is serious, Brooke. What am I going to do?" "I always thought there might be something between you two. I bet if I ran your information through Toujours, the system would determine you're a good match." "Then the system is flawed. Mitch and I couldn't be more different." "Opposites attract." "Yeah, but Mitch and I are as opposite as opposites can be. We have nothing in common." He ruined a suit to play in the rain with you. I think he's loosening up. We do nothing but argue. Not all fighting is bad. Zoey held up a hand. Don't even go there. I am not. I can't even begin to imagine. She gulped, shaking her head back and forth vigorously. No, just no, not happening. Zoey. Brooke put on her best matchmaker smile, which only made Zoey roll her eyes again. I know that the intensity of your feelings for Mitch is probably scaring you, but if you open yourself up to love, you might find the happily ever after you've always dreamed of. Don't toujours me right now. I'm not a client and I have no desire to be one. It worked for me and Luke. Yeah, in a bizarre, non-traditional way. Speaking of Luke, Zoey chewed on her lip. Well, if you hear through the grapevine that Mitch and I are engaged, you can ignore that. Zoey! Zoey winced. Okay, so there's something else I need to tell you. But before I start, I want to assure you that Mitch and I have everything 100% under control. 110% even. Everything's going to be fine. Brooke folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. Should I remain sitting for the news? Probably. Guilt overwhelmed Zoey. How had she let any of this happen? Talk about needing to reevaluate her decision-making process. Don't freak out, but Alan's in Paris. Alan, of the paparazzi persuasion? Soda all over his camera at Disneyland, Alan? One and the same. Brooke slumped back in her chair. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. He's trying to get photos of the wedding, isn't he? What am I saying? Of course he is. The real question is, how did he find you? Zoey swallowed, thinking of Mitch's accusations. But he was wrong. There was no way Alan had slipped a bug into her purse. We're still trying to figure that out. He keeps showing up everywhere we go. So we sort of told him the wedding is for me and Mitch to try and distract him. Brooke covered her face and her shoulders started shaking. It's fine, Zoey said in alarm. Don't cry, Brooke. I swear Mitch and I are doing everything in our power to convince him he's on the wrong trail and to make him go home. I will have him arrested if that's what it takes to keep him from showing up at your wedding. I will personally pay some thug to knife him in an alley if necessary. When Brooke looked up, she wasn't crying. She was laughing. So you and Mitch are playing the happy couple while a reporter chases you all over the city? Pretty much. That's the Zoey I know and love. Luke and I will be there in 4 days for the final wedding preparations. Think you can get him off the trail by then? Absolutely. Zoey seriously hoped she hadn't just lied to her best friend. I trust you, Zoe. My wedding's in your hands. I've got to go, but give Mitch a chance, okay? He's a really great guy, and I think the two of you could be perfect together. Zoey rolled her eyes. She and Mitch weren't oil and vinegar creating a fantastic salad dressing. They were fire and ice, directly battling against each other until both had nothing more to give, and all that was left behind was a steaming pile of ashes. Fly safely, and we'll see you soon. Brooke gave a little wave, and the screen went dark. Zoey flopped onto her bed, her head swimming. She and Mitch? A perfect match? The wedding must be rotting Brooke's judgment because her matchmaker's sixth sense was way off this time. She and Mitch were attracted to each other, but at the end of the day, that didn't mean a thing. Chapter 20. Thump, thump, thump. Zoey held the pillow tight around her ears, trying to muffle the sound. She had been dreaming about something wonderful, and she desperately wanted to get it back. She let herself drift again. A 5 o'clock shadow scratched against her soft cheeks. Lips teased her neck. Strong arms held her close. Dream Mitch whispered her name. She knew she shouldn't want him to hold her like that, but it felt so right. Thump, thump, thump. Zoey groaned and threw her pillow on the floor, brought forcibly back to reality. No light filtered through the curtains, and the room was still shrouded in darkness. She grabbed her glasses and slipped them on, squinting at the digital clock on the nightstand. 6 a.m.? Really? It was bad enough she couldn't escape Mitch in her dreams, but now he was waking her up before the sun, too? She stomped across the wood floor and yanked open the door. What? Mitch was dressed for the day in a pressed black suit and red silk tie. The butterflies in her stomach flapped their wings in greeting, but she folded her arms and glared. She couldn't let her feelings for him make her forget how wrong they were for each other. Mitch thrust his tablet at her. Looks like our friend Alan's following through on his threats. Zoey took the tablet, the butterflies dying as dread curdled in her stomach. She glanced down at the page he had open, a tabloid article with the headline, "The wedding might be sooner than you think." Her stomach somersaulted off the Eiffel Tower. No way. Alan couldn't know. She rapidly scrolled through the article, complete with photos of her and Mitch, although the kissing ones had been left out. Was it possible the reporter wasn't Alan? There hadn't been a byline. Maybe he had left the photos out to lend credence to his story. The article speculated that Zoey and Mitch were in the city finalizing wedding plans, and an inside source promised the wedding would be soon, although it wrongly claimed a venue hadn't yet been chosen. She let out a long, slow breath and handed the tablet back to Mitch. Well, his source isn't anyone too close to Brooke and Luke, or there'd be a lot more information in this article. It's mostly speculation. I'm not sure he has a source. The private investigator finally got back to me on Liana and the other Toujours employees. It doesn't look like any of them are spilling Brooke's secrets. You could have saved thousands of dollars if you had just listened to me when I told you that. Mitch snapped the cover shut on his tablet. We had to be sure. He could have picked up all that information from following us. We're his source. And now that the cat's out of the bag, the Paps are going to be ruthless. Mitch sighed, rubbing his hand over his hair. We have to figure out how he's getting that information. I called the private security firm, but Friday is the soonest they can get here. That's 3 days away, the day before Brooke and Luke arrive. I know. Even money didn't talk this time. They're too booked. We'll have to be careful until then. Zoey tapped a finger against her lip. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't? The article. Why would Alan risk tipping others off to the wedding? He didn't. Not really. There's no mention of a venue in that article, and the date doesn't get any more concrete than sometime in the next few months. So he was just trying to make a quick buck? Mitch shrugged. It's possible. A week-long stay in Paris isn't cheap, and he has no idea how much longer we'll be here. I'm guessing an article like that fetched 5 figures. Easy. Yeah, I guess you're right. Zoey twisted a lock of hair, looking away from Mitch. He didn't mention anything about us in the article. Are we sure it's Alan who published it? I haven't seen evidence of any other paparazzi since we got here. So what do we do? Hopefully the security team will find a bug and will know how he's been following us. No, I mean about the article. There's nothing we can do. The damage is done. We'll avoid Alan as much as possible and hope this whole thing doesn't blow up in our faces the day of the wedding. I thought you were the guy who always had a plan. A ghost of a smile appeared on his lips. And I thought you were the one who didn't worry about stuff like this. It's Brooke and Luke's wedding. I can't just shrug it off. Maybe we're rubbing off on each other. Zoey met his eyes, her heart racing. Mitch cleared his throat and looked away. Can you be ready in an hour? I called Juliet and moved up our appointment to go over the table linens. After talking to the private investigator, I don't think Liana is passing our itinerary on to Alan. But changing our schedule will test the theory at least. I'll be ready. Thank you. Mitch stared at her as though he wanted to say something more. Zoey became intensely aware of her wrinkled camisole and what was most likely an intense case of bedhead. He opened his mouth, then closed it and walked away without another word. Zoey shut the door and slumped against it. Why had she let him kiss her? Encouraged it even. Now things were going to be awkward between them, and she wasn't sure how to fix that. Just one more week and I'll be back in LA, she told herself, and Mitch would be firmly in her past. Alan wasn't anywhere to be seen when they arrived at the wedding planner's office. Maybe it is Liana, Mitch said. Maybe Alan isn't an early bird, Zoey countered. The private investigator found nothing on any of the employees. Then we better hope the security firm finds a bug. He's not tracking us through me. Zoey folded her arms, feeling her defenses rising. Maybe he's been trailing us from the moment we left California and picks and chooses the moments to reveal himself. He seems to like playing games. Bonjour. Zoey walked away from Mitch and greeted Juliet. Brooke and Luke would be here in only a few days. Time was running out. They spent an hour approving linen choices before saying goodbye to Juliet. Mitch held open the door for Zoey and they walked outside. His shoulders tensed and Zoey zeroed in on the man leaning against the stone wall. Alan had found them. You two certainly had an early morning, Alan said. Caught me off guard. Zoey folded her arms as white-hot anger flowed through her. Nice article, although it seems to me like you don't know much of anything. I have to keep some of the information for myself, Alan said. I know enough to realize I'd be an idiot to give up now. You're desperate and stupid, Mitch said. Taunting us is sloppy and unprofessional. Watching you two shop for wedding items all day gets pretty boring. I do have to do something to entertain myself. Horrified laughter bubbled up in Zoey. This was all a big game to him. One she would beat him at. Zoey wrapped both her arms around one of Mitch's, leaning into him. I already told you, Alan. They haven't set a date. Mitch and I are the only ones getting married soon. I doubt that someone who was flirting with me a week ago would be marrying him anytime soon. Mitch's muscles tensed underneath her hands, and Zoey squeezed his arm, trying to keep him calm. I'll let you in on a little secret, Zoey said. You were so bad at flirting that you sent me running straight back to Mitch. I didn't want to lose a true gentleman when I found one. No one cares about our wedding photos, Mitch said. Go home. Alan pointed a finger at them, slowly backing away. You're lying, both of you, and I'm not giving up. He turned and stalked away. Mitch pulled his arm out of Zoey's grasp. That went well, he said. Are you actually employing sarcasm? Zoey put a hand to her chest and did her best Southern accent. Why, I do declare. Mitch grinned, and she followed him to the car where Philippe waited to whisk them away. I'm a little surprised myself, Mitch said. I guess paparazzi bring out the worst in me. I kinda like this side of you. It's sexy. What was she doing? She should be smothering the life out of the fire, not fanning the flames. But something about Mitch was utterly irresistible. Mitch ducked his head and cleared his throat. Let's go before Alan decides to come back and make the rest of our day miserable. Zoey nodded and slid inside the car. What was wrong with her? Mitch didn't deserve her mixed signals. Where are we going now, Mr. Harris? Philippe asked. Back to Versailles, Mitch said. But Juliet's not meeting us there until late afternoon. I know. Mitch gave Zoey a fleeting smile. But since we've moved up our appointment, we have a few hours. I thought you might want to spend them exploring the palace. Zoey's cheeks heated with a blush, and she looked away. The car jerked into traffic. "Alan's not going to give up," she said, desperate to distract herself from Mitch's warm eyes and tempting lips. "Brooke and Luke will be here in a few days, and I don't think he's buying that the wedding's for us. We need to up our game." "I'm not sure what more we can do. We've told him we're getting married. He doesn't believe us." Mitch pulled out his phone and started texting. "I think we need to move to Plan C. We might not be able to keep Alan from knowing about the wedding, but we can keep him from getting any pictures with enough security. As long as he releases the story after Brooke and Luke are on their honeymoon, it won't matter. There has to be a better solution." "I'm open to suggestions." Zoey pursed her lips, thinking. If they could just convince him the wedding was for her and Mitch, surely Alan would give up. But how could they convince him? Obviously, words weren't enough. And then the answer fell into her lap. It was so obvious she felt like an idiot for not realizing it sooner. She put a hand on Mitch's knee and waited until he was looking at her to speak. "We could get married." Mitch coughed. "Excuse me?" "If Alan sees our actual wedding, maybe he'll finally be convinced that he got the facts wrong and go home." "You want to get married? Actually legally married?" Zoey felt sweat trickle down her back and her heart thrummed in her chest. "Alan will check with the courthouse to see if we applied for a marriage license. French marriage laws are incredibly complex. Marriage licenses for foreigners can take months to obtain." "But Luke has excellent relations with the French government. Money talks." "But what about—" Mitch floundered, his lips pressing together. "What about after?" Zoey wanted to crawl into a hole and pretend this conversation had never happened. But this was Brooke's wedding they were talking about, and there was nothing she wouldn't do to make that day perfect for her friend. "If we never sign and record the marriage license, it'll be like it never happened," Zoey said. "By the time Alan figures it out, Brooke and Luke will be on their honeymoon and it won't matter." "So what? We go buy you a dress, buy me a tux, and get married at Versailles in a week?" Zoey nodded. Her stomach quivered, from nerves or anticipation, she wasn't sure which. Except that it should definitely be nerves. Because she and Mitch were definitely not getting married for real. No one was signing anything. "We'd have to incorporate all the other places we've visited as well," Zoey said. "Have a meal from the caterers, table linens, a cake and flowers. Alan will realize it's all for show otherwise." "And who would officiate? France has some pretty strict laws about that, too." "Laws that have recently been changed. Brooke told me they no longer require it to be performed at the courthouse by a government official as long as one witnesses the ceremony. So we pay someone to come." Mitch ran a hand through his hair. "This is crazy." "But it might just work. Otherwise, guess who's going to crash the rehearsal dinner and leak news of the wedding? Reporters will swarm." Mitch chewed on his lip, and Zoey had the sudden urge to reach out and smooth the frown lines from his forehead. "I guess we don't have any other options, do we?" "No, we don't. So let's do some wedding shopping, mister." Zoey leaned forward. "Change of plans, Philippe. Take us to the courthouse." Chapter 21. He couldn't believe Zoey's plan was actually working. It had taken 3 entire days, plus a phone call with Luke and a meeting with a judge, but Mitch and Zoey had a marriage certificate in hand and permission to be married that weekend at Versailles. Mitch glanced over at Zoey, who was gazing at the window as they drove toward the tuxedo shop. What would the French government say if they knew he and Zoey never planned on signing the certificate? "I can't believe we had to tell Luke," Zoey said. "They were never going to give us the certificate without speaking to him," Mitch said, "but he won't breathe a word to Brooke." "She would flip out if she knew we were doing this." "She won't find out." Zoey nodded, shaking her hands as though trying to shake off her nerves. We'll tell her about it after their honeymoon and have a good laugh. Philippe pulled up in front of the tuxedo shop and Mitch got out. He turned around, surprised to see Zoey still in the car. Aren't you coming? She shook her head. I made an appointment to get my highlights changed. Teal will totally clash with my lilac bridesmaid dress. I'm heading to Madame Rousseau's afterward to look at wedding dresses. We have to meet Juliet at 4. I know. I swear I'll be done by then. Zoey pulled the door shut and gave a little wave as Philippe whipped back into traffic. Mitch shook his head, unable to hold back a chuckle. He had to admire the lengths Zoey was willing to go to for a friend. She had fought tooth and nail the last few days to make their fake wedding appear convincing as Alan watched, all while making sure everything was ready for the real wedding. Anyone would be lucky to have Zoey on their side. It was hard to find that kind of fierce loyalty in a person. A bell jingled as Mitch opened the door to the tuxedo shop. A balding man with a gray handlebar mustache looked up from the magazine he perused at the front counter. Bonjour, he said. Mitch really hoped he spoke English. Hello. American. How should I help? Mitch smiled, the relief flowing through him. Between this man's broken English and Mitch's ridiculously poor French, they'd get by. He wished Zoey was here with her animated sign language and bright smile to help him out. She had a way of making everyone feel comfortable, even if communication was difficult. That skill had come in handy the last few days as they eluded Alan and tried to throw together a believable fake wedding. She'd been gone 5 minutes, and already he missed her. An hour later, Mitch stood on a raised pedestal and stared at his reflection in the 3-sided mirror. The tailor smoothed the lapels on the tux and nodded enthusiastically. The cut was sleek, the fabric a rich black. Mitch could almost see the admiring glint in Zoey's eyes as she gave him a once-over. She'd make some sassy comment about the fit of the suit that would make him want to kiss her breathless. Mitch straightened the silk tie and adjusted the vest. The tuxedo made him feel strong and confident. It made him feel like a relationship with Zoey might be possible. This was the kind of tuxedo a man could get married in. Well, fake married at least. The tailor fussed with the fabric, but Mitch knew there would be no time for alterations. The fit was good enough, and he could have it tailored when he returned to California. Zoey wouldn't care about the fit anyway. Her positive attitude was one of the first things he had noticed about her. Nothing got her down. Even as they ran all across the city, desperately trying to avoid Alan, she'd stubbornly clung to her glass-half-full optimism. Mitch adjusted the cufflink on one sleeve. Maybe he and Zoey weren't as poorly suited to each other as he'd assumed. They'd made a pretty great team while in France, and even after 6 months of trying to hate her, their chemistry hadn't faded. You like? The tailor asked. Mitch's stomach swooped. It's perfect. I'll take it. Oui, oui, the man said, nodding. Maybe he and Zoey should give each other another chance. He understood now why she had kissed someone else, and her skittish fear of a relationship made sense in a strange way. But if they were honest with each other this time, maybe they could make it work. Mitch changed back into his own suit, then paid for the tux. Outside, he placed the garment bag in the trunk of the car, scanning the street for any signs of Alan. It didn't take long to find him. He leaned against a shop window across the street, his camera on a strap around his neck. He lifted a hand, giving a mocking salute. Mitch's jaw clenched, and he slammed the trunk shut. His phone began to ring, and he yanked it off his belt. Jasmine. Mitch slipped inside the car. Let's go get Zoey, he told Philippe, then answered the phone. Jess, what's wrong? Why does something have to be wrong for me to call you? Guilt slammed into Mitch. He was jumping to conclusions with his sister, just like he had with Zoey all those months ago. Sorry, it's been a stressful few weeks. Don't tell me Paris is stressful or I won't want to go there. What? Back up. You're going to Paris? The end of September. I just got my itinerary today. What about the internship, and how are you affording that? She couldn't even stick with it for 2 weeks. Was it too late to grease some palms and get her re-enrolled in school? The semester had barely begun. "I'm going with the design house." Jasmine's voice bubbled with excitement. "They picked me as the intern who gets to go to Paris Fashion Week. I'm not being paid for my time, but the trip is 100% covered by them." Pride warred with shame inside Mitch. There he'd gone again, making assumptions. Why couldn't he accept that Jasmine did things differently than him, and that was okay? Good even. He'd been so sure she was ruining her life by taking that internship. But it sounded like she was working hard and making a name for herself instead. "That's great, Jazz. You must really be wowing them. I'm so proud of you." "It's crazy how it came about. You know that assistant that hates me? Well, she tried to get me fired." From an unpaid internship. Anger boiled in Mitch, and he wanted to hunt down that assistant and blacklist her from ever working in LA again. But he forced himself to stay calm, to not flip out. Because if he flipped out, Jasmine would clam up, and he was trying to be a better big brother. He loved that she was confiding in him. "That sounds intense. What happened?" "She spilled coffee all over one of the samples we needed for a photo shoot and blamed it on me. My boss told me if I didn't fix the dress in time, I was fired." "Oh, Jazz, what did you do?" "I tracked down the designer, and together we figured out a solution. By the time I got to the photo shoot with the dress, someone had come forward and admitted they saw the assistant ruin the sample. So now she's fired, and the designer was so impressed with my ideas that I get to go to Fashion Week." "That's amazing." "Thanks. I can't believe it's really happening." Jasmine was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was soft. "I know you didn't agree with my decision to drop out of college, and working for the design house has been more challenging than I ever imagined, but I love it, Mitch. For the first time in my adult life, I feel like I belong somewhere. I get to wake up every day and work somewhere I love. And even though interns get stuck with all the crappy tasks no one else wants, and even though I don't get paid, I still wouldn't change a thing. Just like I wouldn't change a thing about Zoey." Mitch brought a fist to his mouth, barely holding back a gasp. How had he not realized that before? Jasmine prattled on about wardrobe choices and worried about whether she could get a passport in time, but Mitch's thoughts were firmly on Zoey. She was chaotic and fun. She turned his world upside down. She was spontaneous and unpredictable and lived life with a zest he found both exhausting and exhilarating. They were completely opposite in every way. But he wouldn't change a thing. "Oops, gotta go," Jasmine said, bringing Mitch back to the present. "Thanks for being happy for me. I was worried you'd flip out again." "I'm so incredibly proud of you, Jasmine. You know what you want, and you aren't afraid to take a risk to get it. Maybe one day I'll be more like you." "Thank you," Jasmine said, and he could hear the emotion coating her voice. "I'll talk to you later. Bye, Mitch. I love you." "I love you too," Mitch said and hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, Philippe pulled up in front of the bridal salon. Mitch took a deep breath, then stepped out of the car. It was time to get Zoey. Chapter 22. Zoey opened the door to Madame Rousseau's with shaking hands, causing the tiny bell overhead to jingle. Madame Rousseau was changing a mannequin, but looked up at the sound. Her face split into a grin. "Zoey!" she said in her accented French. She motioned to the back room. "You hear Brooke?" Zoey shook her head. "Someone from the wedding planner's office will be by later today to pick up the wedding and bridesmaids' dresses. I'm actually here to buy a wedding dress for myself. Mitch and I are eloping this weekend." She forced the words through her constricted throat. Would they really go through with it? Even a fake wedding felt too intimate. It scared her how much she wanted it to be real. Madame Rousseau's face lit up and she clapped her hands. "You'd marry?" Zoey nodded. You dress? Zoey nodded again, running a hand through her new lilac highlights. They'd look fantastic with the bridesmaid dress. Hopefully they'd look just as good in her own wedding pictures. Fake wedding pictures, she reminded herself. It wouldn't matter how her hair looked. Madame Rousseau jabbered in French and motioned for Zoey to come. Zoey adjusted the purse strap on her shoulder and followed her down the hallway. It wasn't like this was a real wedding. It was purely for Alan's benefit. It might not even have to happen. She'd find the least expensive gown, no matter how traditional it was, and grin and bear it. And she definitely wouldn't think about what it would be like to marry Mitch for real. Zoey walked into the room and let out a gasp. Gone were the traditional wedding dresses from the front of the store. You like? Madame Rousseau asked. Oh, yes, Zoey said. These are perfect. Madame Rousseau bustled around the room, pulling dresses off hangers and dropping them in Zoey's arms. The pile grew until Zoey could barely see over the top of it, and then Madame Rousseau motioned her into a dressing room. Zoey stripped to her underwear, picked up the first dress, and started to change. She'd never obsessed over her future wedding the way Brooke had, but Zoey had thought about it. And she had never been able to visualize herself in a traditional princess wedding gown. These dresses were anything but traditional. Zoey tried on a rockabilly wedding dress with a red tulle underskirt. She tried on a two-piece skirt and shell-top combo that showed a strip of her stomach. She tried on a bohemian-style dress in a rose pink. But she knew the moment she had found the one. The dress slid over her hips, the silk smooth and soft against her skin. Zoey turned around and let out a sigh. When her client spoke of love at first sight, it always took a lot of effort not to roll her eyes. But now she understood. This dress was perfect. She opened the door and stepped onto the platform. Madame Rousseau clasped her hands together and smiled. Simplement parfait, she said, and motioned for Zoey to turn around so she could fasten the buttons. Zoey admired her reflection in the mirror. The dress had a 1950s feel, with a sweetheart neckline and fitted bodice that flared out at the waist. The cut was similar to the dress she had worn to Disneyland, the dress she first kissed Mitch in. A black sash wrapped around the waist and held a flower made of black, red, and white polka dot fabric. Zoey slowly turned, arching her neck to take in the cutout back. She loved the way the skirt just brushed her knees with a gentle swish. This was a dress she could dance in. I love it, Zoey whispered. Madame Rousseau held up a finger and returned a minute later holding a birdcage veil with a delicate glittering peacock design hairpiece encrusted in gemstones. She motioned for Zoey to bend down and then gently pinned the veil into Zoey's hair. Zoey stood and stared at herself in the three-sided mirror. Madame Rousseau brought over a pair of red high heels. Zoey slipped them on, immediately feeling her spine straighten and shoulders pull back. She looked at herself in the mirror and imagined walking toward Mitch and holding his hands as she promised to love him forever. In this dress, she felt completely, totally herself. It's beautiful, Zoey murmured. You like? Madame Rousseau asked. Zoey nodded. You buy? Again, Zoey nodded, blinking back the tears in her eyes. She could no sooner leave without this dress than cut off her own arm. Absolutely. Madame Rousseau smiled, grasping Zoey's chin and kissing her cheek. She pointed to the veil. For you, no money. Thank you, Zoey whispered, touched. But she also felt dishonest. What would Madame Rousseau say if she knew the wedding was all for show? Zoey paid for the dress and shoes, thanked Madame Rousseau again for the veil, and left. What would Mitch think of the dress? Would he love how it showcased her individuality and style, or would he be embarrassed that she wasn't wearing something more traditional? It didn't matter. That dress made her feel amazing. It gave her confidence in the person she was, and she wouldn't lose that person for anyone, Not even Mitch. Philippe waited at the curb. Mitch got out of the car and helped Zoey lay the dress bag and boxes with the shoes and veil in the trunk. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Mitch asked. "I think so." Zoey got in the car, avoiding Mitch's gaze. "I did too." Mitch shut the door. "To Luke's, Philippe." Philippe nodded and pulled into traffic. "I haven't seen Alan today," Zoey said. "Maybe the wedding won't be necessary." "I saw him as I was leaving the tuxedo shop. He saluted me." Zoey snorted. "Are you serious?" "I know." "He has some serious guts." "Yeah, well, those guts will earn him $50,000 if we aren't careful." "This plan is going to work." He reached out, placing a hand over hers. "I hope so." Zoey withdrew her hand and folded her arms as her stomach trembled. Traitor. The fake wedding was making her all girly and romantic and confused, but Mitch couldn't handle her in real life. Mitch cleared his throat. "I talked to Jasmine. She's coming to Paris next month." All thoughts of the wedding fled. "Really?" "Yes. She's impressed them so much that they're taking her to Fashion Week." Zoey laughed, clapping her hands. "That's great! I always knew she could do it." "I was worried, but she's proved that I was concerned for nothing. I'm really proud of her." "Man, I wish we were still going to be here. I'd love to go shopping with her on the Champs-Élysées. She has such great taste." Jasmine would make a great sister-in-law. Brooke was the closest thing Zoey had to a sister, and shopping wasn't her thing. No, she couldn't think of Jasmine like that. This wedding was fake. Absolutely, positively, 100% fake. "Zoey." Mitch cleared his throat. "When all this is over, I want to talk." "No." "Zoey, when we get back, I'm quitting Toujours and doing makeup full-time." The words were out of her mouth before she even realized what she was saying. But wearing that wedding dress had helped her realize she needed to leave behind the career that stifled her. Mitch's eyes were wide. "Are you sure?" Her heart thudded in her chest, but Zoey pressed on. He had to know that this is who she was, the kind of person that made reckless career decisions at the drop of a hat. But it wasn't reckless, at least not to her. It was right, and she had been thinking about it for months. "Yes, I might have to get a few roommates or move to a different apartment because things will be tight for a while." "I'm sure Brooke would let you drop to part-time at Toujours if you're worried about money. It'd give you a steady paycheck until things were off the ground." Zoey took a deep breath. "No, I want to do it full-time." Mitch's lips pressed into a tight line. "When will you tell Brooke?" Zoey's chest tightened as she thought about how that conversation would go, but it was long overdue. She couldn't keep pretending to be something she wasn't, even if it disappointed her best friend. As soon as she gets back from her honeymoon. Zoey could see the questions swirling in Mitch's mind. She knew what he was going to ask. What will you do for insurance? What about a 401k? What happens when the clients dry up? How can you possibly think this is a responsible financial decision? "Okay." "Okay?" Zoey let out a snort. "Aren't you going to point out all the ways this could blow up in my face?" "No." "No?" Mitch sighed, rubbing a hand over his curls. "It's who you are, and while I know that making that kind of choice would stress me out, it's exactly what you need to thrive. We're different, Zoey, but that's kind of the beauty of us." "There is no us." "There could be." Zoey didn't have a comeback for that, so she folded her arms and didn't say a word. Chapter 23. "The security firm should be here any moment to go over the apartment," Mitch said. He propped the door open for Zoey with his foot since his arms were full. One held 2 boxes, shoes and a veil according to Zoey, while the other held the garment bag with his tux. The tuxedo he was going to get fake married in. He shook his head, trying to calm his nerves. Zoey brushed past him, the dress bag held high above her head. Her eyes were fiery with challenge. I still think this is unnecessary. He didn't place a bug in my stuff. And the earth also wasn't round. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, but Mitch understood why Zoey didn't want to believe it. She had been naive, but she hadn't purposefully tried to hurt Brooke or Luke. I know, Mitch lied. And there's no way he got in this apartment to place a bug. The doorman barely lets us inside without 10 forms of picture ID and an oath sworn on a Bible. Besides, if Alan had been listening to our conversations, he wouldn't need to track us because he'd have all the information he needed. A tracking device wouldn't let him listen to our conversations. Mitch let the door swing closed. He wasn't worried that the apartment was bugged, but allowing the security firm to sweep the entire apartment would hopefully help Zoey feel less singled out. He dropped the boxes off in Zoey's room, then hung the tuxedo up in his own. He pulled it out of the bag so it could breathe, running a hand along the rich fabric to smooth out a wrinkle. The dress bag Zoey had held was surprisingly slim, the box for her veil much smaller than expected, and his mind spun with the possibilities. What kind of wedding dress would Zoey pick? She had looked amazing in Brooke's long, lacy dress, but he couldn't imagine her choosing something like that for herself. But maybe Zoey hadn't put much thought into the purchase since the wedding was all for show. A lump rose in Mitch's throat, and he tried to swallow it back. He didn't want it to be all for show. He wanted Zoey. A knock at the front door pulled him from his thoughts. Mitch dropped his hand from the tux and strode into the front room and opened the door. A man with a black goatee and a woman with a ponytail stood there, both carrying duffel bags and wearing matching jackets with the security firm's logo. Bonjour, the woman said. She was young, perhaps 25, with her hair threaded through a baseball cap. Are you Monsieur Harris? Yes, Mitch said. I am Adelaide, and this is Richard. We're from the security firm. Thank you so much for coming, Mitch said. Please, come in. Merci, she said. You want us to check for electronic tracking devices, oui? Richard said. Yes, Mitch said. The whole apartment, please. We have a pesky reporter that's been following us, and we think that might be how. Zoey's bedroom door opened, and she leaned against the frame, a frown on her lips. Mitch scratched the back of his neck, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. Where would you like us to start? Adelaide asked. My room, Zoey said, staring straight at Mitch. You won't find anything, so it shouldn't take long. Maybe Mitch was wrong and Alan wasn't tracking them through Zoey. Her eyes accused him of not trusting her, and guilt made his stomach churn. Okay, Adelaide said. Adelaide and Richard set their duffel bags down right outside Zoey's door and unzipped them. Richard withdrew a long rod with a flat circle on the end, and Adelaide pulled out a handheld device that looked like a two-way radio. Zoey motioned to her room with a flourish. After you. They nodded and stepped inside. Richard immediately began sweeping the disc all over the walls, a steady beep, beep, beep emanating from the equipment. Adelaide ran the handheld device over Zoey's bed. Adelaide nudged the closet open, then motioned to Zoey's suitcase. May I? Be my guest, Zoey said. Mitch watched, hands buried in his pockets. The devices continued to beep, low and steady. The closet is clear, Adelaide said. Excellent. Zoey grabbed her purse off the small bedside table and turned it upside down, dumping the contents on her bed. Scan that too. If something is going to be bugged, it'll be whatever's in there. That's everything from the charity gala that I brought to France. Adelaide nodded, sweeping the contents. Mitch rolled forward on the balls of his feet, holding his breath. The wand swept over a lipstick tube, compact mirror, and zebra print wallet. Behind Mitch, the beep, beep, beep grew louder and faster. I may have found something, Richard said. Mitch whipped around. The wand swept back and forth across the floor right in front of Mitch. What is it? Mitch asked. It seems to be on your shoe, Richard said. What? The word exploded out of Mitch, and he looked at Richard incredulously. Adelaide quickly walked over to Richard. Yes, it sounds like you have something. Zoey crawled over the bed and stood next to Mitch. No way! He was around Alan for less than a minute. May I see your shoes, please, sir? Richard asked. Mitch slowly sank onto the bed. This couldn't be happening. Mitch removed his shoes and Adelaide swept her handheld device over each one. The beeping grew fast and loud. She set down the device and picked up one shoe, then nodded at Richard. Good work. Where is it? Mitch yanked the shoe out of Adelaide's hand and held it up to the light. He turned the shoe this way and that, but nothing appeared out of place. Zoey ran a hand through her hair, causing the newly lilac highlights to fall into her face. Alan isn't James Bond, she said. I don't see anything. Mitch turned the shoe around again, more slowly this time. The light hit the shoe, creating a shadow over the outside arch, right above the sole. Not a shadow, a sticker. Mitch peered closer. It was no larger than a quarter and nearly flush with the leather. Zoey gasped. Heart thundering in his chest, Mitch slid a finger under the object. The material was firm and the adhesive clung stubbornly to the leather. Mitch forced the edge up with his fingernail and started tugging. His grip slipped and he grabbed the sticker again, pulling harder. Slowly it peeled away, leaving a sticky residue on his shoe. Unbelievable, Zoey muttered. There is your tracker, Adelaide said. The back of the sticker was crisscrossed with gray lines, a miniature circuit board betraying them to the paparazzi. Alan knew everywhere they had gone since leaving California. It had been Mitch all along. 2 weeks he had blamed Zoey, but it was his fault, not hers. This is one of ours, Mitch said. What do you mean? Zoey asked. Mitch held the chip out to her with a shaking hand. Ryder Communications makes these. They've been on the market for a few years now. Luke's dad had a team develop them. For what? Zoey asked, incredulous. It started out as a gimmicky product to help parents keep track of easily lost items, like their kids' shoes. But then we developed a more sophisticated version with longer tracking range to place on young children for their parents' peace of mind. The bracelets are a lot more popular. We don't make many of these stickers anymore. Which was probably why the possibility had never even entered his mind. His fault, not Zoey's. He'd been so arrogant, so stupid. How is it still transmitting? Zoey asked. We've been walking around the city for days. We played in a puddle, for heaven's sake. They make the trackers waterproof since they were originally used on shoes, Mitch said. He ran a hand over his hair, the tracker still in his other hand. He couldn't believe that it had been him all along. He'd been so wrong about Zoey, judged her so harshly. Put it back on your shoe, Zoey said. What? Now that we know how he's tracking us, we should use it to our advantage. You don't want us to destroy it? Richard asked, his eyebrows raised in curiosity. No, Zoey said. If we destroy the tracker, how are we going to lead Alan to the fake wedding and convince him it's real? She was right. Bile rose in Mitch's throat as he slowly placed the tracker back on his shoe, pressing it flat against the leather. We'll keep the tracker, he told Richard, but please search the rest of the apartment so we can make sure it's the only one. Of course, monsieur, Richard said. He and Adelaide left the room, but Mitch remained on the edge of Zoey's bed, feeling numb. His fault. Alan could very well crash Brooke and Luke's wedding, but Zoey wouldn't be the one to blame. A hand landed on his back, and Mitch looked over to see Zoey staring at him with concerned eyes. She slowly rubbed circles on his back. I can't believe he's been tracking us, she said. I really thought they'd find nothing. It was me all along, Mitch said. You couldn't have known. Mitch rubbed a hand over his face, mind churning. I don't understand how he got the tracker on my shoe. I know, it's weird. Zoey's eyes widened. I dropped my purse. Huh? At the charity gala, I dropped my purse right in front of you and Alan picked it up. He must have stuck it on your shoe then. And Mitch hadn't suspected a thing. This is unbelievable. All this time it was my fault. It was an accident. Things happen. How are you not furious with me right now? Mitch, come on. It's not like you've intentionally been feeding Alan our location. You've been working your butt off to keep him away. Unsuccessfully. You can't beat yourself up over this. He could have just as easily tagged me. So why didn't he? I don't know. She ran a hand through her hair. I was wearing stilettos that night, so he would have had to place the sticker on the sole of my foot. Not exactly easy to do unnoticed. Besides, women change shoes frequently. You wear the same pair every day. His dependability had been their downfall. He stared at Zoey. He'd never considered her spontaneity an asset. This means he knows where Luke's apartment is, Mitch said. The doorman will keep him out. Brooke and Luke can't stay here when they come. Then we'll book them a hotel suite. She ran her hands up and down his arms in a comforting gesture. This is good news, Mitch. We know how he's tracking us. We can use it to make sure he believes the fake wedding. If we'd found the tracker earlier, there'd be no need for such an elaborate plan. Okay, you're done obsessing over this. We need to figure out, and we will. Later. You need to take a half hour and calm down. Zoey stood, pulling him up with her. We don't have time to calm down. We don't have time not to. Mitch stared at her, and then his shoulders slumped. His way wasn't the only way. It wasn't even the best way. He needed to allow Zoey the freedom to take the lead. They were better when they worked together. What do you have in mind? Mitch asked, his voice wary. Zoey pulled him into the living room and pushed the coffee table up against the wall. Mitch could hear Richard and Adelaide sweeping for bugs in his bedroom. Yoga, Zoey said. Yoga. He could already feel his breathing slowing just at the suggestion. You do yoga? I've taken a few classes at the gym. She sank to the floor with her legs beneath her, stretching until her forehead touched the ground in resting child pose. Her hair fell forward, brushing the floor, and her shoulders relaxed and arms extended as she let out a slow breath. I love her. The realization took his breath away. She pulled her hair aside and peered up at him. Well, are you joining me or what? Mitch stripped his suit jacket off and sank to the floor beside her, assuming the pose. He loved Zoey. He had stubbornly blamed her for leading Alan to them. He had argued with her almost constantly. He had refused to recognize that her way might also be right and had tried to force her to conform to his ideas. But Zoey was perfect just the way she was. She had flaws, but so did he. And together, they balanced each other out. Zoey slowly arched out of resting child pose and rose to downward dog. Mitch followed her lead, letting the breaths clear his mind as his muscles stretched and released the tension. He would be a fool to let Zoey go. She made him feel alive the way no other woman had. She made him more relaxed, more fun, but didn't try to change him. He loved the person he was when they were together, and he felt like he was missing a limb when they were apart. This weekend, they would hold a wedding for Alan's sake. Zoey would wear a white dress. Okay, this was Zoey, so the color was up for debate, and walk down an aisle toward him. They would say I do in front of the minister and government representative. And he wanted the wedding to be real. Chapter 24. Zoey stared at herself in the mirror, smoothing down the filmy skirt on her sky blue dress. She adjusted the top and fluffed her hair, then nodded. She was rehearsal ready. Tears burned her eyes and she blinked them back. She'd missed Brooke the last 2 weeks. She and Luke had arrived in Paris 2 days ago, but Zoey and Mitch hadn't seen the couple yet. They'd been too busy distracting Alan from the real wedding with plans for the fake one. But tonight, Zoey would finally see her best friend again. Zoey would focus on that. Not Alan, not her own maybe wedding, not on the fact that after tomorrow, she and Brooke would no longer be roommates. Brooke was finding her happily ever after. That was a good thing. Zoey and Mitch had spent most of the day apart, running separate errands for both the real wedding and the fake one. It had felt strange to be away from him. Wrong. As she tried to pick flowers for her bouquet or a menu for their post-wedding dinner for two or a million other small details, she'd found herself longing for Mitch's calm and decisive manner. Which was stupid. She'd survived a long time on her own, so why could she suddenly not imagine life without him? A light knock sounded at the door, pulling her from her thoughts. Zoey put her hands to her suddenly blazing cheeks, shaking her head. Her stomach should not be trembling like this after only 8 hours apart. "Come in," Zoey said. The door creaked open and Mitch poked his head inside. "Are you ready?" he asked. Zoey's heart pounded, and she had to fight the urge to throw herself across the room and into his arms. He looked so dashing in his traditional black tux, the white of his shirt making his skin an even deeper black. She'd missed him so much today. Zoey grabbed her small clutch off the bed and nodded. "Ready." 2 bellboys were already in the front room, their arms overflowing with garment bags and boxes holding various items for Zoey and Mitch's fake wedding. Zoey took a deep breath, trying to stop her heart from racing. Maybe they wouldn't have to go through with the wedding. Maybe Alan had given up and gone home. Mitch held open the door and they made their way to the elevator, the bellboys following behind them. "Any sign of Alan?" Zoey asked. Mitch nodded. "He's been following me most of the day, but he hasn't tried to talk to me. Philippe and I lost him a few times so he wouldn't get suspicious. He's here now. Luke's security noticed him across the street about an hour ago. All the errands today must have convinced him the wedding is happening soon." "That's good, right?" "Yes." "Okay, but what about the rehearsal at Versailles? We're not going to let them follow us there, right?" Mitch ran a hand over his hair and they stepped into the elevator. "Luke and I discussed that. I've worn these shoes every day since we got here. Alan will get suspicious if we're suddenly stationary for an entire night." "But if he follows us to the rehearsal, he'll see Brooke and Luke. And the last 2 days of avoiding them would be for nothing." "I know, but we also need him there for our wedding. And if we let him follow us there for ours, he'll see Brooke and Luke's rehearsal. So they've decided to reschedule it for tomorrow morning and just have the family dinner tonight." Zoey grabbed Mitch's arm, feeling dizzy. "Wait, Brooke knows about the fake wedding?" "No, but Luke convinced her Alan might give up by morning and it would be safe by then." Zoey's shoulders ached with tension. "I guess that means it's our job to convince him our wedding's real." "Yeah." The elevator doors pinged open and Mitch ran a hand over his face. "I feel like such an idiot." "You couldn't have known." Telling Luke about the tracker was humiliating. "He doesn't blame you." "I know. That's almost worse." Zoey frowned, wishing she could wipe the worry off Mitch's face. She had thought the worst possible thing would be if the security firm found a tracker in her purse. But now she wished Alan had been following her instead of Mitch because she hated seeing him beat himself up. Zoey pushed open the glass doors and the bellboys loaded the wedding attire into the back of the car trunk. Zoey and Mitch slipped inside the car, and a moment later, Philippe pulled into traffic. Zoey glanced out the rear window, searching for Alan. A few car lengths back, a black motorcycle followed them. The rider was generic enough. Black leather riding jacket, silver helmet, and jeans, but the hairs on the back of her neck prickled, and she knew it was him. "See him?" Mitch asked. "Maybe." "Philippe, take a turn here," Mitch said. "Let's see if he follows." "Oui." Philippe took a sharp left. Alan stayed on their tail but remained a safe distance behind them. "Crap," Zoey said, "and now he's trying to be discreet." "He doesn't want to risk losing us. I'm betting he can sense the wedding's close." He patted her knee, causing shivers to ricochet up her spine. "This is a good thing. He saw us load all the wedding attire into the car." "Yeah, but maybe he'll guess that we're trying to throw him off the trail." "And maybe he'll believe our story." "When did you become the optimist?" "I guess you bring out the best in me." Zoe's cheeks flushed, and she fumbled for her phone, desperate for a distraction. "Dinner is still 3 hours away." "Now it's in an hour. Brooke and Luke decided to move up the time since we'll have an early morning with a rehearsal." Zoey nodded, her stomach rumbling like she had swallowed Mexican jumping beans. "I guess you got everything confirmed with Versailles for tonight?" "Yes." "This feels so weird, like a breach of the best friend code or something." "You're doing this to help Brooke." "Yeah, but I'm stealing her wedding venue." "I better call Brooke and let her know we've got a tail." "Is it even worth it to try and lose him? He's keeping his distance and he'll just use the tracker and find us again." "Yeah, but if we don't try to lose him, it might look suspicious, especially since we can't lose him on the way to Versailles." Mitch nodded. "Okay, call Brooke." Brooke answered almost immediately, her rosy cheeks and wide smile filling the screen. "Hey, are you on your way to the restaurant? I desperately need help with my makeup. I still can't get that smoky eye quite right." Zoey wanted to cry. Alan wasn't ruining this wedding just for the bride and groom. He was ruining it for her, too. "I'm not sure I'll be there in time." Brooke's smile faded. "What's wrong?" "We've got a tail, so we might be a little late." "He's not going to leave us alone, is he?" Zoey wished she could reach through the phone and hug her friend. Soon enough, she told herself. They would lose Alan and she would make it to that rehearsal dinner on time. Alan better hope she made it, or Zoey would personally hunt him down and make him wish he had never come to Paris. "I promise you, Brooke, nothing will happen to ruin this for you," Zoey said. "Mitch and I have it 1,000% under control. I don't want you or Luke to worry about a thing, okay?" "Okay," Brooke said quietly. "I'll try." "I know it's hard, but focus on what this weekend means. In less than 24 hours, you will be Mrs. Luke Ryder." Brooke's smile returned, but it was dimmer than it had been before. "I can hardly believe it." "See you at the restaurant, okay? Your makeup looks amazing." "Okay, but I wanted your opinion on my dress, too." "You're changing at the restaurant?" Brooke looked around. "Well, yeah. We've been running around with Juliet all day, and there wasn't time to go back to the hotel." "Your dress is stunning." "You can't even see it." "Doesn't matter. I know you're glowing in it, and Luke won't be able to take his eyes off of you." Brooke laughed, some of her former sparkle returning. "I've missed you, Zoe. See you soon." Zoey waved, then disconnected the call, resolve flooding through her. "Let's get on with it," she told Mitch. "I am not letting that idiot make me miss 1 second of my best friend's wedding." "You heard her, Philippe," Mitch said. "Let's lose him." The next 20 minutes were terrifying. Aware they had seen him, Alan stayed hot on their trail as Philippe darted in and out of traffic, around corners, and through red lights. Eventually, they couldn't see Alan anymore. "I think we lost him," Mitch said. He ran a hand through his hair, letting out a sigh. "Hopefully he finds us again quickly and then stays far enough away we can believably ignore him." "He'd be an imbecile to get too close when he thinks the wedding is happening," Zoey said. "That was reckless." "He's getting greedy and it's making him dumb. Probably imagining what he'll spend that $50,000 on." Let's hurry and get to the rehearsal dinner then, before he decides to be stupid and let us see him again. Philippe pulled up to a white stone high-rise, and Mitch and Zoey got out of the car. She didn't see Alan, but he'd show up soon enough. Would he try to follow them into the building? At least Brooke and Luke were already safely inside, away from his prying eyes. Zoey and Mitch rode the elevator to the top floor. The door slid open, and they stepped out. 5 doors stood along the 3 walls, but Zoey knew immediately which one was the restaurant because an imposing man guarded it. He was dressed all in black with a silver nameplate on the right breast pocket. Zoey could just make out the coiled wire leading to his earpiece. "Good evening," the man said. A security guard, she was sure. "We're here for the rehearsal dinner," Mitch said, pulling the invitations out of his pocket. The guard nodded, taking the invitations. He carefully compared their names against the guest list. Zoey tapped her foot impatiently, glancing at the delicate silver watch on her wrist. Alan had cost them 20 minutes. At least if he decided to come inside the building, he wouldn't be able to get inside the restaurant. Hopefully, he still had no idea Brooke and Luke were in the country. It made her feel marginally better. The security guard handed the invitations back to Mitch. "You can go inside," he said. They'd made it. Zoey peered around the restaurant looking for Brooke. Floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides boasted a fantastic view of the city. Round tables were set with elegant china, and beautiful candelabras lit each table. Brooke let out a squeal and ran across the room, then folded Zoey in a hug. "I was so worried you wouldn't make it because of that awful reporter." "There is no way I would miss this." Zoey gave her friend a tight squeeze. "Well, Juliet assures me Alan can't get in here, even if he shows up somehow. But I'd really rather he not know we're in Paris." Brooke grabbed both Mitch and Zoey's arms and dragged them toward the front of the room. "You guys are at the head table with us." Luke walked over and brought Mitch in for a clap on the back. "Glad you made it," he said. "How's the situation with Alan?" "Under control." Mitch raised a meaningful eyebrow. "Good." Luke pulled Brooke in, giving her a soft kiss on the cheek. "See, everything's fine. Do you think you can relax now and just enjoy the night?" Brooke laughed, laying her head on Luke's chest. "No promises, but I'll try. Oh, look, your mom's here. We'd better go say hi." She gave Zoey another hug. "Thank you so much for everything you've done the last few weeks, Zoe. You have no idea how much I appreciate it." "Anything for you." Zoey gave Brooke one last squeeze. "We'll talk later, okay?" Brooke nodded, and she left with Luke to greet their guests. Dinner was blissfully calm. The food was fantastic, the setting small and intimate. Brooke's parents both gave a toast, along with Luke's mom. The laughter and alcohol were plentiful, but Zoey barely touched her wine. No one liked a drunk bride. Zoey picked at her dessert, unable to enjoy the banana and Nutella crepe. Her stomach was a tight ball of nerves. Brooke sank into the chair beside Zoey, letting out a sigh. "What a night!" Zoey forced her nerves away. "A pretty amazing night, Mrs. Ryder." "Not for another few hours." But Brooke glowed with happiness. "I've been watching you and Mitch tonight." Zoey let out a groan. "Don't go there." "What? I think you two could make a cute couple." "That's not what I want to talk about, though." "Zoey, I know." Zoey's heart thudded in her chest. Had Luke spilled the beans? Mitch, maybe? And now Brooke would try and talk her out of the fake wedding. "Brooke," she held up a hand. "No, let me talk." "Zoe, why didn't you tell me? I would have been thrilled for you. I am thrilled for you." Wait, were they talking about the same thing? "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about." "You left your computer on the morning you left. I went into your room to turn it off, and your schedule was pulled up." Zoey let out a gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. "Wait, you know about the makeup?" "Yeah, what did you think I was talking about?" "Nothing." The wedding was still a secret, at least. Zoe's shoulders slumped, and she didn't know whether to be relieved or horrified. I've wanted to tell you about that for so long. So why didn't you? I thought it would disappoint you. Brooke laughed, wrapping an arm around Zoe and pulling her close. Disappointed? I'm insanely proud of you. At first I was mad you hadn't told me, but I always knew you wouldn't stay at Toujours forever. Makeup artistry is perfect for you. You're really okay with this? Yes, that schedule was so full. I don't know how I haven't noticed sooner. You've been distracted. If you want to quit Toujours, Zoe, that's okay with me. I'll miss you, but I understand. A weight lifted off her shoulders, and Zoe felt like she was floating. What had she been so afraid of? Brooke was supportive, just as she'd always been. Brooke gave her another squeeze. We'll talk about it when I get back, okay? Deal. Brooke wandered away to talk with one of the guests, and Zoe slumped back against her chair, hardly believing what had just happened. She was free. Mitch slid into the chair Brooke had just vacated. Alan's outside, he said, his voice low. He tried to get up to this floor, but they told him it was a private party, and he didn't press. He's got a long-range lens, and he's been photographing the building. Trying to get a shot of someone through the windows? Zoe guessed. Probably, but there's no way to prove it. The windows have a dark enough tint that it'll be hard-pressed to get a clear shot, but I think it's time. Zoe swallowed hard, her palms turning clammy. Let's do this, then. Are you sure? We're so close to the finish line. I'm not about to let everything implode now. She motioned to Brooke and Luke, laughing near the windows. You see how happy they are. I'll do anything to make sure they stay that way for another 24 hours. After they're on their honeymoon, it won't matter anymore. If Alan finds out we faked the wedding, it'll be all over the papers. Zoe smirked. A good scandal will keep life from getting dull. And she'd use the publicity to drum up clients for her makeup business. Toujours would soon be but a memory. Okay, then. Slowly, tentatively, he reached out his hand. Zoe stared at it, emotions tumbling in her mind like clothes in a dryer. Everything depended on selling this show to Alan. She reached out, wrapping her fingers around Mitch's. Their hands linked together, her lightly tanned skin looking almost pale against his dark hand. Two complete opposites, but in the last 2 weeks, she'd realized they could complement each other. Ready. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, the pressure like a mini hug, filling her with determination. Let's do this thing, Mitch said. After a quick conversation with the security guard, they stepped into the elevator, hands still clasped. Zoe's knees shook so badly she worried she'd fall off her 6-inch heels. She didn't know what scared her more, the possibility of not succeeding tonight and Alan ruining the wedding tomorrow, or the fact that she and Mitch were working together, and well. If we're going to do this right, we've got to make it believable, Mitch said. Zoe nodded. And Alan can't know that we know he's following us. If he thinks we're letting him get the pictures, the gig is up. Agreed. No eye contact and no glancing his way. One of Luke's security team will follow us to make sure Alan is there when we have the wedding. Have the wedding, not get married. Because they wouldn't be getting married, not really. Would this whole faux wedding have any sort of emotional impact on Mitch? Zoe took a deep breath. Just as the elevator doors opened, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Zoe stiffened. Act natural, he said. We're about to get married. Sell it. Zoe laughed in answer, nuzzling closer to him. She placed a soft kiss at the hollow of his neck, her lips tingling with the contact. I can sell ice to an Eskimo, she said. Good. That's exactly what we need to make this crazy plan work. Chapter 25. Mitch brushed invisible lint off his tuxedo, then looked at himself in the mirror. After talking to Juliet and Luke's head of security last night, they'd managed to secure one of the small alcoves in the garden at Versailles for the ceremony. Mitch glanced around the visitors' restroom that had been closed off for his and Zoey's use tonight. At first, he balked at the idea of changing for a wedding in a restroom. Zoey deserved better than that, even if this wedding was all for show, but Juliet had assured him that the accommodations would be more than adequate, and she'd been right. An ornate gold full-length mirror stood in one corner, with a crushed red velvet chair next to it. A bench along one wall with a hook to the side was perfect for hanging his garment bag. His everyday shoes, tracker still attached, were neatly lined up beside the chair. He hoped Zoey's accommodations were at least as nice. Was her stomach dropping like she just plummeted off a roller coaster the way his was? Mitch artfully pinned a white rose boutonniere to his lapel, then tugged at the gray silk vest. He gave his shoulder one last flick, then took a deep breath. "This isn't real," he said aloud, needing the reminder. But he wanted it to be. He certainly felt like an eager groom. When had he stopped counting all of his and Zoey's differences as roadblocks and started seeing them as strengths? Mitch's phone buzzed, and he flipped it open to see a text from Bryant, one of Luke's security team. "Pap located, hiding in bushes near garden. I'm in position nearby." Mitch shut off his phone, his hand trembling. This was good. They needed Alan to watch. A Versailles security guard waited for Mitch right outside the bathroom, and Mitch followed him down a gravel path. The garden at the end was closed to tourists, but Mitch knew both Bryant and Alan were nearby, even if he couldn't see them. Gravel crunched underneath his polished shoes, making his nerves jump with each step. Was Zoey as nervous as he was? Did she want this to be real? The garden loomed ahead, its own private sanctuary enclosed by thick rose bushes. An archway covered in roses marked the entrance. Mitch's palms started to sweat. There it was, the place he'd promised to love Zoey forever. But she would think it was all for show. He stepped through the archway, and the calls of excited tourists faded away. Happiness warred with fear inside him. Perfect. A small fountain gurgled in the center of the alcove, and the fragrant scent of roses wafted on the breeze. Another archway stood at the back of the garden, but this one had rose bushes behind it. A man and woman stood underneath the archway, both smiling warmly. The man was tall and thin, with a head full of graying hair and a Bible clasped in one hand. The woman beside him was short and squat, almost grandmotherly, and wore a floral print dress. This had to be the officiant and his wife, the official government witness. Mitch had considered himself lucky to find both of them. Snap. Mitch looked around and realized the photographer had arrived as well. None of them had any idea this wedding was for show. Mitch was having a hard time believing it himself. Play the part, he reminded himself. Alan was watching. Mitch strode toward the officiant and offered his hand. "Mitchell Harris," he said. "Reverend Maxwell," he said with a wonderfully familiar accent. He motioned to the woman in the floral dress. "This is my wife, Victoire." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Mitch shook her hand as well, then turned his focus back to Reverend Maxwell. "You're American." Victoire laughed. "He was born and raised in Nebraska, but I couldn't stand to live so far away from my family." "We've lived here nearly 40 years, Reverend Maxwell said. "Never have managed to lose my accent, though." "I'm doubly happy to have you here, then," Mitch said. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." Reverend Maxwell's eyes sparkled, and he put an arm around his wife. "We couldn't say no to you. Victoire and I eloped as well." "We're so grateful." Mitch walked over to the photographer, greeting her as well. Then he took his place beside Reverend Maxwell. Any moment, and Zoey would be here. He suddenly found it hard to swallow. The gurgling fountain grew louder, as though it sensed the importance of this moment. The melodic sound of falling water was the perfect musical backdrop. Mitch kept his eyes focused on the archway entry to the garden, waiting for a sign of Zoey. The sun was just setting, casting the gardens in golden light. This wedding was absolutely perfect for him and Zoey. Eloping was just the sort of spontaneous thing Zoey loved, and this natural and elegant setting was so her. Mitch had no desire to go into debt for a huge wedding and reception, so eloping suited him too. How would she react if he told her he wanted it to be real? All Mitch needed to have a perfect wedding was the perfect girl. Someone who was flawed but tried her hardest every day. Someone who pushed him to be a better man. All he needed was Zoey. The sun had just fallen behind the trees when Zoey appeared at the entrance to the garden. Mitch's jaw unhinged, and he struggled to catch his breath. She wore a short wedding dress that barely brushed her knees, with a black, red, and white polka dot flower at the waist. A chin-length veil covered her face, and she held a simple bouquet of red roses and baby's breath in her hands. She gave him a shy smile, and he thought his heart would explode. Breathtaking didn't begin to cover it. A lump lodged in his throat, and he ached to run and kiss her breathless. Her eyes reached across the small garden and grabbed him by the throat. She took one slow, deliberate step and entered the garden. He couldn't believe this beautiful woman was walking toward him. She made the trek down the gravel path look effortless, despite the red heels that made her legs go on for miles. Mitch forgot all about why they were here. He stopped worrying about whether Alan hid in the bushes and whether they'd be able to fool him with this false ceremony. All that mattered was Zoey. It wasn't just her physical beauty, although that certainly didn't hurt. It was everything about her. The way she dived into life head first, her tireless efforts to help her best friend, the way she could make him laugh, the way she didn't blame him for his shortcomings. He liked the person he was around Zoey. She stopped right beside him, her eyes glistening. Was she about to cry? And were they happy tears or sad? Her smile widened when she caught him staring. Definitely happy tears. I want her, always and forever. I'm ready for this to be real. Welcome, the Reverend said, giving Zoey and Mitch both a warm smile. You make a stunning bride, Zoey. Her cheeks pinked, and she gave him a shy smile. Thank you for coming on such short notice. All of you. She shifted her bouquet into one hand and reached for Mitch's with the other, then gave it a squeeze. We couldn't wait any longer. Well then, shall we begin? Reverend Maxwell said. Mitch nodded, his mouth drier than a desert. We're gathered here today to join Mitchell Harris and Zoey Carlson together in matrimony, Reverend Maxwell said. He opened the Bible and read, but Mitch was too lost in Zoey's gaze to pay attention. He tightened his grip on her hand, never wanting to let go. Do you have vows you'd like to exchange? The Reverend asked. Vows. Mitch's stomach dropped to his toes. How could he have forgotten such an integral part of making this ceremony believable? His palm turned damp in Zoey's hand. Should they say they didn't have any? What would Alan think? I do, Zoey said quietly. Surprise coursed through him. Was she making this up on the fly, or had she thought it out? The Reverend nodded, and Zoey met Mitch's eyes. Sometimes you drive me insane. Sometimes I want to wrap my hands around your neck and throttle you. Well, that wasn't what he expected. The Reverend chuckled, and Victoire laughed, and Mitch raised an eyebrow at Zoey. You question everything I do, and we pretty much have nothing in common, Zoey continued. Mitch swallowed hard, his mirth disappearing. Is that really how she saw their relationship? Zoey blinked quickly, and when she spoke again, her voice was thick. But you also make me want to be a better person. I don't feel whole when we're apart. Sometimes my feelings for you scare me. I don't know what to do with them, and it freaks me out that they're so strong. But it's a good kind of scared. You're the first person I've ever met who doesn't make consistency seem unbearably dreary. Because I would do the exact same thing every day for the rest of my life if I could do it with you. She swallowed hard, then laughed. Now it's your turn. Mitch's mind whirled. Was she saying this for the benefit of Alan, who probably couldn't hear their words over the gurgle of the fountain, or did she really mean them? He was scared too. Scared she would reject him, scared she couldn't overcome her fears and commit. But he was more scared of doing nothing. You're the only person who's made me want to take a risk, he said. You make me want to try new things. No one has ever scared me as much as you do, Zoey. No one has ever tested my limits or forced me out of my comfort zone as much. But you're worth the scary, and I will spend every day of my life fighting for the right to go through life with you. Reverend Maxwell wiped under his eye. That was beautiful, he said. Then he laughed. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride. Zoey stared at Mitch, her wide eyes filled with uncertainty. But Mitch didn't hesitate. He tugged on Zoey's hand, urging her forward. Her body molded into his, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, the bouquet still in one hand. Mitch lowered his head, his lips covering hers with the lightest touch. She pressed herself closer, her lips parted. A hand slid up his back, cupping his neck. And he was undone. He deepened the kiss, his heart hammering in his chest. He kissed her over and over again, heedless of the minister and Victoire looking on, not caring that the photographer they hired was busily clicking away on her camera. His lips devoured Zoey's as she clung to him. He was never letting her go. Chapter 26. Zoey pulled away, staring at Mitch. What had just happened? She shook her head, trying to clear it. This was for Alan's benefit. It wasn't real. Was it? That was quite the kiss, the minister said with a chuckle, and Victoire playfully slapped his arm. Zoey blushed, avoiding Mitch's gaze. Sorry, she said. The minister shut the Bible, tucking it under one arm. Don't apologize. I can tell you two love each other very much, and we're honored to be a part of your wedding. Victoire handed them the marriage certificate. Signed and witnessed, she said. Make sure you sign it yourselves and file it with the courthouse within 72 hours so it can be recorded. Zoey stared at the paper, her heart hammering in her chest. The line between pretend and real was so thin. Mitch took the certificate, carefully placing it in a binder propped against the archway. Thank you, he said. Reverend Maxwell held out a hand, shaking first hers, then Mitch's. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. A lifetime of happiness. Right now, Zoey felt like all she had was a pocket full of lies she desperately wanted to be real. The minister took his wife's hand and they walked away, disappearing around the rosebush wall of the garden. The photographer motioned to the sky. We should hurry so we don't lose the light. Right. Photos to memorialize the wedding that was all for show. Zoey felt like she was in some all-too-real version of a child's play acting. While Mitch and Zoey posed for photos, the caterers arrived and set up a small candlelit table in a corner of the garden. All part of the charade to fool Alan. One more, the photographer said. Why don't you stand under the archway and dip her back in a kiss, Mitch? He nodded, taking Zoey's hand and leading her underneath the arch. He put an arm around her waist and slowly bent her back. Zoey clung to him as he supported more and more of her body weight. Trust me, he whispered. Zoey let out a stuttering breath, then forced herself to relax as he bent her closer to the ground. Parfait, the photographer said. Let your arm drop back, Zoey, and face the bouquet toward the camera. Now kiss her, Mitch. He lowered his head and his lips landed gently on hers. Zoey closed her eyes, her emotions making it impossible to think clearly. This is fake, she told herself. This is fake, this is fake, this is fake. But it felt so incredibly real. Mitch was acting like it was real. "Good job," the photographer said. Mitch helped Zoey back to her feet. She looked away, suddenly unable to meet his gaze. "I'll have your photos to you in 2 weeks," the photographer said. "Thank you so much," Mitch said. The photographer nodded and left the garden. Mitch rested a hand gently on the small of Zoey's back and motioned to the small candlelit table. "Shall we?" Mitch asked. Zoey nodded, even though eating was the last thing on her mind. They had to keep up the show for Alan. A waiter pushed the food cart closer and set a plate in front of each of them. He removed the silver covers and steam billowed into the air. Then he left. Zoey picked up a fork, taking a bite of the asparagus without registering the flavor. She stared at Mitch across the candlelight. Her husband. For a few more hours, at least. Weird, but also kind of nice. A little too nice. Zoey reached for a knife, but the pot roast was so tender it fell apart with a touch of her fork. She felt like she was falling apart a bit herself. She had just found her freedom again with makeup. She couldn't sacrifice herself in the name of a relationship. She couldn't love Mitch. No way. When had she fallen for him? "I completely forgot about the vows," Mitch said, his voice low and quiet. "You really came to the rescue there." "Just putting on a good show." "I think it was more than that." Zoey closed her eyes, struggling to remain composed. "Please, Mitch. Not now. I can't." She took a deep breath. He could still be watching. This isn't the time or the place. Mitch nodded, but she knew the conversation wasn't over. "So, a honeymoon in Paris seems like the stuff of fairy tales. What haven't we seen yet that you'd still like to?" They spent the next hour enjoying their food and making small talk about the sights in Paris. Zoey tried to remain positive and upbeat. She jokingly mentioned taking a yoga retreat together next year. Mitch agreed it sounded fun. Zoey felt like her heart was bleeding all over the table. This future with Mitch sounded so perfect. Too perfect. Impossibly so. Mitch seemed open to giving their relationship a try again, but the thought of letting someone get that close was terrifying. What if he tried to change her? They finished their meal and exited the garden, holding hands. Philippe waited for them with the car and they climbed in. "Where to, newlyweds?" Philippe asked, his eyes sparkling. "Back to Luke's," Mitch said. "No hotel?" Philippe asked. Zoey blushed. "Luke's is fine," Mitch said. "And if at all possible, don't let Alan follow us there." Philippe nodded and pulled out into traffic. A few miles later, Zoey noticed the black motorcycle a few car lengths behind them. "Does that mean he doesn't buy it?" Zoey asked, squeezing Mitch's arm with her own. "It could just mean he's trying to catch us slipping up." Mitch leaned forward. "Change of plans, Philippe. Take us to that hotel downtown, the one Ryder Communications would use before Luke bought the apartment." "Oui," Philippe said, and turned at the next light. The motorcycle stayed behind them. "I worried this might happen," Mitch said. "I reserved the bridal suite just in case." Heat flamed through Zoey, and she felt a blush crawl up her neck. She folded her arms, trying to convince her stomach to stop quivering. "This is Brooke's last night as a single woman. I am not spending it at a bridal suite when I could be reassuring my best friend that her wedding day is going to be perfect." "Hopefully we won't have to actually stay there, just to make Alan think we are," Mitch said. They drove through the stop-and-go traffic of downtown Paris, the motorcycle following almost half a mile behind. Philippe pulled up to the curb and Mitch held the door for Zoey. She took a step toward the glass front doors of the hotel, but Mitch walked around to the back of the car. The trunk popped open and he retrieved 2 small suitcases from inside. Wow, he really had thought of everything. If it weren't for Mitch, they'd have never played this ruse convincingly. But if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have had a plan in the first place. They worked together, and well. They complemented each other in ways she hadn't anticipated. Talk about ironic. Mitch held both suitcases in one hand and her hand in his other. Out of the corner of her eye, Zoey saw Alan park the motorcycle along the curb on the other side of the street, at least 2 blocks down. She felt his eyes on her back as she and Mitch walked inside the hotel. "What now?" Zoey whispered. "We check in," Mitch said. Right, because that's what she had planned on doing tonight. Zoey stood beside Mitch, feeling vulnerable and unsure in her wedding dress. What was she doing? She should be with Brooke, not tricking reporters. Not fantasizing about a life with Mitch. Zoey turned around, pretending to admire a flower arrangement, and glanced outside. She couldn't see Alan's motorcycle, but she was sure he was still there, still watching. "I've got the keys," Mitch said from behind. His hot breath tickled the back of her neck, and she shivered. "We're going upstairs?" Zoey said. "At least for a little while, in case Alan comes inside and questions the employees." "Okay." "I promise to be a gentleman." Zoey laughed, feeling some of her tension leak out. "I know you will be, but no one's ever accused me of being a lady." Mitch's eyes glittered, and Zoey mentally kicked herself. Why did she keep flirting when she had no intention of letting this go anywhere? She couldn't love Mitch. She had to quit toujours and make her business a success and return to her usual spontaneous, disorganized life. Mitch didn't fit in that puzzle. They rode a rickety and small elevator to the 5th floor, then walked to the door at the end of the hallway. Mitch slid the key into the lock, an actual key, not one of the electronic ones Zoey had grown to expect at hotels in the United States, and opened the door. "Mrs. Harris?" he said. The words were like a cup of ice to the face. "Don't call me that." "Just because we're married doesn't mean you can tell me what to do. Now, I believe it's traditional for the bride to be carried over the threshold." "Don't you dare!" Zoey backed up, but Mitch's arms swept her feet out from under her. He caught her before she could fall, lifting her into his arms. "Mitch!" Zoey squealed, but she linked her arms around his neck and breathed in deeply. Mitch took a dramatic step over the threshold, but he didn't put her down. His strong arms held her as though she were a feather. Zoey's gaze drifted to Mitch's lips. "Alan can't see us here," she said, her voice catching. "I didn't do that for Alan's sake." Slowly, Mitch lowered her to the ground. Zoey stood on shaking legs, her arms still linked around his neck. If he said so much as a word, she would run in the opposite direction. She should be running right now. But he didn't say anything. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her close, and lowered his lips to hers. The fire that exploded in her veins was unlike anything she had felt with anyone else, and each time they kissed, it only grew hotter. Zoey wrapped her legs around Mitch's waist, pressing herself closer to him. His hands were in her hair, knocking the birdcage veil askew, but she didn't care. "Zoey," he murmured against her lips. She froze. This was insanity. She dropped back to the ground, straightening her veil as her chest heaved. "Don't pull away," Mitch said, grabbing her arm. "What are we doing?" "What we should have done 6 months ago." "We're all wrong for each other." "And yet somehow it's all right." Zoey took a step back, holding up a shaking hand. "No." "Don't push me away." He took another step forward, but his phone rang, a shotgun in the quiet room. Mitch let out a curse and pulled the phone from his pocket. "It's the security guys," he said, then answered the phone. Zoey couldn't focus on Mitch's end of the conversation, only the way he had felt in her arms. But it was all wrong. He would try to cage her into a box. He'd try to hold her back. He'd want her to change. Wouldn't he? Mitch hung up the phone. Security's been trailing Alan. He just bought a ticket, probably to LA. Security will watch him until he boards the plane, but it looks like he finally bought the story. Relief swept through Zoey and her muscles relaxed, her limbs suddenly limp noodles. We can leave the tracker here and go back to Luke's then. Zoey. She placed a hand on his chest, halting his advance. No, Mitch. We can't keep letting this happen. The anguish in his eyes tore at her heart, so she looked down, focusing on the patterned carpet. The words ripped at her throat like razor blades, but she forced them out. It's over, Mitch. Chapter 27. Zoey fluffed the train on Brooke's dress, trying to keep the tears from filling her eyes. Birds chirped in the trees, and Zoey could hear the murmur of the seated crowd. The wedding party waited behind hedges at the back of the aisle. 5 minutes until showtime, and the wedding was still blessedly paparazzi-free. Maybe I should have gone with white, Brooke said, smoothing the lace on the front of her dress with shaking hands. No. Zoey dropped the train and walked over to Brooke. She grabbed her friend's hands, looking her straight in the eye. The champagne was the absolute right choice. You look amazing. Tears filled Brooke's eyes, and she waved a hand in front of them frantically. I can't believe it's finally here. The string quartet began playing, and Juliet clapped her hands. It's time, she said, motioning to a bridesmaid and groomsman. You two, just like we practiced. Brooke turned to Zoey, panic filling her face. Oh my gosh, it's here. What am I doing? Hey. Zoey grabbed Brooke's hands again, squeezing them tight. You and Luke are perfect for each other. I'm so scared. I know, but usually that means you're doing something that's going to turn out amazing. Zoey's words flew back at her, and she choked on a gasp. Could Mitch be her amazing? Brooke nodded, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. More bridesmaids and groomsmen made their way down the aisle. You're right, sorry. She shook her hands and arched her neck back and forth, the cathedral veil swishing with the movement. I'm calm. Good, Zoey said, because she wasn't anywhere close to calm. You're the only person who's made me want to take a risk, Mitch had said. You're worth the scary. Had he meant he was willing to embrace her chaotic personality? Those didn't sound like the words of someone who wanted to change her. It's almost your turn, Zoey, Juliet said. Zoey nodded, reaching for the bouquet Juliet held out to her. Wait! Brooke grabbed Zoey's arm, pulling her back. I know about the fake wedding, she blurted. Zoey's mouth dropped. What? Luke said he didn't want us to get married with secrets. He told me this morning. Zoey sighed. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I couldn't let Alan ruin your wedding day. Zoey, Juliet said, her voice growing urgent. I know, Brooke said. She pulled Zoey into a tight hug. I can't even begin to tell you how grateful I am. Well, Luke paid for it, Zoey said, making her tone as flippant as possible. Brooke laughed, waving back the tears. Oh my gosh, I'm going to start crying. I love you, Zoey. I love you too, Zoey said. Brooke squeezed her hands. Mitch is good for you. I know you think you're too different, but I think you balance each other out. You need each other. I don't think it's time, Juliet said again. Brooke pulled Zoey forward, giving her one last tight hug before pushing her toward the aisle. Go. Zoey grabbed the bouquet from Juliet and stepped onto the aisle. She pulled her shoulders back and smiled widely for the guests. Mitch stood at the end of the aisle next to Luke, looking ridiculously handsome in his tuxedo and lilac vest. Sometimes my feelings for you scare me, she'd told him yesterday. I don't know what to do with them, and it freaks me out that they're so strong. Is that what she was doing now? Freaking out? Allowing their differences to convince her they belonged apart? Zoey swallowed, her smile slipping for the briefest moment before she forced it back into place. Her mind flashed back to last night when she had walked down a much shorter aisle toward Mitch. The white satin runway she currently walked down, with guests watching from each side and flower petals crunching under her feet, faded into gravel and rose bushes. Mitch's gaze was every bit as intense now as it had been last night. It had been less than 24 hours since their wedding, but it already felt like a lifetime ago. Zoey took her place at the front of the room next to the other bridesmaids, and the music changed to the more traditional wedding march. The audience rose to their feet, and Brooke appeared at the end of the aisle. Zoey's throat constricted. Brooke walked with confidence, her veil trailing behind her. Zoey peered at Luke, and his eyes glistened with tears. Brooke thought Zoey and Mitch were a good match, and she did have the highest success rate at toujours. Brooke's dad kissed her cheek, then placed her hand in Luke's, and the couple turned to face the minister. Zoey would be returning to California tomorrow, to an apartment she'd now live in alone. Whether she liked it or not, things were changing. Had changed. Did she want to include Mitch in that? What sacrifices was she willing to make to be with him? Brooke glowed as she recited her vows. I promise to always remember that love can't be controlled by a silly set of rules, Brooke said, and Luke chuckled. Zoey thought of her own vows. She'd meant every single word at the time. But now, a day later, it seemed so ridiculous to profess such feelings. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride, the minister said. Luke dipped Brooke back and covered her lips with his. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Zoey put 2 fingers to her mouth, whistling loudly. Maybe Brooke and Luke had found their happily ever after together, but they were meant for each other. Luke hadn't tried to change Brooke and vice versa. Zoey couldn't guarantee that Mitch wouldn't try to change her. They were just 2 people with a mutual attraction. Hours later, Zoey stared across the crowded dance floor at Brooke and Luke. Both of them glowed, arms wrapped around each other in their first dance as husband and wife. Zoey swiped underneath her eyes, wishing the tears would stop. Brooke and Luke's ceremony had been beautiful and emotional, and Zoey had battled her own emotions ever since. She was so happy for Brooke and Luke, but Zoey couldn't get the ache out of her heart that throbbed every time she thought of Mitch. Were they really all wrong for each other, or was she unwilling to make the sacrifices necessary to be together? She thought back over the past 2 weeks. When she had come up with her crazy plan to get rid of Alan, he'd gone along with it. When she'd wanted to play in the rainstorm, he'd joined her. He'd gone outside his comfort zone and asked random strangers to take their picture together at Notre Dame and the Eiffel Tower. Someone sank into the chair next to Zoey's. He was maybe 10 years her senior, with a suit that screamed money and a face fit for a magazine. Just her type. Or would have been 2 weeks ago. Hey, he said, extending his hand. I'm Mark. Luke and I were college roommates. Zoey, she said, Brooke's roommate and best friend. And the maid of honor. It's a pleasure. You and Luke must be pretty good friends if you came all the way from the States for this wedding, Zoey said. We've kept in pretty good touch over the years. I'm actually living in Paris right now, so this was perfect. Zoey leaned forward. Wow, I'm jealous. This city is amazing. What brought you here? Work, of course. He scooted closer. I'm an architect. I did a 6-month internship here right out of grad school and enjoyed it so much I've stayed for 5 years. I can see why. She thought of running from Alan with Mitch, of their kiss on the Eiffel Tower, and another knife stabbed through her heart. Paris is a beautiful city. You are beautiful. He extended a hand along with a charming smile. Would you care to dance? Had she been flirting? Zoey couldn't believe it. She was usually so conscious of that kind of thing. Mitch had knocked her completely off her game. She needed to talk to Mitch, but it would be rude to refuse a dance. So Zoey let Mark draw her from her chair and lead her to the dance floor. She placed her hands on his shoulder, the action feeling all wrong. Mark placed his hand at the small of her back and urged her closer. "Excuse me, but that's my wife you're dancing with." Zoey jerked back. Mitch's dark face was pulled down in a scowl, his arms folded across his chest. "Crap!" Mark immediately dropped his hands, backing away. "Oh, wow, I had no idea. I'm really sorry, man." He gave a salute. "It was nice meeting you, Zoey." Awkward. Zoey watched him disappear into the crowd, then whirled on Mitch. "What was that all about?" "I didn't like the way he was... Zoey placed her hands on her hips, glaring. "Was what?" "Was fondling you." A few of the guests turned to look at them. Zoey rolled her eyes and grabbed Mitch by the jacket. He seemed to understand her intention, so she let go and marched down the hallway to a sitting room that was empty. She liked that he was angry. "We were just dancing," Zoey said. "Besides, it's none of your business who does or does not fondle me." "It should be. I want it to be." Zoey's arms dropped to her side, hope blossoming in her heart. "What?" Mitch ran a hand over his hair, then threw both his hands up in the air. "You have me so frazzled I don't know which way is up. You make me believe I can jump off a cliff and not only survive, but enjoy the ride down and make something good out of the disaster waiting for me at the bottom. You're crazy and chaotic and spontaneous. You upset all my carefully laid plans and schedules, and I don't care. I want you to convince me to leave work midday just so we can tour Notre Dame. I want to avoid the metro so we can dance in the rain. I like the man I am when I'm with you, and I can't imagine life without you. I love you, Zoey. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone, and I so desperately want that wedding yesterday to be real. Because I want this, us, to be forever." Butterflies were flapping their wings in her heart, and her mouth was completely dry. He wanted her for her. He didn't want to change her. He wanted them to change each other, but only in the best possible ways. And she wanted that too. She liked the way she was more level-headed when with Mitch, the way she could think before acting and sometimes hold back. Mitch made her a better version of herself. He wouldn't change her. He'd improve her. "Mitch," she began. He shook his head. "I know this feels really fast. I know it seems insane. But I've been thinking about it all night, and at the same time it makes perfect sense." He reached into his jacket and withdrew a folder. A folder? Well, that wasn't what she expected. Slowly, Mitch opened the folder and withdrew a sheet of cream paper that looked heavy. He walked over to a small table and sat it down, then withdrew a fountain pen and placed it beside it. "I want that wedding to be real," he said. "I'm all in, Zoey." Zoey took a step forward on trembling legs. The document said Certificate de Mariage at the top and had an official government seal just underneath. The butterflies in her chest beat their wings, and Zoey blinked, trying to clear her vision. There, in thick black ink, was Mitch's signature. Tears sprang into her eyes, and Zoey looked up at Mitch, her hand at her throat. "You signed it," she said. "I meant what I said in our vows. Last night wasn't pretend to me." He reached into his jacket and withdrew a small box, then flipped it open. Zoey gasped. Nestled inside was a rose gold band with a large onyx stone surrounded by little diamonds. "I know this is sudden and maybe insane, but I'm asking you to take that risk. Be my wife." Zoey brought a shaking hand to her mouth. She couldn't believe Mitch, pragmatic, level-headed Mitch, was suddenly being so spontaneous. "You're serious," she whispered. "I've never been more serious about anything in my life." She folded her arms, looking at the floor. "We're so opposite." "But we balance each other out." "I'm not going to be a different person just because we're married." "Good. I love you just the way you are." Zoey scuffed a toe along the ground. I might drive you insane. He took a step forward. Yes, you might. We are different from each other, and I know that life together won't always be easy, but nothing worthwhile ever is, and our differences are what make us strong. She looked up, tears filling her eyes, and quickly blinked. I'm still scared. Me too, but it's a good scared. I want to make yesterday permanent. What do you want, Zoey? She stared into his eyes, looking for any sign of doubt. But all she saw was love and a promise she'd be an idiot not to accept. Slowly, she picked up the pen. She heard Mitch suck in his breath, saw him freeze in her peripheral vision. The pen felt heavy in her hands, like the comforting weight of a hug. She set the pen on the only blank line on the page. Then she signed with a flourish. Mitch let out a whoop and swept her into his arms. Zoey laughed, the pen clattering to the floor as her feet left the ground. She wrapped her arms around Mitch, clinging to him. He set her down and slipped the ring onto her finger. I love you, Zoey Carlson, he whispered, now and forever. It's Zoey Harris now. She linked her arms around his neck and a tear trickled down her cheek. I love you, Mitch. I've loved you for so long, but I was so scared you wanted me to be someone I'm not. Never. I want you exactly the way you are. Sometimes you drive me absolutely crazy, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I want this forever, too. He wrapped his arms tighter around her, pulling her close. Slowly, his lips descended toward hers. And somehow, this kiss felt different. Better. There was no uncertainty, no wondering whether it was real or fake. This kiss was the start of the rest of her life. Acknowledgements. Every book I write takes an entire village. There's my endlessly supportive family, my incredible friends who cheer me on, and the people who make my book shine. Plus, there is each and every reader who helped make my books a success. I couldn't have finished this book without my two fantastic editors who came to my rescue when I overestimated my abilities and implemented some seriously unrealistic deadlines for this book. Kelly and Susie are amazing, and both did rush jobs when I emailed them in tears. They seriously have my eternal gratitude. Once again, my accountability partner and one of my absolute best friends, Liz, listened to me whine for days on end while I was in the middle of editing. She assured me the book wasn't awful when I insisted it was, told me to buck up and get to work when I was procrastinating, and sympathized and asked how she could help when I was stressed to the max. I honestly don't know how I used to survive without her. Our constant texts make me feel connected to the outside world and convince me I can do hard things. Most of all, I have to thank my husband and kids. I had 3 insane deadlines all at the same time during this book, and I had to pretty much ignore everything in my life to meet them. I do not recommend you try this at home, especially not during the summer. Thank you so much to my endlessly patient kids who spent way too many hours in front of the TV so I could work and never complained about it. Let's be honest, to them, those few weeks were probably the best of their summer. And most especially, thank you to my husband, who cleaned the house, did way too many loads of laundry. Whoops, there's nothing clean to wear again? And reminded me to come out of my office for food and human interaction occasionally so I wouldn't lose my mind. I love you more than words can ever express. About the author. Lindzee Armstrong is the #1 best-selling author of the No Match for Love series and Sunset Plains romance series. She's always had a soft spot for love stories. In 3rd grade, she started secretly reading romance novels, hiding the cover so no one would know, because hello, embarrassing, and dreaming of her own Prince Charming. She finally met her match while at college, where she studied history education. They are now happily married and raising twin boys in the Rocky Mountains. Like any true romantic, Lindsay loves chick flicks, ice cream, and chocolate. She believes in sigh-worthy kisses and happily ever afters. Mix and Match is part of the No Match for Love series. To find out about future releases, you can sign up for Lindsay's newsletter at her website, lindzeearmstrong.com. You can also find her on Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please take a few minutes to leave a review. This is the best way you can say thank you to an author and narrator. It really helps others discover books they might enjoy. Thank you. For more information on the narrator, Tiffany Williams, find her on Facebook, Twitter, and at airbendingmediaproductions.com. This has been Mix and Match, No Match for Love, Book 3. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Produced by Airbending Media Productions, LLC. Copyright 2016 by Lindzee Armstrong. Production copyright 2016 by Lindzee Armstrong.